I was opening Discord and it still hasn't opened, and I was just waiting for it to load to start my stream, but I'm gonna watch it load as we open up. I'm starting like an hour and 40 minutes late today. There it goes. That's exactly it froze on my screen because I was waiting. I'm starting like an hour and 40 minutes late today. I ended up doing an open and close yesterday. I'm not even sure if that's why. I don't know. I turned my alarm off and then went back to sleep. And when I opened my eyes, it was 10:30 and my stream was supposed to start at 10. So I was like, I'm not rushing. I have to eat before I start. I got to get dressed. I got to put on clothes. I got to do things. So I was like, it is what it is. It's Tuesday. Today was the day I was going to play a little bit longer. I was supposed to have plans in the afternoon, but the people I had plans with never got back to me. So I'm just going to play. I'm just going to play longer. So hopefully we can maybe get onto a route today. I really want to be on a route. I am leaning towards the Dulahan right now. It's not intentional. I just think he's interesting. So that might be wrong of me, but the last time we played, it was going on about our secret agent guy whose name for some reason eludes me today. Maybe it's because I'm still not entirely awake. Excuse me. I just ate food, and sometimes after I eat food, I end up coughing a lot more than usual, but I have to eat. If I didn't eat, I was going to be starving soon, so I was like, I better eat before I start my stream, or I'll be just the saddest little bunny. Alright. I'm hoping everything's fine. It's acting like it's fine. It's weird. I've gotten now accustomed to the overlay thing to make a post first on my chat, and I didn't do it today. But I did check, and it acted like it's working. I'm about to sneeze now. Goodness, I'm just full of sounds today. I didn't sneeze, but I still feel it. All right, the next day. Right. So we left off. We had just been to the cafe, and a little boy showed up that was acting really weird. Our lovely wizard friend said, "So you not a human?" And then the guy got scared and ran off. So we asked our friend, that's a secret servant agent, if he could look into information about him. He pulled the information right away. He's a changeling, which is, if you're not familiar with changelings, they are in folklore, a fairy that has been swapped out for a human baby so that the person will take care of the fairy until adulthood. Sometimes changelings never know that they're a changeling. Sometimes parents never find out that their child was changed. There's a couple really cool stories that I've read before about changelings where, like, there was, like, a mom, for an example, who found out could tell right away it wasn't her baby. She's like, "This is not the baby I gave birth to. This is not my child," and everyone was telling her she was crazy and that she needed to calm down, and she's like, "No, I'm gonna go get my kid. You can watch after this monster." A little rude, but, and, like, she found the fairies and said, "You either give me my kid back right now." I can't remember the rest of it. I don't remember if she threatened violence. She might have. But she did get her kid back, and everyone originally had told her she was crazy, so there's other stories as well, like where the changeling grows up to find out they're a changeling later on, etc. Loki is a great example of a changeling story, even though I don't think they use that as the story for him, but he was unaware that he was a changeling. With the information that I unfortunately had to give to Mikaido for, I quickly dove into action. Oh, that's right. He also ran into his coworker who is a brainy scientist guy. He's the one who stabilized wormholes to the Beast area planet. And he just looks like a downright evil little scientist, and he has a fox plushie. So that is Makaido. Protection of friendly non-humans. If the GPM truly believes that it is one of its purposes, there's only one thing I could do. Under a rainy sky, pouring down like running tears.
ったく、なんで俺がてめえの用事に付き合わなきゃなんねんだよ。
The hell? Why do I have to come with you? They're your errands. Ooh, look at this rainy street. If he wasn't in it, it'd be perfect. Oh, that's right. I finally learned how to take the sound off of taking photos. Woo! I can take screenshots without it being loud and annoying anymore.
悪いね。後で美味しいお肉をおごるからさ。
Sorry, I'll buy you some good cut of meat later. It was a pretty sudden request. I guess I can't blame Ignis for complaining. Honestly, I would have rather spoken with Canis at the as this is a medio matter.
彼、タイミング悪く、メディオで外せない用事があるみたいでさ。
It seems he couldn't leave medio due to some previous engagement.
まあ、護衛っつってもガキが相手だろ。散歩ついでにやってやら。
Okay. I got scared for a second. Thought I had myself on mute. I am hoping that Jay or Asia pop in today. I actually have a weird question for them, so I'm hoping one of them pop in. And then I'm just letting my sister know what I'm doing just in case. There we go. All right. Well, we're just guarding a kid, right? It might as well be a walk in the park. I needed a fill in for Canis. Canis. I'm always gonna say it wrong. It was actually funny. I was telling my friend about the last game I was playing because he's like, "Oh, what's it about?" And I was like, "Oh, you're in the Edo period." He's like, "Edo." I'm like, "Listen, I said it both ways countless times on my stream. My brain can't do this. I have to I probably need to sit down and say their name 100 times, and maybe then I'll remember to say it, pronounce it correctly." But I kept going between Edo and Edo the whole time I was playing Winter's Wish. So it's unfortunately my brain, and I don't like it. I'm not doing it intentionally. It's just what I end up doing. I needed to fill in for Codis, so here we are. Ignis was good enough, especially if I needed him as support for a fight. Ooh. I love rainy stuff. I wish it actually had the rain going. We continued walking in search for the boy. I already contacted Leah and told her about who Kadia Abi really was and that the danger he was facing. I'm sure we can save the details about changelings later once we regroup with Canis.
話をして、おとなしくついてきてくれればいいんだけどな。
Although I hope he listens and comes willingly.
つか、肝心のそのガキはどこにいやがんだよ。家にもいなかったんだろ。
Where'd the kid go anyways? He wasn't at home, right?
少なくとも今の家族との不仲ではないみたいだけどね。むしろかなり関係としては良好みたいだ。
At the very least, we know it's not that he doesn't get along with his current family. He seems to be on good terms with them.
ガリア君自身がかなり放浪癖があるのか、ほとんど家にはいないみたいでね。
Kaya himself seems to have a habit of wandering off alone, so he's usually just not at home very often.
じゃあ地道に探すしかねってか？
So you're saying we have no clue?
まさか。これでも僕は情報家だよ。彼の自宅に寄ったのはあくまで保険。目撃情報やその他もろもろ。
No, I'm the intelligence chief, aren't I? We went to his house just to be sure between witness reports and other
彼がい
sources.
る可能性が高い場所くらいはちゃんと目星をつけてるって。
I'm thinking of a few places that he might be. With that, we arrived at a spot about 30 minutes away from Enchante.
これはまた素敵な隠れ家をチョイスしたね。
Well, now this is a pleasant little hiding spot. We arrived at the warehouse of an abandoned factory. There were stains of rust all over it. Holes filled the walls and the roof. They were useless against the rain that was falling now. It was a pretty wide building and didn't feel cramped in the slightest. But thinking about a young kid spending time out here all alone, I can't say it was making me feel great.
さて、それじゃあ中でお仕事と行きますか。
Alright, I'll get inside to get to work.
なんかあれば呼べよ。人通り見張っておいてやっから。
Holler if you need me. I'll stand watch out here if anyone comes this way.
イグニスは常識があって助かるよ。まあとりあえずは僕に任せておいて。
Thanks. I'm glad someone has some common sense. It's not me. We'll just leave this to me for now. We're going inside an abandoned building. I slowly opened the rusty door. I deliberately made my footsteps heard. There was a small shadow of a figure standing in the back. I began to speak. Right. There was the boy, gripping his chest. He seemed in pain and was breathing heavily.
いや、ちょっといいかな
Hey, can you talk?
何あん
Who are
た
you?
そんなに警戒しなくても、僕は怪しいものじゃないよ。
Don't worry, I'm a friend. No need to be afraid.
どこがいきなり慣れ慣れしく話しかけてくるし、いい大人が平日なのにぶらついてるし、
Oh, really? Says the creepy adult who's trying to sweet talk me in an abandoned building?
どっからどう見ても怪しい中年のおじさんなんだけど。
Everything about you reeks of sick old man.
一理あるね。
You might make a good point. I accepted what it looked like. I took a minute to stand there and just talk.
説明が難しいんだけど、僕はほんの少し君と話がしたいだけなんだよ。
Listen, it's complicated, but I just wanted to talk to you for a
阿
bit.
部刈谷君
That okay? Kaida Abe?
なんで俺の名前
How do you know my name?
ほら、君先日、妙なアンシャンテっていう喫茶店に寄っただろ
You came to that strange little shop yesterday, right? Enchante?
それさ、どうして立ち寄ったのか理由を教えてもらえないかな。
I was just wondering if you could tell me why you stopped by there.
答えづらいなら僕から言おうか。君は原因不明の体調不良で苦しんでた時、
If
引き寄せられるように店に入った。
If it's difficult for you to say, let me try. You were drawn to that cafe when you were falling ill for some weird reason.
それで、ちょっと体が楽になった。違うかな
And when you were there, you felt a little bit better. Isn't that right?
どうして俺の体調のことまで。
How did you know how I was feeling? A look of panic was colored clearly across the boy's face, still gazing right at
決
it.
まってる。
It's obvious.
君が体調不良で辛い思いをしてるのも、人と違うことで苦しむのも。
The reason you're in pain and why you're so troubled about how you're different. I made sure I didn't sugarcoat it because he had to see the truth.
君が人間じゃないからさ。
It's because you're not human. Oh. The temperature around us dropped suddenly. I could feel a cold air begin to envelop me. I knew it. He does understand he has this ability. So what he
突
really
然のこと
is?
で理解できないかもしれない。でも聞いてほしい。
This might be a lot to take in, but I want you to listen.
君はただの人間じゃなくて、元来別の世界に生まれるはずだった妖精。
You're no
その
ordinary
氷
human
を
being,
司る力も、それが理由だ。
but a fairy who was supposed to be born in another world. That's why you're able to control the ice. I really needed to calm him down before he started demonstrating his full
大
power.
丈夫。僕は君の味方だ。それ
It's
と、
okay. I'm your
あの喫茶
friend,
店のマスターも、
along with the owner of that cafe.
一応専門の機関に所属しててね。君みたいな力を持つ者に対しては、
She's part of a
Really
special
crushing.
organization. She knows a lot about those who have powers, people like you.
心配しなくてもいいよ。妖精についても少しは研究も進んでる。
You don't have to
だからき
worry.
っと君のことも
We've done a lot of research on fairies, so I'm sure we can.
研
Research? Before I realized it, it was too late. At the sound of that word, the boy began glaring as if I attacked him.
やだ
No. However, his rejection was at a far greater level than I
研
expected.
究ってまた俺を監禁して調査するんだろ
Research? You mean you're going to lock me up and experiment on me again?
珍獣みたいに動物みたいにみんなで囲んで笑い物にしながら
People laughing all around me like I'm some kind of specimen, some animal. Just with that, I put together what kind of past he had been
だ
through.
からあんただって同じだろ信用できる要素なんて一つもない
So you're just the same. I can't trust a word you say.
きっと君はその体で辛い目にあったんだろうね。なら僕が信用できないのもわかる。
I know you've been through a tragic experience. I can see that. And I can also understand why you don't trust me.
でも僕も引けないんだよ。
But I can't give up on you.
君が僕を信じられないとしても、僕は君みたいな子を何が何でも保護しなきゃいけない。
Even if you don't trust me, I'll always do everything that I can to protect people like you.
は保護捕獲じゃなくて
Protect? Don't you mean capture?
いや、保護で合ってるよ。
I meant what I said. I'm here to protect you.
君がその力で誰かを傷つける前に守りたいんだ。
You need protection before you accidentally hurt someone with that power.
何より君自
Yourself,
身をね。
most of all.
されるつもりはないって言ったら
And what if I refuse? I don't think he's coming peacefully. I figured it might come to
僕
this.
は僕の仕事をするまでさ。君こそ僕相手にどうするんだい？
Hey, I'm just here
その
doing my
力を
job.
使ってみる。
What are you going to do against me? Are you going to use your powers?
そうだね。どんだけ悪どいやつもこの
Yeah.
力で大体退けてきた。
It's the only thing that keeps me away from all sorts of bad people.
大人ってのはさ、痛い目を見なきゃ自分がどんだけのことをしてんのかわかんないんだよ。
Adults, they don't understand what they're doing until they get hurt.
かもね。案外大人の方が子供より物の善悪がわからないのかもしれない。
That may be true. Adults are probably worse at judging between good and bad than kids are.
だったらも
Yeah, whatever.
う俺のことは放っておいてくれよ。
Oh, he got loud. Oh my god. You just leave me alone. Try to make sure my mic doesn't get too much. The warehouse was filled with water from the pouring rain. I jumped right before my feet would be frozen in a small body of water. However,
参ったな。ほっといたら死んじゃうから声をかけたんだけどね。
damn, I wanted to talk to you since you'd die if I didn't. The reason why he's becoming so aggressive must be because he realizes that his life is draining away.
というか、寒い。もうちょい着込んでくるべきだった。
It's so cold, I should have worn something warmer. I tried to run as the ice froze the warehouse then. Oh, small projects of ice, projectiles, were flying towards me, but I managed to cut them down with a knife.
派手にやるね。子供は後先考えないから怖いな。
You're going all out. A reckless kid is a scary one. But if a stranger came by talking about research and protection, I guess I'd expect a pretty intense response. What do I do now? My mind was racing as I dodged his attack.
やだやだやだ。
No, no, no.
捕まったらまたあんなことになる。
If I'm caught again, I'll have to go through that
俺
again.
はやっとあったかい家族を手に入れたのに。
I was finally able to find a nice family. Going too fast. With his scream, the stacked wooden boxes crumbled, unable to handle the sudden change in temperature. The boy, probably losing his mind now, began screaming as if his life depended on it. Did we kill him? Changelings. This was not something born of the mischief of fairies, it was found in folklore. It was when fairies and human blood mixed, causing the chance for an astral prolapse, giving fairies trait to a descendant. Oh, this is different, okay. Kaya Abe is one of those beings. Unfortunately for him, his powers came shortly after he was born, and he was proven to be a non-human by those closest to him, even his biological parents. What happened next was a classic tragedy. Afraid of Kaya, even though he was kin, they left him in solitude. He was completely neglected by his own parents. It seems like there were no decent people in his life. He searched for help but was persecuted and deceived instead. He ended up being sold into the darkest pits of society. There he could have died at any moment, and there his grandmother realized what happened. She came to save him from his living hell. Shortly after, though, she passed away. His relatives, that couple I've gone to before coming here, were the ones who adopted and took Kaya in. Even though they knew of his powers, they showed no fear nor pity to him. It was an honest love. It was pure. That's why.
それを奪われるなんて絶対に嫌だ。
To have it all taken away, I can't let that happen. You know what? I'm just gonna hear me out. It's not that I don't like you, my guy. It's just that When you scream, it gets really loud, my guy, and I just don't. You're not the first one I've turned down. It's okay. Yes, even if he died. Finally. All of a sudden, it was hard to breathe. Damn. The tiny amount of water in the air must have begun to freeze, and not only that, I could feel his gaze on me. He must have been staring at me when I'd stopped moving. I felt like the very blood in my body was beginning to freeze. I really didn't think he was this strong. I dropped to my knees, and right as I began to lose consciousness,
うっせえな。ビキビキバキバキやかましい。なんかあったら呼べっつったろが。
God, what's this? That's so loud. What's with all this snapping and crackling? I told you to holler at me. Like a comet, the demon beast of fire comes crushing down with a roar. He was adorned with fire, and the flames melted the ice all around the warehouse. Kaya's body flinched at the sudden rising temperature within the warehouse.
ナイスタイミング。
That's what he said. The ice natural enemy is fire. It's a fact even a child would know. As soon as I caught my breath, I ran to him. I catch Kaya's frail body as it begins to fall forward.
とりあえず一件落着かな。
That should do it.
彼も目立った外傷はないし。
I don't think he was injured.
でもイグニス、君の炎はこの子に負担が大きいみたいだ。悪いけど、
Ingus,
抑えてくれると助かるよ。
your flame might be too much for the kid. Can you turn it down a bit?
見りゃわかる。つうか、俺の炎とか関係なく、そいつかなりやべえんじゃねえか。
Yeah, got it. Actually, he's not looking good with or without the flames, don't you think?
ああ、思ってたより数倍ね。一刻の猶予もない。
Yeah, you're definitely right. We don't have any time to
こ
waste.
れはもう本人の同意なんて取ってる場合じゃないね。
We don't really have time to get his consent about this right now. I don't know if I like that sentence. What? My fingers shiver from the cold. Begin to dial a number. It was Coton.
もしもし、
Cotones.
例の少年、ひとまず保護したよ。それと、カヌスは戻ってるかな。
Hey, Cotone. We gotta hold the kid. Has Canis come back yet?
あ、それなら話は早い。カヌスに伝えておいて。
Alright, good. Can you give a message to Canis?
妖精界メディオへ、すぐにゲートをつなげられるようにってね。
Tell him to be ready to open the gate to Medio. Medio. Oh, that looks beautiful. Oh, wait, I've taken so many screenshots of that. Just
陛
kidding.
下、間違いないようです。
Your Majesty, there's no mistake about it.
なるほどの。
I see. It must have been about an hour since the child was brought to Enchante. Mr. Rindo and I, led by Canis, Monsieur brought the boy soon after into the fairy world. Because Ignis's flames were bad for the boy's body, we stayed out on Enchante with Eel. Me too. Normally I would have found a reason to come here. I wouldn't have found a reason to come here, but after seeing his painful expression, I couldn't just sit and wait at the cafe.
久しぶりじゃの。それと、リンドウもか。
It's been a while, Leah. And you too, Rindo.
こんな形とは思わんかったが、また会えて嬉しいぞ。の、ベニーヤ。
I didn't imagine it to be under these circumstances. I'm glad we can meet again, isn't that right, Veneer?
いいえ、ちっとも、全く、これっぽっちも。
Oh no, not in the least, slightest, tiniest bit.
むしろまた厄介事を持ち込まれて大変迷惑です。呪われろ。
In fact, this is just a dreadful mess you've dragged us into. Who wanted this? I hope you got cursed.
相変わらずだね。こっちの妖精さんの容赦のなさは。
This place hasn't changed, this particular fairy's ruthlessness. With a chillingly painful expression, Veneer glares at us with narrowed
で、
eyes.
例のカリア君とやらの状態は？
How's Kaya doing?
メディオを訪れたことにより、今のところは落ち着いておるが、
By coming to Medio, it seems he is currently
また
stabilizing.
人間界に長く戻ったら、何が起こるかわからんの。
Though I don't know what might happen if he returns to the human world for long. So this is a changeling. Also known as a replaced child in European legends, this refers to an event where humans and fairy infants are swapped, but in this game, it refers to an ancestor reversion where a human inherits fairy blood, regains such characteristics. I read a bit about them in the books Grandpa left behind. A concept rooted in changelings one's ancestry. Mr. Rindo and Connus explained the concept to me, but it didn't register. Ancestor reversion, when genetic traits from distant ancestors manifest in the descendant, causing them to take on a similar form and ability. I mean, he just looks like an ordinary boy. And he had such a terrible past.
仕方のないことでしょう。人間という種族は排他的。認識の合わぬ相手には攻撃的だ。
It's what we can expect from your kind. The human species is very exclusive. They're evil to those they can't understand.
これ、口が過ぎるぞ、ベンニーヤ。
Hey, that's enough, Veneer.
今はそれよりこの子のことじゃ。人間界で生きられぬ以上、
The child is more important now if he cannot live in the human
本
world.
来の故郷である、この妖精界メディオに引き取るべきじゃろう。
We must take him into his proper homeworld, here in the fairy world, Medio.
しかし、納得するだろうか。異常を自覚しつつも、自分を人間だと考える者が。
So will he agree? He knows he's unusual, but for someone who believes himself to be human,
できるわけないだろ
that's impossible. I turn around, and Kaya is sitting up from the pedestal, a pained look on his face.
なんなんだよ今の話。妖精とか異世界とか。
What the hell is
バカ
this
じゃない
all about? Fairies and alternate worlds? Are you all dumb or
そ
something?
の姿といい、あんたら揃って頭おかしいんじゃない。
And you're all wearing costumes. You're all a band of idiots, aren't you? I assume you heard everything we were just talking about. With suspicious eyes, he glared towards Tatiana, Titania, and the others.
突然の話だ。信じられるのも無理はない。
She's in the
だが、
background and the
現
foreground.
に証拠は揃っている。
This is all quite sudden. I know it's difficult to believe, but all the evidence is here.
この世界に訪れて、体調が安定したのが何よりの証拠じゃ。
The strongest of which is your body stabilized after coming to this world.
カヌスの予想に基づき調べたが、やはり、そなたは氷の妖精の類のようじゃの。
Conus's hunch led us to our investigation, and it seems that you truly are an ice fairy.
それも、その身にはかなりの力を有しておる。
One with much strength in particular.
そんなの
No, that's just
おとぎ話で。
a fairy tale.
でも君、ここにいる中年相手に全力で力を使ってたみたいだし、否定するのは無理があるんじゃない？
And yet, your disbelief didn't stop you from letting this old guy have it. Denying it's a little childish now, don't you think?
うん。少々厳しい物言いになるが、我から率直に告げよう、少年。
Right. This is a fairly harsh way to put it, but let me tell it to you straight, young
お
man.
前は、このまま人間界へ長居すれば、死ぬ。
If you stay outside the fairy world for long, you will die.
わしも、幼い妖精が、このまま悲しく命絶えるのを見届けるのは心苦しい。
Nothing would pain me more than to see a young fairy end their life so
じ
sadly.
ゃから少年、悪いことは言わん。このまま妖精界に住まうとよい。それが、 そなたのためじゃ。
So please, young man, we won't force you, but it would be best to live here in the fairy world. It is for your own safety. Kaya could do nothing more but remain silent. His expression looked pained. I'm unable to watch anymore. I spoke up because this is my story after all. Well, I don't think we should push him to make a decision right away. This is a lot for him to take in at once, and given his particular situation, we have to give him some time to think. Mr. Rindo agrees with me by giving a single but a firm nod.
そうだね。ご両親のこともある。
Yeah, we gotta think of the parents
こ
too.
うしてメディオの空気を吸って、少しは体も安定したみたいだし、一度様子見しよ
His body's stable now that he's been able to breathe in some of the medio air. Let's see how he
う。
does.
構わないね、カリア君。
We can wait a little, right, Kaya? That... Have I seen this angle of this room? Kaya, would you like to have some iced coffee?
いらない。
No. We returned to Enchante, and although we introduced ourselves again at a deeper level, his desire to speak shriveled up into nothing. After seeing the other non-human customers, he finally acknowledged the other worlds. That's where he seems to be at. Although I'm not sure he's been able to accept the fact that he's also one of them. Mr. Rindo, the one who brought him in, turns to face him.
さて、カリア君。君はこれからどうするつもりだい？
So, Karia, what do you plan to do?
このままアンシャンテにしばらく厄介になるっていう手もあるけど。
Staying here and being cared for at Enchante is a possibility. After a
もし
sigh,
自分について情報が少しでも欲しいなら、ひとまず GPM 本部に来てみない？
if you want some more information about who we really are, want to visit GPM headquarters with me? He gently proposes an idea.
GPM?
The GPM? Kaya had already been given a rough idea of what the GPM was. Why take him to the GPM, Mr. Rindo?
異世界のこと、妖精のこと、人外と呼ばれる存在のこと。
The existence of alternate worlds, fairies, and
今後
humans.
どんな道を選ぶにしても、彼にはとにかく情報が足りていない。
He still doesn't have enough information to make a well-informed
ファン
plan.
タスティックな世界に直接訪れていろいろ聞くっていう手もあるけど。
Though it is possible to go to all of these wonderful worlds and see them
彼
firsthand.
はこの現代日本で育ってきたんだ。根拠のある証拠やデータを見せた方が分かりやすいかと思ってね。
He's been raised in modern Japan. I feel like it'd be easier to understand with evidence-based proof and data. After Mr. Rindo gave his reasoning, he then speaks to Kaya.
GPM には君みたいなケースも前例が多少なりともあるからね。何かの参考にはなると思う。
At the GPM, there are quite a few cases like yours. It could help you out. What do you think? Without arguing, Kadia nods. Mr. Rindo then looks towards me.
ひとまず彼のことは任せて。大丈夫。悪いようにはしないから。
For now, you can leave the boy to me. Don't worry. I'll look after him. All right. I'll let Monsieur and the others know. And then the kid gets experimented on. And he hates you all even more. Boom. The next morning, it was about noon when all the regular members except Mr. Rondo had gathered together.
なるほど、そういう事情でしたか。結界を抜けられたのも納得です。あれは基本的に人間用に調整したものですし。
I see. So that's what happened. That explains how you slipped by the barrier. It was made to be effective against humans.
で、カリアっつったか。そいつはこれからどうするって？
So Kadia is his name, right? What did he say he'll do? I don't know. I'm sure he's in shock from having all these truths shoved at him at once. I haven't gotten a call from Mr. Rindo yet either. After I gave my explanation, the one who gave me the difficult truth with their shoulders slumped while doing so was Canis.
残念だが、
あの少年が決断するのを待てる時間はそれほどない。
It's unfortunate, but the boy does not have time to wait and make a decision.
GPM にもいつまでいられるか。油断すればすぐにでも命が危うくなるかもしれん。
Who knows how long the GPM might keep him? He could be in danger if he isn't careful. No, he's still in middle school. But it was true. He was clearly in pain, and he walked away from Enchante as he left. Considering that, there aren't many options for him to consider.
つまり結局のところ、妖精界へ行くしかないのでは？なぜ迷う必要があるのでしょう？
So ultimately, he has no choice but to go to Medio. I don't know why we all are still
み
deliberating.
んな簡単に決められんならあのガキもうだうだ言わねえだろ。
If it were that easy, the kid wouldn't be hesitant.
だね。今までの人生を全部捨てて新しい人生を歩めってことだし。
Uh, I got it. My eye gonna continue to be itchy. The decision would force him to throw away his life and start all
それ
over.
って本人的にはさ、死んだのと変わらないと思うよ。
So then to him, perhaps it isn't any different from dying. It sounds like his parents now are really good people too. I'm certain he wouldn't want to separate from them. After Monsieur explains himself, sipping a cold coffee, Il nods, understanding the situation. But in the end, maybe this isn't something we should be butting into. As I mutter my thoughts, the sound of my ringtone resonate through the cafe. There is still sleep in this eye. Oh my gosh. I take out my phone out of my pocket. Hello, this is Awaki.
ああ、リンドウだけど、今大丈夫かな？
Leah, it's Rindo. Got a minute? Mr. Rindo, is something the matter?
ああ、カリア君のことさ、報告をしておこうと思って。
Yeah, it's about Kadia. I thought I'd let you
親
know.
御さんとも連絡してね。検査入院って扱いで GPM にもう一泊泊まってもらうことになったよ。
I contacted his parents. We decided to stay one more day at the GPM to examine him further. Hearing his voice over the phone, everyone got up from their seats and gathered around, wondering if something happened. Wait, Mr. Rindo, everyone's here right now. Let me put you on speaker. I don't want you to examine him at all. 5 minutes later. So he didn't accept it then.
一応出せる証拠やデータは全部見せてあげたんだけどね。
We did show him all the evidence and data we have.
信じないというよりは信じたくないみたいなヒステリック状態というのが近いかな。
It's not so much that he doesn't believe it, it's just he's refusing to. It seems like he's going into a manic state.
そこで君に物は相談なんだけど、
So there's something I'd like to ask, Leah.
ちょっと GPM 本部に来て彼と話をしてもらえないかな。
Why me? Why me of all people? Could you come to the GPM headquarters and have a chat with him? Everyone else was also surprised at the unexpected proposal. Me?
そう、いろいろと考えてはみたんだけど、
I thought a lot about it.
人外に関わり、それを受け入れている一般人。
A normal person who interacts and accepts non-humans is what we need.
そういう事例の生きた証人である君に簡単なカウンセリングをしてもらえないかなって。
Since you're the perfect example of this, I was hoping you might be able to talk him through this.
もちろん無理にとは言わないけど、どうだろ
Of course, I won't force you, but what do you think? I understand. I'm not sure if I can help, but I'll do whatever I can.
う。ありがとう。助かるよ。
Thanks, that's a lot of
そ
help.
れと、実を言うとこの年頃の少年への対応の仕方がわからなくてね。年は取りたくないもんだよ。
And to be honest, I'm not sure how to talk to kids his age. She's only 5 years older than him, by the way. Sucks to get old.
ああ、人外どうのこうのって前にガキの扱いなんてわかんねえな。
Talking to young non-humans is one thing, but we don't really know how to talk to kids, huh?
うん。メリオの小さな妖精ともまた違う性質であるだろうしな。
I'm certain that they have qualities different from fairies and Medio.
聞けば同じ個体でも成長とともに人格や精神が変化するとか、なんとも複雑なのですね、人間
I
は。
hear even if they are the same person, their personalities change as they grow. What complicated beings humans are. Well, it's not like he's a total child like you guys seem to be saying. Aside from Ignis, Tikanis, and Eel, who have been alive for so long, Kadia and myself must seem like total children.
じゃあ今 SNS の方で地図と住所を送るから、カヌスとあとは適当な人員で来てくれるかな。
I'll send you the address. Come by, bring Canis and whoever else you think should come, alright? Got it. By the way, how far is headquarters from here? If it's in some faraway or secluded area, getting there today might be difficult.
ああ、割と近いから大丈夫。新宿にあるよ。
It's actually pretty close. It's in Shinjuku. Oh, that really is close. And right in the middle of the city. Wasn't the GPM supposed to be an organization secret from most regular people? How curious. Is it in the back of an arcade? The Government Paranormalism Measures, or GPM, where Mr. Rindo was employed. I've heard much about the organization so far, including how it's an organization with a lot of history dating back to the Heian period. Before the war, its goal was to eliminate non-humans, but now it's a peaceful entity. There's a branch in each prefecture of Japan, and they all report to the Shinjuku branch. But I didn't realize they were this big of an organization. Wow, this is a pretty big building.
古今東西の古典的手法だね。木を隠すなら森の中ってね。
A classic technique, it's right under everyone's noses.
しかし、今更だが、アンシャンテの留守をイル一人に任せて大丈夫なのだろうか。
I know this is late to mention, but you think Enchante will be alright with Eel in charge while we're gone?
仕方ねえだろ。空気読めねえあいつ連れてくると、同性論でカリアとかいうやつ追い詰めそうだし。
We don't have a choice. That guy can't read a room. He'd end up telling the kid to go with his guts, which is what we don't need.
それはそうなのだが。
Yes, that's true, but
新作の乙女ゲームをやるって言ってたし、特に問題ないと思うけどね。
he said he was playing a new Otome game. I don't think there's any real problem. Which one? We weren't getting anywhere by talking like this, so I mustered up the courage and stepped into the large building.
GPM 本部へようこそ。アンシャンテご一行様。
Welcome to the GPM headquarters, patrons of Enchante.
ほう、結構な大所帯で来たね。ああ、でも、以前の衝突を考えると、最低
You
限
guys are
の経験は
rolling
して当た
deep.
り前か。
I guess you're still on your toes from that attack from way back when, huh? Oh no, that's not it. Canis is a fairy, like Kadia, and Monsieur has advice, considering how long he's lived.
イグニスは彼が暴走した時の保険ってところかな。まあ人数が多いのは問題ないさ。
So Ignis is here as insurance in case something happens to go south. Well, no matter. You're all welcome to be here.
それじゃあ本題の前に簡単にこのビルについて説明しておくよ。
Before we get to the matter at hand, I'll give you a layout of the building. This building, the GPM headquarters where Mr. Rindo is stationed, is a skyscraper with 27 floors above ground and 3 below. The floors are separated by department, like general affairs, intelligence, R&D, etc. The lower floors house convenience stores, cafes, and restaurants. We walk through the building guided by Mr. Rindo as he talks about it to us. On several occasions, we passed by staffers walking by us and talking while they held cups of coffee in their hands. The more I see, the more this feels like a little Trinity office. Trendy office? Trendy.
福利厚生をきちっとしてないと国家機関も成り立たないってことさ。危険が伴うならなおさらね。
We are the government, after all. We care about the well-being of our workers, especially if there's danger involved. He's right. I could hardly handle the environment at my last job and ended up quitting because of it. Is this everyone's first time at the GPM?
おう、正直イメージと違えな。てっきりもっと怪しい雰囲気っつうか、ジメジメした雰囲気だと思ってたぜ。
It's different from what I imagined. I thought it'd be a little bit more shady, more creepy.
ま、開発家のフロアに行けばご期待通り怪しい雰囲気満載だけどね。ロボに魔法陣、陰陽寮での術者もいる。
I just set myself up higher in my chair and my back cracked. That's not a good feeling. Alright. If you go to any of the R&D department areas, it'll be dubious, as you'd expect. Robots, magic circles, even divination-nators.
とはいえ、別に毎日人外を捕獲したり、争ったりしてるわけじゃないよ。
That said, we're not out there trying to fight and capture non-humans every
平和
day.
的な解決ができれば、それに越したことはないしね。
Solving things peacefully is always preferred. Way less work to do. I think looking at everything here is changing my perception of the GPM. I've heard a lot about the GPM by now, and I've been intimidated by anyone from the GPM besides you, Mr. Rindo.
それならよかった。呼び出した甲斐もあるってものだね。
I'm glad to hear it. It means calling you all here was worth it. Still doesn't mean you're trustworthy. A short while later. Word traveled that Monsieur and other non-humans were here and people started to notice us.
おっと、ここだね。
Here we are. Mr. Rindo stopped in front of a single room and turned towards us. So, Kadia is in here?
うん。だいぶ参ってたから、今検査担当者に預けて、ちょっと休憩してもらってるけどね。
He was pretty down too. We had an examiner come look at him and he's taking a short rest right now.
それじゃ、扉を開くけど、準備はいいかな？
Okay, then I'm gonna open the door. Are you ready, Leah? Yes. I don't know what sort of decision Kadia will make in the end, but the time I spent with the customers from alternate worlds certainly wasn't a waste. With the normal and abnormal getting together, forming friendships, I know I'd be able to show him what it's possible. Show him that it's possible after sharing my experience. With that thought, I nodded.
遅すぎるよ、リンド。
You're late. You're so late, Rindo.
天才の1秒は黄金よりも重いって格言を知らないのかね。まあ、今僕が考えた格言なのだが。
The second of a genius's time is worth more than gold. Don't you know that expression? Well, never mind. I just made it up. A voice rang suddenly from the other side of the door. That voice. It wasn't Kadia's, was it? Who was that?
おっと、この僕を知らないとは、なんて無知かつ哀れなんだ。
Oh my. To not know who I am. How ignorant and pitiful you are.
ならば、教えてあげようじゃないか。
In that case, allow me to inform you. With a booming voice, the door flew open, and out came a very strange-looking person. He wore a white coat that seemed a few sizes too big, and fabric even flapping behind him.
さあ、歴史に残る気がする僕の名を、存分に丹念に脳細胞に刻みたまえ。
My name will be etched in history. Remember to burn it into your brain cells. He held a doll that looked like a fox.
僕こそ人外研究の第一人者にして GPM の頭脳こと開発家の課長。
I am the leading researcher of the non-humans, the brain of the GPM, and the chief of research and development. And what stood out most? He was tiny, a full head shorter than me.
天才科学者ミカド・アキラ。
I am the genius scientist Akira Mikado. With all of his bravado, I couldn't see who was before us as more than a mere kid with a doll.
リンド、ここの警備はどうなっている？子供が紛れ込んでいるようだが。
Rindo, what is wrong with the security here? It seems a child wandered
い
inside.
や、君たちがそう思う気持ちはよくわかるんだけどね。
I understand exactly what you're all feeling right now.
でも残念なことに、こいつの発言は大体本当なんだよね。
Unfortunately, most of what this child is saying is true.
こう見えて、とっくに成人してるんだよ、ミカドは。
Though he might not look at Mikado, here isn't actually an adult. Huh? He knew I didn't believe it from the way I looked at him. He shrugged his shoulders at us.
ふふん、人を外見で判断するとは愚かの極みだね。まさに凡人の発想というか。
It's the mark of a fool to judge someone based on their appearance. Only an average person would do that.
人は見た目より心と頭脳だよ。ね、くーちゃん。
It's what it's inside a person's brain that holds true value. Isn't that right, Q? After he bent his head down to talk to his doll, he turned to us, or rather to Monsieur.
さてさてさて、君たちのことはよーく知っているよ。リンドウがいろいろと報告してくれたからね。
Now then, I know all about you folks. Rindo's given us a lot of reports after
魔
all.
王に首なし騎士。残念ながら打天使くんはいないみたいだけど。
The Demon Lord, the Headless Knight. Oh, and your fallen angel doesn't appear to be with you today. Unfortunate.
しかーし、君たち二人だけでも大変興味深い人外だ。ぜひ後で話を聞かせてくれたまえ。
However, the both of you are tremendously interesting non-humans. Oh, please, do tell me more about yourselves.
自然にイグニスの存在が無視されたような気がするのだが。
It would appear he has completely glossed over Ignis just now. Come to think of it, Ignis had been oddly quiet the past few moments. As I turned around with that on my mind, I saw him there with a disgruntled look on his face as if he had swallowed something nasty. Ignis, do you know this person?
GPM はベスティアにたまに調査へ来てやがるからな。そん時たまたま遭遇してよ。
Yeah, the GPM comes to Bestia sometimes to conduct research. I happened to come across him in one such occasion.
そう、遭遇して。最強の魔獣にして貴重な個体である彼とお友達になったというわけさ。
Right, we encountered each other and I became friends with this valuable specimen, strongest of the demon beasts.
会うたびに採血させろとかいう関係はダチとは言わねえんだよ。
I'm not sure real friends would constantly ask for blood samples every time they came to see you. Monsieur couldn't help but smile awkwardly at Mikado's excitement.
まあとりあえず話進めよう。彼女もさっき大真面目に扉開こうとしてたんだしさ。
How about we move this along? Our friend here has something serious to do behind that door. As we were trying to deal with that situation.
ミカドアキラ。
Akira, Mikado.
いつまで無意味な時間稼ぎを行うつもりなのか。詳細なる時刻の提示を要求する。
How long are you going to keep trying to buy more time? I'm requesting that you provide proper timelines for things. The new figure that appeared from the door grabbed Mikado's head with great force. Judging by his voice and height, he was a young man around Ignis's age, I think. But his appearance with his face and entire body covered in a hood and claws surprised me a bit.
俺、君って確か最近採用された。
Oh. This is the new hire, I think.
助手くんじゃないか。奇遇だね。
Right, you're my aide, that's right. Fancy meeting you here, huh?
矛盾を指摘する。
Contradictory
こ
information.
こで待機せよと指示したのはお前のはずだ。ミカドアキラ。
You're the one who told me to wait here, Akira Mikado.
ああ、んだよ、また新顔かよ。勘弁しろっての。
Another new face? Oh man, give me a break. Is that a face? It's wearing a hood.
案ずるな。名乗るほどのものではない。役職はこれの助手である。
Don't worry, I'm no one important here. My job is to be this thing's aide. Suspicious.
そして私はこれと違い。 時間の無駄な消費を良しとしない。
And unlike this thing, I don't intend to use time recklessly. The man ruthlessly calls Mikado a thing, began to hand Mr. Rindo paper after paper.
安倍刈谷に関する情報を各種まとめておいた。あとはそちらで話を進めるといい。
I've collected all the information regarding Kariya Abe. All you need to do is talk to him. As soon as he finished his work, the man immediately walked away. He's very pragmatic, isn't he?
へえ、有能な助手だな。暴走しがちなお前もコントロールしてるし、いい拾い物じゃないか、ミカド。
He really is a skillful aide. He's able to control you from your rampages. You picked up with some good help, Mikado. A young man who works at the assistant of GPM development. A young man who works as the assistant to GPM's development division head, Mikado. He acts very indifferent but shows excellent skill as an asset.
ああ、まあその通りだね。
Okay, you guys are so dumb. What the hell? Huh. Oh, right. You're exactly right. Except he doesn't work very well with others. Mr. Makaido quietly mumbles. I see, maybe that's the reason why he hides his face. At a glance, he was scary and looked suspicious, but Mr. Rindo talked to him normally. If he's employed as part of an agency like GPM, I'm sure he must be decent. Or maybe you're the only one that can see that
それ
he's
じゃあ
wearing
こ
a
れを参
mask.
考に仕事の話に戻ってもらおうか。
Alright, then how about we take a look at these and get back to work, huh?
ああ、仕方ない。では入る前に最低限の説明をしておくよ。
Yeah, I guess. Before we go in, I'll explain what you should know at the very least. Taking a few of the sheets from Mr. Rindo, Makaido began talking kind of
昨日
awkwardly.
今日と彼の同意を得た上でいろいろ調べさせてもらったけど。
With his permission, we performed various examinations on him.
確かに彼の体は同年代男子の体と比べていろいろと差異があった。
And sure enough, we found plenty of differences And sure enough, there were plenty of differences we found between him and a normal boy of his
特に
age.
顕著なのは体中心温度。30度というのはあまりに低すぎる。常人なら低体温症と言える数字だよ。
The most striking was his body temperature, far too low at 30 degrees Celsius, like someone experiencing hypothermia. 30 degrees? I can't imagine being so cold. The lowest mine ever went was
しかし
35.
その一方で精神鑑定の結果の
Isn't
方
that still
は
low?
間違いなく普通の人間を指し示している。
I've done something wrong. Oh well. Aside from that, however, the results of his psychological exam shows that he's definitely just a normal human being.
やはり体は人外だが心は人間ということか。
So his body is that of a non-human, his mind is that of a human.
だからこそ対応が難しいんだよ。GPM の立場としてはね。
That's why this is difficult to deal with as the GPM.
あくまで彼は先祖返り。人間の両親がいるのは間違いないんだし、人外と呼ぶことすら迷うところなんだ。
He's only a victim of the ancestral relapse. It's no mistake he had human parents, so it doesn't feel right to call him a non-human. Leaving that comment with us, Mr. Rindo stands at the door where Kariya waited.
前置きはここまでにして、あとは直接本人と話すとしようか。
That's enough for the briefing. How about we go and talk to him? All right. Nodding and readying myself yet again, I wait behind Mr. Rindo. However,
待ちたまえ。そこを開く前に。
before you go in there,
大事な話だ。
I need to talk to you about something. For some reason, Makaido placed his hand on Mr. Rindo's arm, stopping him.
ミカド？
Mikado?
この扉の先には君たちの予想していない状況が待ち受けている。
What lies beyond this door is a situation that's more than you can imagine.
だから踏み込む前に いくつか約束してほしい。
Before you answer, I need you to promise me a few things.
随分と厳重だね。それで、その約束っていうのは？
You're pretty serious about this, huh? What are your promises? Looking over all of us in bated breath, Makaido slowly puts together his thoughts.
まず、中の様子を見ても慌てない。焦らず落ち着いて対応すること。
First, don't panic. No matter what you see, whatever you do, remain calm. Okay?
できるだけ感情を荒げないこと。冷静さを失ったら判断を誤ってしまう。
Hold back your emotions as much as possible. Losing your composure might cause mistakes. Right.
そして、一番大事なのは怒らないこと。
And
特に僕を。
most importantly,
僕を
don't
怒
get
らない
mad.
こと。
Especially at me. Don't get mad at me. Huh?
よし。実はあの少年、安倍刈谷くんなんだけどね。
Alright, so about this young boy, Karia Abe.
目を離したらいなくなっちゃったはは
Well, I wasn't looking. He ran away. Wait a minute. The aide earlier mentioned something about buying more time.
いったー
Do. This dark night dimmed even the moon. The only light came from lanterns on the streets. The sun had long left the sky and the moon had taken its place. Karia Abe wandered listlessly through the dark streets like a ghost. What the hell? What the hell is this? Fairies and alternate worlds? All this fantasy stuff? No one could believe that. Who could believe it? But no matter how much he denied it, his body had experienced it, the horrendous feeling of his consciousness and life melting away, the fairy world medio, and how for a moment he was freed from it all after breathing the air of that place. Damn it. Grasping onto a tree by the road in hopes of calming his anger down, a cold air fell over his grip and the truck began to frost over. I did it again. Seeing how much of a human he clearly wasn't, Karia jerked his hand away. No, it's not true. I am human. I was freed from that hell. Mom and dad accepted me as their child, as a human, Karia Abe. However, if it were all true at this rate, he would die before his own parents. I don't want to die, but I don't want to let go of my family. Why can't I have both? What am I supposed to do? The more he cried, the more the area around him turned into a world covered with ice from his freezing breath. After realizing Kaida had disappeared from the GPM headquarters, we all split up and went around searching for him. Makaido and the other GPM staff searched inside of the headquarter building. Monsieur contacted Eel and both began to search using their powers. Canis and Ignis went into Shinjuku, and on a hunch, Mr. Rindo and I came back to this town.
家族にこだわってたみたいだし、自宅周辺にいると思ったけど、これは外れかな。
He was worried the most about his family, so I thought he'd be around his home, but maybe I was wrong. Still, I can't think of anywhere else Kadia would be. Hello?
ああ、通じましたね。そちらは今どのあたりでしょう。現在地を教えてもらえますか？
Oh, good, you picked up. Rindo, Leah, where are you right now? Can you give me your location? Yeah. Ill's voice was as calm as ever. Did it show it? Okay. I immediately turned the phone to speaker mode so Mr. Rindo could hear him as well. I then sent him our GPS location and then...
ちょうど良い位置にいますね。先ほどから私もアンシャンテを中心に周囲を調べてみたのですが。
You're in a very convenient spot. Just earlier I had searched the area around Enchante.
その付近。前回リンドウがカリアと遭遇した場所にて異常なほどの気温低下を確認しました。
And nearby, where Rindo ran into Kadia, I noticed a strange decrease in temperature. A decrease in temperature, could that be?
カリア君だね。でも倉庫の中だけじゃなく、周辺にまで影響を及ぼしてるってことは。
Kadia, not only was the warehouse affected, but it altered the surrounding area as well.
ええ、おそらくですが、妖精の力が暴走しているのでしょうね。
Yes, I assume that his fairy powers are out of control.
とはいえ、私ならばすぐに追いついて彼を捕獲できますので、ご安心を。
That being said, I can get him right away and bring him in. There is no need to worry now. Mr. Rindo crosses his arms and thinks over Ill's suggestion. His voice changed a little as it seemed he had come to make a decision.
いや、いる。君はミシェルたちに連絡しつつ、上空で待機してくれないかな。
No, Il, you contact Monsieur and keep watch from the air until you get further direction.
できればその氷の力とやらを、結界か何かでそれ以上広げないよう抑えてくれると助かる。
If possible, it'd be a lot of help if you could stop it from spreading using some kind of barrier or something.
彼には僕が向き合うから。
I'm going to face him.
なぜですか？ただの人間であるあなたよりも私が出た方が確実かつ安全でしょう。
Why is that? It most certainly is safer for me to go. You're only a human. You're just human, man.
彼はまだ半分人間なんだ。人間であることを諦めていないんだよ。
This is how I see it. He's still human too. Half of him anyways. He still hasn't given up on being human.
なら同じ人間の大人である僕こそが彼を導いてあげなきゃいけない。
So as an adult human, I want to be there to guide him. Mr. Rindo. These choices, I don't know. As he spoke quietly, please be careful. If something happens to you like when you met Kadia the first time.
心配してくれてありがとう。でも大丈夫だよ。僕もそれなりに修羅場をくぐってるからね。
Thanks for worrying about me, but I'll be fine. I've been through a lot worse in the past. It was a really hard call, but in the end, I nodded to Mr. Rindo in agreement with his idea. If something happens, I'm gonna ask you and everyone for help. For right now, I hope you can be behind Mr. Rindo and his point of view.
構いませんが、ではミシェルたちには私の方から連絡しておきます。
I suppose I'll be fine. I shall contact Monsieur and the others about this, so they know. After hanging up, I looked at Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo, let's go.
OK。じゃ、こんな夜分にうろつく不良少年へお説教しに行くとしようか。
Yep, it's time to give this little punk a lecture about staying out too late. The weather was quick to change and raindrops began to fall from the sky. I don't know why it always rains. Suddenly, Mr. Rindo and I ran through the rain and quickly reached the old abandoned factory. And there we found him. It wasn't a feeling, it was real. A terrifying cold chill ran across my skin, as if protected by the white, freezing air that hung over the warehouse. This child froze everything around him with every breath he took. Karia. I could see in his eyes the composure I had seen yesterday was no longer there. Thinking about fairies, what he should believe in, being afraid of the past, I'm sure he was blind to any of those thoughts right now.
もともとも不安定というか限界だったんだろうね。
Even before we met him, I'm sure he was already growing unstable. He must have reached his limit. It's because he was mentally exhausted that all that happened, right?
かな。まあ今後の人生の身の振り方なんて中学生が抱えきれるような問題じゃないよね。
Perhaps changing your life around like this isn't something a boy his age usually deals with. Determined, Mr. Rindo softly continues.
どれだけ拒絶しようと答えは出さなきゃいけない。出すための一歩を踏み出さなきゃいけない。
But no matter how much he refuses, he's going to have to first accept the challenge. He's going to have to take the first step.
考えることを放棄したら最後なんだ。その先にあるのは虚しい結果だけ。
If he doesn't, this will all end here. Beyond that is too sad to think about.
僕は今から彼に教えなきゃいけない。同じ人間として。
So that's why I have to talk to him as a fellow human being.
あとはいろんなことを後悔してきた人生の先輩。大人としてね。
And as someone who's older, me being a person with his own regret and failures. Mr. Rindo.
君はここで待ってて。幸い彼、自分の身を守ってるだけで近づかなければ大丈夫そうだし。
Leah, you wait here. He doesn't seem to be on the offense, so you'll be fine if you don't approach him. That is an assumption in and of itself. Mr. Rindo continued, his breath white from the cold as he smiles.
君には彼が大暴れして疲れた後、美味しいコーヒーを入れてあげる役目を任せたいんだ。
After we're all done with the show here, I'd like to ask you to pour him a nice cup of coffee. Of course, Enchante is always there to treat its guests to a delicious coffee and a nice place to rest.
いいね。それでこそ、アンシャンテのマスターだよ。
Well said. Wouldn't expect less from Enchante's owner. Smiling even though he was worried about me, Mr. Rindo turned towards Karia.
さてと。
Now then. In this intense cold, he took off a layer, under which he was hiding something he held up. A weapon. I didn't even see the gun because of the thing. Oh, and then...
それ!
There we go. He threw it to the ground without hesitation. Surprised at his action, Karia's eyes were obviously shocked.
この間は怖がらせちゃったからね。そのお詫びもあるけど、もとより
I scared you last time. I apologize for that also.
子供へのお説教に武器なんて必要ないさ。
No need for a weapon just to talk. Mr. Rindo walks forward. He advanced towards Karia, defenseless, as ice kept spreading everywhere.
Get it out!
Don't come any closer. Ooh, ice flies by and grazes Mr. Rindo's face. But he doesn't try to dodge them. Just continues walking straight directly towards Karia, but it was eventually too much. Coughing, he fell to his knees, and as he was about to lose consciousness, Mr. Rindo, I called out to him without thinking. He woke.
おお、危ない危ない。今なら眠ったら死ぬぞとかいうお決まりのセリフの意味がわかるかも。
I was close. You know that cliche about dying if you fall asleep in the cold? That was about to happen to me. Is that a cliche? Under biting frost, he forces his frozen face into a
で
smile.
もいいね。あの子の声はこんな場所でもよく通る。おかげで目が覚めたよ。
It was actually nice. I can hear her voice just fine, even here. I'm awake now, thanks for that. Mr. Rindo finally reaches Kadia and stood there right before his eyes. Although he did nothing but stand there, staring right at Kadia's face, unable to withstand the pressure. It was Kadia. Blasting white frost everywhere, fresh blood splattered the surroundings. The arm Kadia put up to protect himself went limp. Mr. Rindo! Mr. Rindo grunted with sharp blades of ice thrusted into his body. The blood spilling from his left swirled marks of what? The blood spilling from him left swirled marks on the ice.
さすがに君もここまでのことはしたことないだろう。
I'm sure you've never gone this far, right?
違う。今のは俺じゃ。
No, I wasn't. Mr. Rindo struggled to speak. Kadia crouched down on impulse. Trying to shake off the reality of the situation, he began to shake his head too.
Abe Kadia!
Kadia Abe? His shout echoed through the building.
逃げるな! 僕をよく見ろ!
Don't run, look at me.
これが考えることを放棄した。君がもたらしうる結末の一つ。君が容易に触れる力なんだ。
This is one part of your fate. Worse could happen if you don't think about your future. Look what your power can do.
命が危ういとか、どこに住まうべきだとか、この際今はどうでもいい。
Your life being in danger or where you have to live, none of that matters right now.
自分が何者なのかを直視しろ。
Take a look at yourself, at who you are.
俺は
I
でなければ君はまた
am slowly freezing
同じ
everything
ことを
because this
繰り
voice.
返すことになるぞ。今度は大事だと思う人を相手に。
If you don't, you'll just keep repeating this pattern next time to someone important to you. Kadia gulped down in shock.
俺が俺
This is me.
父さんと母さんを傷つけるかもしれない存在。
Mom and Dad, I'm someone who can hurt them.
ああ、そうだよ。
Yeah, that's true.
逃げて、逃げて、逃げ続けて。ふと気がついたときに、
Why aren't you searching?
そんな悲劇が起きてからじゃ遅いんだ。
If you keep running like this, something bad could happen before you realize it. There would be nothing you could do then.
自慢のご両親なんだろう。君の力を知ってもなお、受け入れてくれた人たちなんだろう。
I just like when he got his growly voice, I was like, I know this voice. And he's the voice of Sukuna. Is he only Sukuna in this? That's the real question. just want to make sure I'm 100% right. Anyways, I don't think my Sukuna statue's over here. I have one though. There's Yuda. I think that's actually, is that baby Sukuna? Yeah, that's baby Sukuna. There's baby Sukuna. There's bigger Sukuna. My phone is Sukuna. I just recognized his voice when he'd start doing the rumbly, like, I was like, oh, that sounds right. I had to Google that. I was like, oof. Okay. Anyways. He's a very good voice actor. Let me see if there's anything else I recognize him from. I've been obsessed with Sukuna. Let's see. He's in Sword Art. I don't watch Sword Art. Oh, he's in Hell Paradise. I actually got the first volume of that somewhere. And I haven't continued that. That definitely looks like a choose your own love adventure game. Anything else? Oh, JoJo. Leone. Okay. Tribe 9 looks interesting. Anyways, I just got really happy. He's also in Demon Slayer. He's the guy that plays the drums. Tears of Themis. That sounds like a choose your own love adventure. Huh, that one is not. Tears is, though. Tears definitely is. Oh, actually, I think somebody else in this was in Tears. This looks very familiar. Kaido Ishikawa. I think that's who it was. I'm getting way too distracted. I'm very easily distracted. Anyways, where was I? Yeah, he's Sukuna's voice actor. Momo. It's just exciting. Does this even have his games? Am I just going through all his anime? He does a lot of anime. He's the voice in 153 different video games. That's a lot of video games. Do I want to play Legends of Heroes? Like, some of these characters look interesting. Here he is here. He's in Code Vein. I haven't played Code Vein, but I own it. He does a lot of voices. Oh my goodness. Code Realize. He is Abraham Van Helsing. So that gives me a good reason to look forward to Code Realize. Oh, he's in Akaba's Beat. I haven't played that, but I have it on my list of things I want to play. Street Fighter. He's in Bad Apple Wars, which I really want to play that game. Prince of Stride looks amazing. What is that? Fate Grand Order. Bleach. I did double check too because it was showing the Legend of Heroes again. I honestly should look into Legend of Heroes. I see it all the time. It definitely looks like my style. There's just so much involved in that. Brother conflict. That sounds concerning. Oh, this looks cute as heck. What the hell? Princess Stride looks adorable. It does say romance and it does say sports. Brother conflict also says romance, but I have concerns there. Oh my goodness, Louis looks so cute. Okay, I might have to figure that one out. I shouldn't be adding things to my list, but Tales of Zillia, his character looks really cool in that. There's another brother conflict. There's more than one brother conflict. Oh no, that's concerning. Persona, 12 Ravens, Eye Intelligence. Really not seeing anything else I actually recognize. He's in just so much that I'm still like not even at the bottom yet. Mega Man, Final Fantasy. You see more. Alright, we finally hit the bottom. I found 2 new Atomi games in that, though. Alright. Anyways, back to this emotional scene where I got easily distracted by the fact that he was talking in a deeper voice than he usually does. And I know this voice. It sounds very familiar. This sounds like somebody. You love your parents, right? They know about your powers and they still accept you anyways, right?
なあなあ、少しでいい。自信も持つんだ。
Then all it takes is a little faith.
彼らが認めてくれた自分が何者であろうと変わることはないって。
Faith that their son, the one they love, won't change no matter what. Tears streamed from Kadia's eyes. The drops hit the ground silently.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. All the ice around us started to break apart. At the same time, the shards of ice that pierced Mr. Rindo broke apart as well. His body fell to the ground. Mr. Rindo! I ran over to him and held him up, but that didn't change the fact that he had serious injuries.
俺のせいで。
This is my fault. Kiria knelt beside me and looked like there was still a terror lingering within him. Then, with his face all twisted, clearly showing the severity of his injuries, Mr. Rindo forced himself to smile.
泣かなくていい。反省は後でいいさ。
You don't have to cry. You can think about this later.
ともかく今、また君は多くの力を使ったんだ。
But right now,
早いところ、
you used a lot of your powers again. We need to get you to Medio fast.
ああ、ダメだこれ。さすがに限界。ごめん。あと、任せた。
I can't. I'm at my limit. Sorry, Leah. I'm gonna leave this up to you. Ate!
おい
Hey! Mr. Rindo! Right as Mr. Rindo had completely lost consciousness, my voice seemed to crack right then.
リンドって普段は適当なくせに妙なところで頑固だよね。
Well, although he's usually so carefree, I guess Rindo can be stubborn too, huh?
ま、そんだけこのガキに思うところがあって、自分でケリをつけたかったんだろう。
He cares about the kid a lot. I'm sure he wanted to handle it on his own. Monsieur, Ignis, what do I do? Mr. Rindo, he...
ああ、大丈夫。ちゃんと助けるよ。すぐにアンシャンテへ向かおう。イルとカヌスも手当ての準備をして待ってる。
Oh yeah, don't worry. We'll save him. Let's go to Enchante right away. Il and Canis can take care of any injuries.
まあ、リンドは人間の病院の方がいいんだろうが、怪我の原因を追求されたらめんどくせえだろ。
Might be better for Rindo to go to a human hospital, but it'll suck if someone asks him how he got hurt.
大丈夫なの？この人死なない？
Is he gonna be okay? Is he gonna die?
新規生化をすんなガキ。こんぐらいでくたばる程度のやつにアンシャンテの監視役なんて務まらねえよ。
Stop looking so worried, kid. If he died from this, he wouldn't be able to come bug us at Enchante anymore. Ignis effortlessly lifted Mr. Rindo's body and we hurried back to the cafe. The rain that was drenching the streets had stopped and the droplets of water on the windows began to thin. After Mr. Rindo was carried up to one of the empty rooms on the second floor, Il began to use his powers to heal him. Although he lost a lot of blood, his wounds fortunately weren't as deep as I thought. I'm sure he's resting soundly in his bed right now. Meanwhile, as Kadia sat there quietly in the store, do you want something to drink? You didn't get to finish your drink the last time you were here after all.
怖くないわけ。
You're not afraid. Huh? Being here with me doesn't scare you? What I did a little while ago, I know you saw it too. Kadia was shaking as he asked me that. He was terrified at the answer he thought I was going to give him. Before I answer that, I'd like to ask you to do something. What is it? Try drinking my coffee. I poured coffee extracted from the dark roast beans into a glass with ice in it. I made sure to be quick, as the flavor would dissipate if it cooled too slowly. It needed to be on the thick side too, otherwise the flavors would get dull. Here you go. I handed the iced coffee to Kadia, who looked at me with a suspicious face. It just looks like a regular coffee. Just try a sip. I watched quietly as the young boy hesitantly bring the cup up to his mouth. How does it taste? Average. Here's hoping you'd love it. I've still got a lot to learn. This is what the demon lord and the guy in armor drinks, right? I thought it'd taste really weird or have some kind of weird effect to it. No, nothing like that. This place is it's just a regular cafe. With a look of bewilderment on his face, I smile softly and continue. Monsieur, Canis, Ignis, and Mr. Rindo, all the coffee I serve them is from this completely ordinary human world. But everyone loves drinking it, and they all have preferences. I bought the coffee I poured to my mouth. The same beans as the ones in Kaida's drink, but these were a light roast and had a fairly light flavor to them. It's a pretty rough example, but I like the difference between humans and non-humans, and I like coffee beans. I feel like the difference between humans and non-humans are like coffee beans. Roast, water temperature, brewing method. The taste can change depending on all that, but the beans all came from the same place. Is that your roundabout way of cheering me up and saying I'm human too? No. I tilt my head to the side and speak again. You're a non-human. Regardless of who you are mentally. Physically, there's no denying it. You're not human at all. Okay, Kadia? But in terms of being a guest here, drinking coffee, to me, Mr. Rindo's the same as everyone else. I wave my hand through, gesturing that I know I can't explain it very well. If you'll drink my coffee happily, it doesn't really matter who you are. It just makes me happy that you're here. So Kadia Abe, personal guest of my shop. I want to say thank you for drinking my coffee. I'd love it if you came to visit again. Mr. Rindo said it too, remember? Believe it yourself. Believe in yourself like your parents do. You can be confident that I'm here to help, as the owner of Enchante will always be treated as a guest of this house. Regardless of how you see yourself or what path you choose, Enchante will always welcome you to come and drink a cup of coffee. You know you're crazy in comparing non-humans with coffee. I guess. I've gotten used to it, though. After a short silence. But in the end, I only have one choice left to me. Kadia looks down. He managed to squeeze out the words that were as bitter to him as the coffee he tried. I've been hiding it from my parents. But now, it's been getting harder for me to breathe even after just being outside for a little bit. It hurts. I can't think, then suddenly my powers will start acting up. If this keeps up, I might end up killing someone else. I know he hasn't, but like it implies he has, right? They'll get hurt like
い
Rindo.
やいや、勝手に殺さないでくれるかな。
Oh, I see. You can't kill me off that like that. A voice cuts Kadia off. Surprised, I looked towards the sound, and there stood Mr. Rindo wearing his signature
お
smile.
じさんもまだまだ未練がいっぱいあるからね。そう簡単には死ねないよ。
This old man's still got a lot of things keeping him here in this world. I won't die off that easily.
例えば、そう。今期の特撮ものの最終回だってまだ見てないんだからね。
Like, oh yeah, I haven't seen the last episode of that show with the tigers and that king guy or whatever. Mr. Rindo, you should be resting.
心配ご無用。イルの若干適当な砲術のおかげで傷も塞がってるよ。
No worries there. Ill's healing, despite not paying much attention to it, managed to fix up my wounds. Winking at me, he sits down next to Kadia. Kadia,
ごめんな
shoulders seem to flinch.
俺のせいで怪我を
I'm sorry, because of me you...
言ったでしょ。心配ご無用って大した怪我じゃないさ。
Didn't you hear what I just said? My wounds are fine, no foul.
そう。わざわざ GPM に報告する必要もない程度のかすり傷ってね。
Yep, just a scratch. Definitely nothing I need to report to the GPM. Understanding what Mr. Rindo meant, Karida's eyes open wide. Mr. Rindo responds in turn.
で、カリア君。君はどうしたい？
So, Kadia, what do you want to do?
どうって俺は
What do you mean, I...
おっと、道が一つしかないって答えは現金かな。
Wait a minute, you can't say you only have one choice.
言ったろ？自分を信じろって。その信じた君を支えるのは大人の僕がやってやる。
I told you, didn't I, to believe in yourself, to support the people who believe in you. That's a job for adults like me.
ここにいるマスターである彼女も、うちのとんでも常連も、きっと君の力になってくれる。
The owner here and the regulars too, they are all here for you. They'll all be here for you.
それでも、君は君の望みを口にするのが怖いかい？
Even with all that, are you too afraid to say what you want?
俺
Kadia squeezed Jay! Hi. Squeeze his hands into a fist and then...
両親と離れたくない一緒にいたい死にたくない
Love the pink theme today. Thank you. I didn't put too much thought into it, but I wanted to wear this, but I didn't want to wear it alone, so I put this on top. I still am not on a route, so it's not like I can color theme myself to any of the guys yet. Which reminds me, this is the longest prologue I've ever gone through. Alright, I don't want to be away from my parents. I want to be with them. I don't want to die.
でもこの力で父さんと母さんを傷つける方がもっと怖い
Oh, this reminds me. I was waiting for hopefully you or Asia to pop in. My friend was trying to buy me a game as a joke. And he couldn't figure out the name of it. And I figured, since you guys are the geniuses of Otome games, maybe you will know. He said it was a story that you thought was Yuri at first. And it turns out that it's girls, like cute girls that were actually transformed into men, but it turns out they were men all along. And he couldn't think of the name of it, and I tried Googling this and couldn't figure it out. But he was trying to find it for me as a joke gift, because he knows I play Otome games. And he's like, yeah, at first you think it's Yuri, and then it turns out that actually it's guys who are transformed into girls who are transformed back into guys. I couldn't even understand. That was the detail he gave me. I'm more scared of hurting mom and dad with this power.
どっちも選べないよどんなに中途半端でも
それが俺の選んだ答えなんだ。
I can't choose either one. I know it's not. I said paradigm paradox too, but he said no, and I explained what paradigm paradox is. He said like it's like a bait almost. Like it feels like you're playing a game where you think that it's gonna be like Yuri, and then it turns into that they're actually guys that were transformed. Like it's not a magical girl transformation story. I found that out. I was like, wait, are you talking about paradigm paradox? I already played that. And so he didn't have too many details because he said he hadn't played it in a very, very, very long time. But like, I was like, I'm curious now. What the heck is this? But he assured me it wasn't paradigm paradox. I thought that too when he first said it. I can't choose either one. I know it's not a straight answer, but that's what I would choose. With a wavering voice, without enveloping himself in ice, finally, as a normal middle school boy, he let out his true feelings. It'll be a surprise for us all. He couldn't find it. He gave up because he was gonna get it for me as my Secret Santa gift because we did Secret Santa. And I kept going, where's my gift? He's like, I can't remember the name of the game I was gonna get you. And I was trying to find out if my followers or my chat could remember it. And he's like, nobody can remember it. I'm like, dude, I'm quite curious. Because I tried looking up like a Tomy game with very feminine guys, and like instead it just opened up a bunch of threads where people are like, why are the guys in a Tomy game so pretty? And I'm like, oh, am I wrong? Do I just not realize that all the guys are so pretty? My bad. But yeah, I don't know. I tried figuring it out. Like he didn't have enough detail more than that. It was just that they were girls. They looked like girls. Turned out they were actually muscular men or something. As a normal middle school boy, he let out his true feelings.
それが君の答えか。
So that's your answer, huh? Oh, I did buy another game, actually, speaking of Yuri. This one went on sale. I'm gonna see if some of my streamer friends want to play them with me, because both this one and this one look like it's like a one-route story. So there's just like two girls. So I was gonna see if I can get one of my friends that streamed if they want to be the other voice of the other girl, since there wouldn't be a lot to it. So that's your answer, huh?
なら、僕も僕で約束を果たそうかな。君が選んだ道を支えるために。
In that case, I should uphold my promise to support the path that you choose. Huh?
体は人外、心は人間。ミシェルの言葉を借りるなら、
Hopefully Asia shows up and might be able to find it. Yeah, I literally said that. I was like, I hope Asia or Jay joined today because I have a weird question. I literally said I was going to ask you guys. I was like, I'll ask the girls who watch me because they know so many Atomi games. Maybe they would know. And I think Asia was the one who said she knew like 90% from the tier list we were trying to do, but was not doing a good job because I didn't play half of the games. Your body's non-human, but you're human as they come. Like Monsieur said, you're half and half.
極めて特殊な状況だ。
It's a very rare situation. However,
このアンシャンテっていう場所は、君と同じ半分半分なんだよ。
this place, Enchante, is half and half. It's just like you.
それってどういう？
What do you mean? Mr. Rindo glanced at me and I nod. Kata, I was talking with Mr. Rindo in the room earlier, but do you want to help out here at the cafe? We giving this kid a job?
はあ？このガキを店で雇うだ？
What? You're gonna hire a kid? That's child labor. I used this opportunity when everyone was here handling cleanup from the incident and nursing Mr. Rindo's wounds to discuss the matter.
なるほど。アンシャンテで働くことで定期的に妖精会を訪れさせるってことか。
They really made it sound like he needed to be in the fairy world permanently because of his body, not that he needed to visit every so often, so this is kind of confusing if this works. By working at Enchante, he can also make regular visits to the fairy world.
それだけじゃないよ。帝の話だと、カリア君の症状は妖精界に触れる機会さえ増えれば、徐々に改善するものらしい。
Not only that, according to Makaido, coming into contact with Fairy World could slowly improve Kaya's condition.
時間はかかるかもしれないけど、うまくいけばそのうち学校にも通えるようになるんじゃないかな。
It may take time, but if all goes well, he might be able to actually go to school at some point.
ですがそれは根本的な解決になっていないのでは？
However, it doesn't address the core issue, does
アン
it?
シャンテから長期にわたって離れれば、すぐさま彼は命の危機に陥るのでしょう？
If he is away from Enchante for an extended time, won't his life go back to danger?
うん。あくまで決断を先延ばしにするだけに過ぎんだろう。だが。
That would not be much different than postponing the need for a final resolution, however. Yeah, I'm suggesting this because of what Kaida decided just now. I just want to prioritize what he wants.
先延ばし、大いに結構じゃない。それだって彼が持ってる立派な権利だ。
That's alright. He has every right to having a postponement.
もちろん将来的には自分で生きる道を決めなきゃいけない。また大きな選択があるのは間違いない。
Of course, he'll eventually have to decide on a path where he can live on his own. It'll be another big decision to make. With a gesture from Mr. Rindo, Kadia agrees with a nod. He has a human mind due to Changeling, a young man raised with the body of a fairy. At Rindo's persuasion to determine his own future, he came to Enchante as temporary help.
その参考にするために、ちゃんと自分への向き合い方とか、人外の生き方とか。
Well, just so I have preference for things, like how to see myself, how to live as a non-human in my
このアン
powers.
シャンテでの日常を見て、勉強したい。
I'd like to see what life is like here at Enchante and learn from it.
いいんじゃない？人外を身近に感じるって意味では、こんなにぴったりな場所はないだろうし。
That's not bad. There's probably no place more perfect than this for being close to that other non-humans. Ignis, are you okay with this?
なんで俺の許可を求めんだよ。確かに驚きはしたが。
Are you asking me for permission? I was
今のマスターはお
surprised.
前だろ。だったら好きにすりゃいい。
But you call the shots now. It's your show. Do what you want. Ignis waved my question away, but seemed to be in agreement along with everyone else. Thank you. Come on, Kaya. I'm still confused. I'll be lurking today. I'm answering telephones today. Oh no. It's my least favorite part of work is answering phones. I'm so sorry. Let's greet everyone. You'll be a member of Enchante now, so proper introductions are in order, alright?
わかった。阿
Alright.
部カリア、14歳、中学生。
I'm Kadia Abe, 14 years old, in middle school.
人外のこと、まだまだ俺自身も分かってないけど、これからよろしくお願いします。
About non-humans, I still don't really know much about them, but it's nice to meet you all.
うんう
My
ん。
mouse.
よろしくね。
My mouse is
俺
literally
は魔王
sideways.
様のミシェル。何でも気軽に聞いてちょうだいな。
Yep. Nice to meet you too. I'm the Demon Lord Monsieur. Feel free to ask me
我は
anything
メ
you
ディオ
want.
の首なし騎士ことデュラハン。カヌス・エスパードだ。
I'm from Medio, a headless knight, some known as a Dullahan. My name is Canis Espada.
デュラハン首なし
Dullahan? Headless.
首がない
You don't have a head? Wait, you just now noticed that?
だってメディオにいるときは首あったし、あと鎧着てたし。
But he had a head when we were in Medio, and he had armor on. Oh, that's right. Well, you'll get used to it. I just kind of got used to it too.
そういうものかな。
Can you really get used to that? I'm really curious if any of my choices matter right now, because it's such a long prologue. Once Kadia introductions and greetings were over, Il looks over at Mr. Rindo.
しかし、無茶をしましたね、リンド。まだ傷は塞がっていないはず
I
で
say
は。
Ryan and it's Rin every time. Still, you really did push yourself, Rindo. Your wounds are still healing, yes? What? Is that true?
ええ、私は治癒系の砲術は増えてとしていますから、施したのはあくまで応急
Just a
処
reminder,
置程度。
he's voiced by that guy. That guy right there. So for that, hang on, let me do this. His voice actor is that guy in the gray. Oh my gosh, I got I'm still not great at healing magic. My powers are as good as basic first aid. Didn't Mr. Rindo say that his wounds were closed up? I glance over at Mr. Rindo, who smiled to dismiss the matter.
そこはほら鍛え方が違うからマスターの愛ある励ましのおかげでもうすっかり良くなったよ。
You know, we train for this sort of thing, and thanks also to our owner cheering me on, I felt her love and I'm totally better now.
へえ。
Really? Monsieur's eyebrows peaked and slowly began to stand up. And with casual movements, he gets behind Mr. Rindo.
Hey.
Take that. He gently pokes at his ribs with his finger. Mr. Rindo, are you okay?
大丈夫大丈夫だよただミシェル君はいつか殴る
I'm fine. Monsieur, I'm gonna get you back for that.
ごめんついついね元気になったらいつでも受け入れますとも
Sorry, I just had to. I accept your offer as soon as you're healed.
痩せ我慢していたのか。油汗が大変なことになっているぞ。
So he was just enduring the pain. You are sweating quite profusely.
おい、この3割死人が10割死人になる前にとっととベッドに寝かしてこい。
Hey Leah, get that old geezer to bed before his half-dead ass is like full dead. Right.
あ、俺も手伝いとか。
Hey, let me help too.
いや、ここは彼女に任せておけばいい。カリア、お前には我々から今しばし人外について話聞かせるとしよう。
No, leave this matter to her. Kadia, I'd like you to sit and talk with us non-humans for a while. Step by step, trying to reduce the impact on his body from each step, we carefully go up the stairs. I put Mr. Rindo's arm over my shoulder and support him as best I can.
あたたたたたた
I knew it. You were pushing yourself. I sigh at Mr. Rindo, trying to laugh off the matter. He must have been enduring intense pain this whole time we were talking to Kairia. How many times do I have to tell you shouldn't say something? You could have at least given me a little alert that you were planning on working yourself hard enough to get injured.
カリア君偉そうにお説教した後に君にお説教されちゃうとは
Didn't think I'd get lectured by you after lecturing Kadia.
年上の威厳も型なしだね
Probably won't respect me anymore, huh? Mr. Rindo mumbles jokingly, but I suppose I should be relieved enough that he's still able to joke around about it, as I felt some relief within myself. Yeah? Yes?
カリア君のことあれでよかったのかな
About Kadia, do you think he's gonna be okay? I'm not sure. That's up to Kadia now. But at the very least, I think he found the courage to honestly look at himself thanks to you. Rindo shouting in that moment, he reached him when no one else could.
僕の独りよがりになってないならいいんだけどね。
I see. I just hope this wasn't all out of some kind of need I had. Huh?
彼が何も知らないままに異世界、人外の世界に足を踏み入れてしまって。
Without knowing anything about them, he set foot in an alternate
その
world.
結果、彼の精神や人生そのものが壊れてしまったらと思うと。
I thought about how that could really mess up his mind and his
あ
life.
の時止めていれば、そう自分が後悔する。僕はそれだけは嫌だったんだ。
I just think about how I'd regret it if I didn't stop him back then. That was the one thing I didn't want.
結局のところ、僕は自分が可愛いだけの最低な大人だよ。
I'm just a terrible old nut only concerned about himself in the end. Mr. Rindo seemed somewhat lonely, mumbling with his... What did I just do? What did I just do? Mumbling with and chastising himself. Mr. Rindo, did something ever happen in the past between you and a non-humans?
どうしてそう思うの？
What makes you think that? I just had a feeling he didn't seem worried about the future. As much as you were feeling regret, that's how I hear it anyways. Adding that I wouldn't pry any further, Mr. Rindo thanked me and smiles.
後悔はしてるよ。この世界に何も考えず、気楽に足を踏み入れた自分に対して。
I do have regrets towards myself who walked through this world without any cares at all. I have a stool right underneath my feet and I'm trying to stretch my leg, but I can't because there's a stool there. I literally can't move it right now. Okay, did I do it? I curl up like a little ball and then I just slowly unfurl and then I curl back up again. This is my routine. This is how I live my life. I just kick my desk in the process. That's all. Is that it? Was I holding this blanket on my lap wrong the entire time? And that's why it felt like I was freezing? Because my blanket was sideways?
ああ、心配しないで。人外は危険とは思ってるけど、別に毛嫌いしてるわけじゃないさ。
Wait, did I miss something? I do have some regret towards myself who walked through this world without any cares at all. That doesn't make any sense. Don't worry. I do think non-humans can be dangerous, but it's not like I hate them or anything.
ただね、もっと別の道があったのかもと、ふとした瞬間に思わずにはいられない。
It's just sometimes I can't help but think that I could be on a different path right now.
偉そうに言っておきながら、僕は僕自身が選んだ道に自信が持てないんだ。
After talking the way I did earlier, I'm not even sure about the path I chose for myself.
だから、
So...
まだ選ぶことができるカリア君には、そんな後悔をしてほしくない。
Considering he still has a choice, I don't want Karia to have those kind of regrets. After muttering his explanation, when it comes to non-humans, he gives unsparing warnings to help, but his mind put his mind at rest. But it seems this attitude has come from past regrets. How is this a dictionary word? This doesn't make a lot of sense. He promises to rest and lay on the bed in the guest room for the day. The true termurlesis events, nope, termulatus. That is a word. And it has 4 hues in it, and I don't appreciate it. Tumultuous events surrounding the newest phase at Enchante quietly came to an end. He looks so cute. I do think he's one of my favorites. I like the Kyo aesthetic. I'm gonna call it an aesthetic. Yeah, Kyo aesthetic. We're angry and you have red hair. Oh, he's so fresh. I came across it by chance. I talked to it on a whim, even. Is it a cat? Is this literally Komame?
よ、そこのちみっこいの。
Hey, little
こ
guy.
んなとこで何してんだ。ぼーっとしてると、あっという間に狩られちまうぞ。
The heck are you doing in a weird place like this? You're gonna get eaten if you just hang out down there. I kneel down to get more level with this tiny thing lying on the shore. Cute.
ん？なんだお前。見たことねえ面だな。
Huh? I've never seen anything like
つ
you.
か、それ以前に魔獣か？どうも見てるこっちが気の抜ける顔してやがる。
Are you even a demon beast? You got a pretty blank look on that weird face of yours there. Cute.
ん？俺が？俺はイグニスって。
Huh? Me? I'm Ignis? Wait. Curious about this weird creature, I reach out my arm, lit in
名
flames,
乗っ
but
たところでビビらせるだけか。
I guess I just scare you by telling you who I am. How I thought of this world and how everyone reacted to me. I recall those memories and thinking what had happened here. I pulled back. And then for some reason it just stared at me my face with this searching look in its eyes. Q. And right into my stomach, it tackled me with precision. I don't know if I actually got that before I tried, and I think it
お待たせしま
transitioned.
した。ご注文のアイスカレーです。
I just saw Kororo. Is that it? Is it Kamame? Thank you for waiting. Here's the ice curry you ordered. Curry, rice, chilled, cooking. Is that cooking?
カリア君、僕普通のカレーをお願いしたんだけど。
Kadia, I ordered a regular curry.
当店はアイスしか取り扱ってないんで。
This shop only has ice curry?
マスターに断りなく勝手にメニュー変えちゃダメでしょ。
You can't just go change the menu without the owner's permission.
マスター、この子にホット系の注文を運ばせるのはやっぱり難しいみたいだよ。
Well, yeah, it looks like after all that, it'll be hard for this kid to bring over hot foods. Huh? What do you mean? What? This curry's totally frozen. It was still hot when I handed it to Kadia.
氷の力で無意識に冷やしてしまったのだろうな。
He must have frozen it unconsciously with his ice powers.
だね。俺の頼んだブレンドもカッチコチに凍ってるし。
Right, my blended drink is totally frozen too. Oh, right, you don't deal well with hot things in general, huh? I'm sorry, I didn't consider that.
別に俺もこの程度なら大丈夫かなって油断してたから。
Oh, his voice is too quiet after all that. After all that work. That's okay, I'm the one who wasn't careful and thought I could handle it. Karira didn't look irritated, he seemed depressed. But it hadn't even been a week yet from him starting to come here. It hadn't even been a week yet since he started coming here regularly, and he can't help making mistakes. After the ancestral relapse incident, he began working part-time at Enchante, considering it was in between the human and fairy worlds. Of course, it wasn't exactly within labor regulations to have him working considering his age. So for his pay, we're providing goods that he wants that we can get our hands on, equal to what I pay a normal staffer. But all I want is for him to not worry about the work so much and just enjoy his time here.
ま、カリア自身が頑張りたいってお手伝いしてくれてるんだし、こういうのは笑って終わりってね。
Well, Kadia is the one who said he wants to put in effort and real work. We should all just laugh it off and move on.
そうだね。カレー別に冷たくても美味しくいただけるわけだし。
Yeah, curry can still be enjoyed plenty if it's cold anyway.
ありがとう。徐々にだけど、俺も頑張るよ。
Thanks. It might take a little while, but I'll do my best. Oh, come to think of it, Kadia, you've been going to Medio every day since we started working, right? For a little bit of time at least? I know it's nearly new territory. Let me know if you ever need help, okay? Kadida's eyes look my way as he responds.
別に、俺は平気だよ。
No, I'm okay.
メディオに行くときは、あの口の悪い人がいろいろと世話してくれるし。
Whenever I go to Medio, that person who's always really rude helps me out with everything. The rude one? He must be talking about Venia. Although I'm sure it'll be fine if we leave Kadia to them.
少年、彼女が気にしてるのは身の安全のことだけじゃないよ。
It's not just your physical state that she's worried about.
君が妖精たちの姿や価値観を見て、自分自身の存在について悩まないか心配してるんだ。
Whether or not you're questioning yourself after seeing the fairies and their values, that's what she's concerned about.
お前は
Am
ま
I?
だ向こうの空気を吸う目的でしかメディオを訪問していない。
As of now, your only objective is to go to Medio, just to breathe the
し
air.
かしいつかは必ず自身と根源の近い妖精と接触し、己の生態を知ることになるだろう。
Someday, however, you'll understand your own way of life after interacting with those fairies who are closely related to you. Kadia, I can't tell you what's best for you, but don't forget that ultimately you're the only one who can decide how you want to live your life.
分かってる。
Yeah, I know that.
ちゃんと受け入れていくって決めたから、心配しないで。
I decided to accept all of that. You don't have to worry about it. Alright then. If there's anything about Medio or anything else that's troubling you, let me know.
ありがとう。頼りにならないけど、頼らせてもらう。
Thanks. You can't help but I'll let you know. Am I supposed to be happy hearing that?
年頃の照れ隠しってやつかな。
He's just being shy. He's a kid. As I tilted my head, questioning Kadida's valuation of me.
マスター、今日時間は空いていますか？あなたに折り入ってお願いがあります。
Leah, do you have some time today? I desperately require your assistance. Gracefully flying down with disregard for that he's just always barren chest. Disregard for the stairs that were clearly available was the falling angel who hadn't seen in a while. We hadn't seen in a
う
while.
わ！びっくりした。
That scared me. Oh, that's right. You haven't seen Il flying, huh? Il tried to fly too much when we have guests here. See? Your feathers fly everywhere and it's getting on the plates and cups.
ああ、これはすみません。はしたないことを。
My apologies. How uncouth of me. So what do you need my help for? It's unusual to see you in such a panic.
確かにその自覚はあります。ですがそれも致し方ないことなのですよ。実は。
Yes, I understand how I seem as such to you right now, but I can't help it, so.
可能ならば今日中にここに私を連れて行ってほしいのです。
What? If possible today, I'd like you to take me here. Il moves a large tablet to his chest so that everyone can see. On the screen were colorful and fun drawings of fish and dolphins. Is this the website for the aquarium?
おう、ここを通りかかったことあるよ。結構お客さんの入りもいいんだよね。
I pass this place all the time. It's always full of people. You want to go there? Everyone looked at him surprised. I'm sure Il would gladly agree to go with us if we were all headed somewhere, but actually, he wouldn't normally want to go anywhere that isn't related to an Otome game.
水族館。行ったことはないが、話には聞き及んでいるぞ。
An aquarium? I only know them by name as I've never been to one before.
人間界の多種多様な海洋生物を大衆向けに展示している施設だったか。
An establishment which displays aquatic life of the human world publicly for all to see.
イルが水族館に興味
You like aquariums
それは
now,
ま
Il?
たなんで
That's...
ミシェル、これはいわゆる聖地巡礼というものなのです。
Oh, monsieur. Simple monsieur. This is what they call a journey through a holy site. A type of fan activity where one visits the settings of various animes or games. While the term originates from religious journeys, this has no relation to them. When Il says it, however, it seems to take on a different meaning.
今日知ったのですが、この水族館はとある乙女ゲームのデートスポットとしてモデルになった場所なのだそうです。
I have just learned that this aquarium was used as a model for a date spot in a particular Otome game.
作品のファンとしてはぜひ主人公たちが実際に立っていた世界を目に焼き付けるしかないと思い。
As a fan of the work, I must go. This space that the characters actually stood in must be burned into my eyes.
なるほど。
I see.
ああ、そういう理由ね。
Knew it, that's why, huh? It was very kind of Kanas to nod in support without knowing what was going on at all. But why today? The request is a little last
そ
minute.
れが明日からこの水族館はリニューアル工事で一時休館してしまうそうなのです。
Well, this aquarium will be closed for construction starting tomorrow.
肝心の聖地が姿を変えてから行っても意味がありません。なのでその前にどうにかと。
There'd be no point in going if the appearance of this holy site changes, so I have to go before then. I see.
あのさ、なんでわざわざマスターを同行させるの？行きたいなら一人で行けばいいじゃん。
Why does the owner have to go with you? If you really want to go, go by yourself.
その意見はもっともですが、私一人ではミシェルが許可を出してくれませんので。
You're quite right, yet Monsieur would not let me out on my own.
え？
Huh? I only came to know this recently too, but it seems like Il generally is not allowed to be out on his own. Monsieur looked into the distance, nodding.
イルはなんというか見た通りの世間知らずだからね。一人で行動させると危なくてさ。
Yeah, Il's, how do I put it? Not too savvy with the day-to-day stuff out in the world. It would be dangerous.
前にこっそり抜け出した彼が一週間戻ってこなかった時はさすがの俺も肝が冷えたよね。
There was one time where he snuck out on his own and didn't come back for a week. I was so nervous I actually got cold.
最終的には某国の富豪子息だと勘違いされ、誘拐されかけていたところを発見したのだったな。
Ultimately, he was mistaken as a child of a wealthy family from a foreign land and was found right before being kidnapped.
どういう経緯をたどればそんな珍妙な事件に巻き込まれんの？
What could have possibly happened for him to get into a situation like that? I was also really curious about that, but I'll save that question for later. Right now, a trip to the aquarium right now, huh? I'd like to fulfill Il's request as if I can, but we're in the middle of a business hours. Even if they're just the usual faces, I still have my guests to wait on. As if seeing how I was pondering over the matter, Mr. Rindo waves his hand over and cooled Cafe Enchante. Oh, okay.
僕なら構わないよ。むしろ行くならご一緒したいかな。水族館なんて何年ぶりだろうね。
We're all going to the aquarium now, boys. I don't mind. If we go, I'd like us all to go together. I haven't been to an aquarium in years.
我も同行しよう。メディオにない文化。感想を持ち帰れば、ティターニアが喜ぶであろう。
I shall accompany you as well. These places do not exist in media, and Titania would be pleased if I could share with her about it. I see, then.
そうだね。それだけメンバーが揃ってるなら。
If this many of us are
俺
together,
も同行しよっかな。
we should probably come along too.
俺はパス。留守番してるよ。実はその水族館、この間校外学習で行ってきたばっか。
I'll pass on that and stay here. I just went to an aquarium on a field trip the other day.
それに、全員がここを出るのはまずいんでしょ。借りた漫画でも読んで暇つぶししてる。
And isn't it a bad idea if we all leave? I'll just stay put and read some manga. Okay, is that alright with you then? You can let me know if anything happens. I immediately got up to my room and finished getting ready to go out, and after turning over the plate to signal we were closed for break, we leave Enchante. Following my map app, we all walked along the road together towards the aquarium.
自らが愛する作品へ自身を投影し、よりその感情を好みに移していく。
My love for that game will be even closer to me when I take pictures of myself there.
気が早いことは理解していますが、すでに今から興奮を抑えることに苦労しそうです。
I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm already struggling to hold my excitement within me.
テンションが高いイルってなんだか新鮮だね。
It's kind of nice to see Il look so excited, isn't it?
イルは乙女ゲームが関わると、だいたいこんな感じだけどね。
Il's usually like this when it comes to Otome games, no, though I'm like the opposite. I'm angry. Just angry, but I still play them.
でも外の世界に興味がないよりは全然マシなのかな。
I guess it's way better than having no interest at all in the outside world.
我々人外といえど適度な運動は必要であろう。こういった散歩もいいと思うぞ。
Indeed, though we are non-humans, we still need a decent amount of exercise. I believe walks like these are a great idea.
どうかした？
Leah, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Looking from the outside, our group really stands out. But with Monsieur's tricks, we've been able to get by without attracting any unwanted attention. But was this alright? We all went without letting Ignis know. Right, it was on my mind as we walked. I was hesitant to leave Ignis, who returned to Bestia just yesterday at noon, out of it.
そのあたりは仕方ないさ。各々の生活事情というか、世界が違うわけだし。
Well, we can't help that. All of us have our own lives, or rather our own worlds to attend to.
すべて一緒に行動するっていうのは、なかなか難しいことだと思うよ。
We can't help that everyone can't do everything together all the time.
それに、イグニスが水族館自体に興味を抱くかもわからんからな。
I'm not certain Ignis would be very interested in aquariums anyway.
イグニスの場合はどっちかっていうとお寿司屋さんのが興味あるだろうね。
Apparently I'm way too enthusiastic. Try and put chicken and it put like a 12-letter word. Oh goodness. In Ignis's case, he'd be more interested in a sushi restaurant, I'm sure. Ha, you're right. I can already hear him whining about lunch. At the very least, we should get him a little souvenir on the way out. I just hope there's something he'd like.
マスター、マスター。水族館に行ったらまず水中トンネルとやらに入りましょう。
Leah, when we get to the aquarium, let's go through the underwater tunnel first.
そこで主人公たちが楽しそうに魚を眺めていました。私も同じ視界を体験してみたいのです。
The characters were there looking at fish with such excitement. I want to experience that same sight.
ほんと、目をキラッキラさせちゃって、これは連れて行きがいがあるね。
Your eyes are practically sparkling. Guess it was worth it bringing you here. I agree.
ああ、それと、そこで壁ドンのイベント CG を再現し、撮影できれば。
Oh, and if we can recreate that Kabadon CG event there? I wonder who he's thinking of having recreate the Kabadon. That'd be the cutest thing ever if it was like two of the guys. We continued walking, and eventually the voices from the map app announced that we had arrived at our destination. The streets connecting to the aquarium were lined with cars. I'm sure plenty of these people wanted to enjoy the aquarium in its untampered state before it closed for construction.
ああ、これは徒歩で来て正解だったね。車だったら駐車場に止めるだけでどれだけ待たされることか。
Made the right choice in walking. Who knows how long we would have waited just to find a parking spot. Yeah, it looks like the entrance is just straight ahead. Here? A scream followed by crashing metal. All of us looked to see what had happened. With a commotion among the line of various colors of cars that led to the aquarium, some of them were flung high up in the air. What? What? I let out a scream as car after car flew into the air, falling to the ground, their frames twisted. It was an incredible sight, and with the impact still sending shocks through my body, I almost couldn't believe it. What's happening? Is there an accident? Is this an earthquake?
何事も何も。ほら、ああいうことじゃない。
Nothing like that. Look, that's what's happening, see? Monsieur points back towards the road that leads to the aquarium. Car after car continued to go flying, leaving the street strangely bare, and in the center of it all... That was a giant bull-like monster the size of an SUV. Il had never seen or heard of a giant bull like this. From what I could see, unlike normal bulls, what was on its 4 feet was an abnormal amount of muscle growing around them. It was...
ベスティアの魔獣？嘘だろ。なんであんな大型のやつがこんな場所に？
A demon beast from Bestia? No way. What just happened? I saw the font just flash, but I could be crazy. How did a big one like that get to a place like this? What? A demon beast? That's what that is? For a moment, I couldn't really swallow what Mr. Rindo said. After all, not only by its appearance, but it just feels so different from
彼が
Ignis.
例外中の例外なだけで、ほとんどの魔獣がかなり凶暴なんだよ。
He's definitely a special one, and that's saying something because most beasts from there are pretty wild. I didn't know.
激高と興奮のままに暴れてるって感じ。喋るほどの知能はないっぽいけど。
It seems very excited, very angry. Hardly seems like an intelligent creature. I noticed that despite the chaos, most of the people around have taken cover with only a few people still in the vicinity.
適正反応。あの魔獣、我々を標的と見定めたようです。
I detect hostility. That demon beast has made us its target, it seems.
こちらの力を嗅ぎ取ったのだろう。我らが固まっていれば、致し方ない。
It must have sniffed out our powers. That should be expected, all of us together. What? With a grunt, the demon beast eyes glared at us with even more ferocity. With incredible speed, it charged right at us.
カヌス、任せていい？
Canis, can we let you handle this?
心得た。
Understood. The instant he responded, Canis flies forward with a speed unbefitting of his size. And right after, grabs the horns of the charging demon beast, stopping it. He gave it a wide swing, throwing it out and into the empty street. The demon beast quickly got back up, and Canis runs after it once again. The charging beast was stopped once more and thrown back to the ground. Monsieur and Eel simply looked on with completely relaxed composures.
こちら情報課のリンド。今から送る位置にすぐ陰徳部隊を送ってくれます。
This is Rindo from Intelligence. I need a cleaner squad down at my location immediately.
細かい事情は後で説明するんで。とにかく急いで。
I'll give you details later. Just hurry. Maybe give the details right now. It's fine. You're not fighting. Mr. Rindo treated it like an emergency. Mr. Rindo, treating it like an emergency, was in a panic, contacting all sorts of groups from within the GPM. Fighting bulls on TV couldn't compare at all. My mouth was agape, staring at the scene of the area getting wrecked with each crash that Canis tosses the beast. Should we help him?
大丈夫、大丈夫。もう終わるからさ。
Oh, he's fine. It'll be over soon. Huh. It must have spent the last bit of its strength. The demon beast that was battered over and over got up on trembling feet, and as it glared at Canis, there we go. A ball of fire came down from above. It struck the bull's head with great force. Unable to even let out a groan, its head practically dug into the concrete on impact. The one that subdued the demon beast from above swiftly fell to the ground.
んだよ、カヌスが相手してたのか。なら俺が出張ることもなかったな。
What the hell? You were the ones dealing with this? I didn't even have to come over here. Ignis? Afterwards, we handed over the demon beast on the ground to the GPM agent Mr. Rindo called. Right after they left, several police cars and ambulance came. It really was a miracle. Even the people in the cars getting tossed about didn't seem to sustain any serious injuries. Able to avoid police questioning, I hid alongside the road and watched as the aftermath unfolded. Feels familiar, but Mr. Rindo was also running this way and that, with a GPM agent taking care of the cleanup. Ignis, why are you here?
別に。暇つぶしに偶然ぶらついてただけだ。
Huh, no reason.
揃って俺を置いていきやがって。
Just here to kill some time since all of you left me behind.
まあ、とんだハプニングがあったけど、ひとまず解決したことだし、とりあえず、俺たちは先に水族館に。
Well, we had quite the incident, but seems like it's all resolved now. How about we head into the aquarium and...
水族館、今日はもう閉館だってよ。
They said the aquarium's closed for the day.
あんな騒ぎが目の前の通りで起きたらしゃあないわな。
Well, with all those people running around outside, it was bound to happen.
なんだったのさっきの。道路とか車がえらいことになってたけど。
What did happen anyways? The streets and the cars were a mess.
そう。なんか、牛がどうとか。水族館から闘牛用の牛でも逃げ出したんじゃね？
There was a bull at the aquarium? Is that what you're trying to say? You know, someone said something about a bull, probably escaped from the aquarium.
いやいや、牛、思いっきり陸上生物じゃん。てか、水族館に闘牛は絶対いないよ。
Bulls are land animals. Why would one be at an aquarium anyways? Responding to the conversation of the boys that passed by, witnesses to the incident.
閉館？そんな、それでは私の聖地巡礼は
Closed? No, what about my holy journey?
ぽいね。
Seems like it's not happening. Eel crumples to his knees and falls to the ground.
どうしたんだイルのやつ。
The hell's wrong with Eel? Ignis, unknowing of our situation, raised his brow in confusion. Well, sometimes you get disappointed. Just like those boys had said, there was no way we'd be getting into any businesses after all of that. Leaving Mr. Rindo still busy dealing with the aftermath, we returned to Enchante, all the while consoling Eel. I know we were supposed to be at the aquarium, but who could have predicted that, huh? For now, I'll pour you some nice tea or juice. Take a rest, okay?
お気遣い感謝します。
Thank you for your concern. I could see Eel had no energy in him at all.
まあまあいる。甘いものでもおごるからさ。それ食べてからゲームで遊べばいいよ。
Hey, Eel. Hey there, Eel. I'll treat you to some sweets too. You can go play some games after.
形は変わってしまうかもしれんが、また水族館には別の機会にでも皆で訪れてみるとしよう。
No, thank you. I don't want to have my text on my computer. It'll confuse me. Though appearance may change, we can all go together to the aquarium at another opportunity.
はい。
Okay.
たく、お前らは箱入りを甘やかしすぎだっつうの。
God, you all keep pampering that shut-in. I'm gonna be right back and grab us something to chew on. I also need to grab another drink. Mine's isn't empty yet, but I need like water, I think. Give me 1 sec. Wee. I almost left the water in the kitchen. I grabbed it and then I set it down and then I started to walk away and I was like, oh yeah, I wanted water. Wow. Just make sure my hair's not in my microphone. Under my headset, which also tickles my ears. God, you all keep pampering the shut-in. Oh. Right as I put my hand on the doorknob, Ignis suddenly spoke again.
言うの忘れたぜ。そういや、ベスティアから土産を持ってきたんだった。
I forgot to mention I brought a gift from Bestia. A gift?
何？敵の生首？
What's that? On my cardigan all this time and no one told me? Just kidding. Just gonna button it. It's also still very cold. We don't have the AC on in our apartment. So we're at the mercy of what the weather is outside. And I think it was like 8 degrees Celsius. I don't remember. What the head of your enemy?
な店が汚れるようなもん持ってこねえよ。まあ、なんだ。入りゃわかる。
Shut up, I didn't bring anything like that. Well, you'll know when you see it. Did he bring me a pet? I felt confused as Ignis kept mumbling his words and entered through the door. Hey, we're back! Kadia, thanks for staying.
うわー！やめろって追いかけてくるなよ。なんなんだよお前は。
Stop! Don't follow me. What the hell are you? Kadia was running all around Enchante. As if he was being as if it was chasing after him. There was a small white object rolling around on the floor.
何事だ？
What's going
カ
on?
リアが何かに追いかけられてるのかな？
Kadida's being chased by something, maybe? Is that a white ball?
ちげえって、よく見ろ。あれが土産だ。
No. God, look at it closely. That's my gift. What? As if responding to Ignis's voice, the ball suddenly came to a stop. It sounds so much like Komame. Do I still have behind the voice actor open? Hang on. It's funnier because it's not Komame, but she's in love or pretend. She's Karari. She's the girl that's in love with Sheen. Not Sheen, oh gosh, what's his name? Sina. Have you met the mascot of Enchante? Not yet. It looks like I'm about to. It bounced up off the floor right where it stood and did a full spin over itself. She's got some moves. Gracefully landing on top of a table, the gift that Ignis brought us. It's so cute. Oh my god. It looks like a seal. Looked straight into my eyes. Cute. What is that?
だから土産だっつってんだろ。お前にやるよ。
I told you it's my gift. I'm giving it to you.
よく話題になってんじゃねえか。
Sit with the horn. Yeah.
看板なんたらとか言う。
I mean, its eyes make it look like a Digimon almost. This kind of thing's trendy, right? A poster pet at the store that helps bring in the customers. Yeah, but this isn't like a cat or a dog. Cute. Oh, but you're super cute. I'm so sorry.
なんなんだよもう。
The hell is going
店に
on?
来た途端、こんな変なやつを俺に押し付けて、自分は勝手に出かけて。
Right when I got in, Ignis shoves this thing on me and left.
入店早々人に暑苦しいだの悪態吐きやがったてめえが悪い。
It's your own fault crying about being bored and everything right when I get in.
つか、その変なやつだけどな。こんななりでも立派にベスティアの魔獣だぞ。
And about that thing, it might not look it, but it's a proper demon beast from Bestia. It's just so happy. Is it that big? Because that's way bigger than I pictured. It's also eating the chair in this picture. Cute. The small demon beast squeaks in agreement upon my lap. As it does, it looks up at me with its big round eyes. This thing is too cute.
まあ見た目だけはね。戻ってきた時、一瞬巨大な大福かと思ったよ。
At least it looks are. I thought it was a giant rice cake when we got in. Mr. Rindo seemed to have taken care of most of the cleanup. I don't think it's that big, it's just zoomed in. It's like the size of an actual seal. It's just like, maybe you shouldn't bring this to me as a pet. He had a look of surprise as he caught up with us after entering the cafe.
それにしても人懐こいな。感触も柔らかく、なんとも愛くるしい。
It is quite friendly though, and adorable. Very soft to the touch too.
そうですね。私の部屋のぬいぐるみ棚へとコレクションとして加えたいぐらいです。
I don't see any plushies on your sleeves, so I'm confused by this sentence. Yes, it is. I almost want to put it on my sleeves with my other plushies. Right. This little gift was even cute enough to cheer up Eel after an aquarium shock.
にしてもイグニス、君も可愛いところがあるじゃない。親とはぐれた魔獣を保護してあげるなんて。
You know, Ignis, that's pretty adorable of you to protect an orphan demon beast like this.
捨てられた子犬を拾う。古き良き不良。みたいな。漫画とかでよくあるやつだね。
It's like you're that punk at school who actually has a heart of gold and adopts little puppies. You know, like from a manga.
うるせえ。俺だってそんなつもりはなかったんだよ。
Shut up. That's not what I'm doing.
ただ、なんか妙に懐いてきやがって。ベスティアのどこに移動してもついてきやがるから。そんで仕方なく。
It just started following me around every time I went anywhere while I was in Bestia. There it was. I just had to. Ignis is a Sunsun. It followed you?
イグニスの移動速度に劣らないということですか？見た目からは想像もつきませんね。
Do you mean to say that it was able to keep up with how fast you are? That's quite difficult to imagine.
ああ、海の中を泳いで移動すんだよ、こいつ。
Yeah, well, it moves by swimming through the oceans. Wow, get away from the ocean.
パークスなんて呼ばれるだけあって、そのスピードも半端ねえから、振り切ることもできねえし。
They're not called sea beasts for nothing. They're insanely fast. I can't exactly shake it off.
え、パークス？この子が？ベスティアで唯一海中に住んでるっていう、
A sea beast? This thing? They're the only creatures that live in the ocean of Bestia, right? A race of demon beasts inhabiting Bestia. They look much like seals and live in the sea.
お、GPM はこいつのことも把握してんのか。意外と真面目に仕事してんのな。
I would love a jelly donut. Oh my god, I haven't had a donut in a while. I usually don't get jelly anymore. I used to only eat jelly donuts when I was a kid. And then I switched to like the whipped cream kind of style donuts. And now I just get classic because I usually just get donuts when we go to Dunkin's and they don't even... Well, they do, but it's covered in powder. And anytime I eat it, I feel like I've become powder. And I don't really like that feeling. The GPM knows about them, huh? Surprised you guys do any work other than eating jelly donuts all day.
へえ、リンドウのリアクションからして、この子は相当に珍しい種族なんだ。
Really? Looking at Rindo's reaction, this little guy's pretty rare, huh?
ま、一生のほとんどを海中で過ごすような連中だからな。幸運の象徴になる程度にはレアなやつだよ。
They practically live their entire lives down in the ocean. You don't see them often. Seeing one is great luck.
かくいう俺も最初はこいつが何なのか全然わかんなかったぜ。
Actually, I didn't even know what this thing was at first. Ignis continues to tell his story.
んで、多分こいつは群れからはぐれた生まれたばかりのガキだ。
I'm sure it's just some newborn that was separated from its
ま
pack.
とわりつかれてうぜえし、本当はとっとと親元に突き返したかったんだが。
It's annoying how clingy it is, so what I really wanted was to get it home, but
なるほど。把握したぞ。
I see, I understand the situation.
海中に住まう種族ゆえに、そう簡単に同族が見つからない。ということだな。
As they are a species that live underwater, it'd be difficult to find its
そし
family.
て捜索を諦めた末に、一人にするぐらいならと、アンシャンテへ連れてきたわけですね。
And after giving up on searching rather than leaving it alone, you brought it to Enchante. Is that correct? Ignis nods in agreement.
いや、だからって、ここの看板アザラシにするのはどうかと思うけどね。
Wait, no. Even so, I think there's a problem with having a mascot seal, don't you? Huh? Yeah. Maybe it'd be better if we decided after trying to look for its parents a little more. I'm sure they're worried.
生きてりゃ。
If they're alive. Ignis?
別に。
No, it's nothing. Ignis, irritated, look away from me. He seemed in a bad mood all of a sudden, but I hope I didn't do anything to upset him.
なんだ、簡単な話じゃない。そういうことなら、
Well, the answer's easy then, if that's the
俺た
case.
ちがその子の親を探す手伝いをしてあげればいいわけだ。
Let's just find his parents, yes? Bestia, let's go! That sounds weird out loud. Let's go to Bestia. That's why they say Bestia instead of Bestia. I get it now. It sounds weird.
はぁ
It's so cute. I need a CG with it in it. Like, look at its little legs. It has little bitty baby legs. Yukaru.
それじゃあ行ってきます。
Okay, I'll head out
見つ
then.
かっても見つからなくても夕方くらいまでには戻ってくるよ。
I'll be back, whether I even find them or not. Okay. Mitsuru puts back on his robes and speaks as if he were just going out for some fun. And in contrast,
どうしてこうなった？
how'd this end up happening? Mr. Il and Canis, in contrast to his longtime fellow non-human acquaintances, Ignis was despondent. The lost sea demon parent search corp was suddenly founded by Monsieur. In other words, Monsieur and the others would enter Bestia to find the demon beast's parents. I'm not going rude. It's just considering what I just heard. That rampaging demon beast from earlier, the demon world Bestia is filled with dangerous creatures just like that. It's so dangerous that even some GPS agents who go there to conduct their research, or you, if you let down your guard, could easily die. Told this several times by Mr. Rindo and Ignis, it was decided I would stay here along with Mr. Rindo or Rindo in Kadia. Well, you know, Ignis, Monsieur, and the others really might find its parents.
その前にこいつらが何かやらかす予感しかしねえ。
All I can think about is how they'll cause more trouble before that.
でもまあ確かに今更うだうだ言っても仕方ねえ。こうなったら腹くくるか。
There's no point in fussing over it at this point. Guess I should make up my mind too.
吹雪がマシなうちに行くぞ。ほら、とっととそのちみっこいのをよこせ。
I'll head out while I can still handle the blizzard. Alright, come on, Leah. Hand over the little guy. Okay, good luck then. I hope you find your parents, Kororo.
Kororo?
Kororo? What's the little guy's name? Thought it might be tricky without one, so I gave him one just for now. Oh, and I named him that because
体格が丸くてコロコロしてるから。
he's like a ball and he rolls everywhere. Wow, Kadia, how did you know?
どうしても何もそのまんまだし、わからないはずないと思うよ。
I mean, that's exactly what he is. There's no way no one could figure that out.
まったくだ。お前ネ ネーミングセンスねえのな。
Seriously, you're a terrible demon beast pet namer. I wish you two would stop being on good terms exclusively at times like these. Suffering some damage internally, I hand off Korodo to Ignis. A Pakas child taken in by Ignis. Its name comes from its round body. The heroine gave it the name. However... What? Tiny paws grabbed desperately onto my arm and didn't seem to intend on letting go.
おい、こら、何だだこねてんだ。
Cut that out. Stop throwing a fit. Ignis tries to pull Korodo's body lightly, but he doesn't budge in the slightest. After trying the same a few times, I could practically hear one of Ignis's veins on his forehead pop.
離れろや、このクソガキ！誰のための餌と思ってやがれ！
Let go, you. Who do you think this trip is helping? I can't. Oh, wait, Korodo, your claws are digging into me. Ignis, you're pulling too hard. Korodo's body will tell apart. Although it almost felt like Korodo's grip was stronger than Ignis's monstrous strength.
もしやこの子、マスターと離れるのが嫌なのでは？
Could it be that he doesn't want to leave Leah?
そういえば、保護されてからずっと彼女にばかり甘えていたな。この短時間で懐かれたか。
Now that you mention it, he seems to have been waiting to be pampered by Leah since coming here. He warmed up to her quickly. Well, that's sweet, but problematic, isn't it? Looking at how stubborn he was, Korodo didn't look like he wanted to let go of me one bit. Okay then, Korodo, do you want to stay here in Enchante too?
そりゃ無理だ。こいつが例外なだけで、基本パークスは警戒心が強え。
No way. Sea demons are usually super bashful. This thing's got a screw loose.
仮に群れを見つけたとしても、こいつがいなけりゃ、俺らの姿を見た途端に逃げ出すだろうよ。
Even if we're able to find his pack, just one look at me would make them all run away. I see. Even all of you would have a hard time chasing them underwater. I know I already asked, but can I...
ダメ、絶対ダメ。
No, no way.
絶対連れてかねえぞ。
We're not taking you no matter what. They must have known what I was about to ask. Both Mr. Rindo and Agnes beat me to
さっ
it.
き何度も言い聞かせたけどな。あそこはお前みたいな弱っちいやつには危険しかねえ世界なんだよ。
My feelings. I've already told you like infinitely times. The world is way too dangerous. That world is way too dangerous for a little weakling like you. Right? However, the so-called Lost Boss group named by Mr. Rindo thought that the danger to be quite insignificant.
俺は別に反対はしないかな。俺たちがいれば、この子の安全もなんとかなるでしょう。
I'm not particularly against it. With us around, I'm sure we'd be able to keep Leah safe. Monsieur didn't have a care in the world. Flustered by his attitude, I imagined Mr. Rindo would call him out for it then.
ミシェル、そう気軽に言わないでくれるかな。
Monsieur, aren't you treating this too lightly?
メディオとは違うんだ。ベスティアはただそこにいるだけでも命を奪おうとする危険な世界。
This isn't like Medio. Just standing around in Bestia is an immediate threat to your life.
それに例のゲートの不具合だってもう一度起きないとも限らない。
And what if there's another issue with the gate like there was last time? What issue? Oh, where she flew away. Just kidding. I remember. I was there.
彼女に何かあってからじゃ遅いんだ。
If anything happens to her, we'd be totally helpless.
何度でも言う。人は簡単に死ぬんだよ。
I'll say it as many times as I need to. Humans are easy to kill. He spoke in a deeper voice than usual, so much that I couldn't recognize it. It's okay. Sukuna, I recognize you now. Mr. Rindo. I felt as if he was much scarier than usual somehow. Mr. Rindo? I called out to him in hesitation. Mr. Rindo clasped his mouth, his eyes wide open.
ごめん。
ついムキになっちゃって。
Sorry, I got a little too grim there.
でもそれだけ危険な世界だからさ。僕は断固反対。
But it really is that dangerous of a world. I'm completely against this. Mr. Rindo, who was usually so relaxed, was getting very serious about the matter. I'm continually reminded, with jokes aside, that this world they're going to skirts death around every corner. Honestly, I'm not sure what to do either. I want to help Kororo, but knowing I'll be in the way if I go along, I can't really say that I want to go. As I stood there indecisive, the one who pushed me to make a decision was.
でもさ、
But you know,
ここで諦めたら、本当にこいつ、一人ぼっちになるんだよね。
if we give up now, this little guy will be all alone, won't he? You? It was Karia's saddened voice.
正直こいつのことはいきなりひっついてきて、鬱陶しいと思ったけど。
Honestly, I thought it was annoying how he started following me around all of a
家
sudden.
族から引き離されて、見知らぬ世界に放り込まれるとか。
But being separated from his family, then being taken to a world he doesn't
それ
know.
ってある意味、みんなと出会えなかった場合にあり得た、俺の可能性なわけでしょ。
Just kind of feels like how I might have ended up if you did not find me.
なんかこいつが、それと同じ目に遭うのは、嫌かな。
I just feel bad if he ended up the same way. Kadia. As a reminder, her grandpapa never went to another world. Ignis and Mr. Rindo's eyes wavered at each other of his words as he made his way through them. I looked right at Ignis. Ignis, it's an undeniable fact that I'm weak, but I'm still the owner of Enchante.
はあ？だからなんだってんだ。そんな
So,
理由で俺が納得するとでも。
so what? Is that supposed to change my... No, it's not. I know better than anyone that my regulars are the strongest people there are. That's why I'm fully believe that I'll be able to come home safe no matter what if I went with you all by my side. Although I know all I'm doing is depending on the strength of other people.
くっそ。お前ほんと立ち悪いな。まだ綺麗事ばっか並べられた方が一周できたってのに。
Damn it, you really aren't fair, are you? I could have turned you down no problem if you were just talking crap.
まあまあ、イグニス。君のことを信頼しての提案だし。
Come on, Ignis. She just said she believes in us.
無論、油断は大敵。不測の事態も考えるべきだろうが。
We, of course, cannot let our guard down. We must plan on the unexpected as well. Someone just hold her hand, like when you walk through the thing.
その信頼に応えてみてもいいのではないか。
Should we not trust ourselves to do that? The one who gave the final push after my argument was Canis.
それに、
And
こ
besides,
のアンシャンテにいる以上、異世界との交流は避けられぬ。
so long as she is part of Enchante, she cannot avoid interacting with other worlds, and then she dies the moment she walks through the door.
先ほど
I'll
の
be
魔
so
獣しか
embarrassed.
以前に話した偶発的に入ってくる危険な人外しかり。
That demon beast from earlier, as well as the dangers of non-humans entering this world by chance.
そういった危険な世界や人外がいるという事実も彼女は知るべきではないだろうか。
She knows the reality of such dangerous worlds and non-humans as
綺麗
well.
なものだけを見せておけばよいというのはいささか極論のように思える。
To say she should only be concerned with what is orderly may be close-minded. Finally, he takes a heavy step towards Mr. Rindo.
無論我らも本気で彼女を守る気概ではいるがな。
And of course, I will be prepared to protect her with all my might.
そうですね。これは最悪の場合ですが、ベスティアをある程度消し飛ばしてでも彼女を守りきると約束しましょう。
Although this would Be only in the most dire of circumstances, I vow to protect her even if it means obliterating Bestia.
当然、俺も魔王様らしく、力の出し惜しみはしないよ。
And of course, being the demon lord I am, I won't spare any of my strength either.
カヌス、圧がすごい。分かったから一回離れてくれる？
Canis, you're too close. I get it. But take a step back, will ya?
まあ確かに君らが揃ってれば、大抵の災害や危険はいたずらレベル。むしろベスティアの方がやばいよね。
Well, if you all go, I suppose the biggest danger would just seem like mere nuisances. Bestia would actually be the one in danger. So then,
心の底から不本意だけど、許可を出すよ。
I'm saying this with total reluctance, but I'll allow it.
ただ、当然僕も一緒に行くよ。危ないと判断したら即撤退だからね。
However, I'm going to, and if I ever deem it to be too dangerous, we head back immediately. Thank you.
よかったじゃん、お姉さん。あと。
Hey, good for you. And Kororo? Kyukyu? As I bowed in thanks, Mr. Rindo gives me a small smile, waving off my gesture. He was helpless as he looked at Monsieur.
小さな魔獣一匹のために異世界に行く人外たちか。
All these non-humans are going to another world for just one small demon beast, huh?
時々思うよ。君たちともうちょっと早く知り合ってたら、僕の人生違ってたかもってね。
It makes me wonder sometimes how much my life might have changed if I'd only known you all a bit sooner.
あいにくと、時間を操る能力は持ってなくてね。
Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to time travel.
そりゃ残念。
Too bad, huh? And during all of that, Ignis remained the only one standing there, silently, yet to give his approval. They originally would have left immediately, but with the humans, myself and Mr. Rindo coming along, it was a different story. It was decided that we should postpone our departure, get a good night's of sleep, to rest our bodies, and leave the following day. Plus, I need to wear a jacket if it's snowing. I know that I need to, but I just can't get to sleep. It was because I was nervous. Even though I made my decision, it was still a dangerous world out there. Knowing that got my nerves worked up. Unable to lie still, I got up from my bed. Cupie! Still not wanting to separate from me, Kororo was fast asleep snoring adorably next to me. I just realized how different he is. He's nothing like the rampaging bull from earlier or Ignis, for that matter. Yet the innocent face he had as he slept next to me helped me relax. I'll help out just for a bit, then I'll come back to sleep. Head. I got up quietly from bed so as not to disturb Kororo. I changed out of my nightwear, but I still felt awkward about wandering around at this time of night. Here I am in the back garden of Enchante, still on the cafe grounds. The flowers that decorated Enchante and the gardens here was done by Canis, a hobby of his. The night wind blowing through the beautiful flowers grown by his hand mixed with their aroma helped me calm down. Petals from the blooming flowers floated about, dancing in the breeze. Huh. Beyond them, I saw someone I hadn't expected. The one standing there quietly lit by the moonlight from the sky was Ignis.
お前か、さっさと寝るんじゃなかったのかよ。
Oh, it's you. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? I've been nervous, so I couldn't. But what about you? It's unusual of you to be in the garden. Although it was by coincidence, seeing a familiar face as I was here unable to sleep made me feel a bit at ease. As I got closer to Ignis, gazing into the night sky, he muttered,
本当に行くのかよ、ベスティアに。
So you really going to Bestia? Yeah.
俺やリンドウが語った以上に、あそこは危険な世界だぞ。
It really is dangerous, more than what Rindo and I made it out to be.
それこそ、 お前が何もなしに一人で放り込まれたら数秒で死んじまうような。
It's a world where you'd die in a second if you were thrown into it alone. He was saying this as if asking me to think it over again. I could tell it was Ignis's way of worrying about me. Still, I'm sorry, but I'm still going. It's for Kororo as well, but I do feel that it's because I want to see your homeworld too, Ignis.
あんな世界を見たとこで、お前に得られるもんなんて何もねえよ。
You wouldn't be doing yourself any favors going to see a place like that.
それに、もしお前がベスティアや魔獣について全部知った後、俺に。
Besides, after you know all about Bestia and Demon Beast, then I'll... You'll what?
いや、ただの独り言だ。気にすんな。
Forget it, I'm just talking to myself, never mind. After talking it out, I seem to have finally convinced Ignis, or maybe more accurately, he gave up.
とりあえず、ベスティアに行くっつうなら、最低限の覚悟はしとけ。
Anyways, if you're going to Bestia, you need to be prepared as possible.
あそこにはお前が想像するような綺麗なもんなんて、何一つねえからな。
That sort of nice, pretty stuff you might be imagining, there's not a thing like that there. Okay.
それと、
And?
仕方ねえから、行く以上は守ってやる。他の奴らもうるせえからな。
If you really have to go, I'll be there to protect you. The others wouldn't shut up about it either. Right, I'll be counting on you. Once we find Kororo's family and friends and get back here, I'll make mountains of your favorite things on the menu.
お前、俺には飯の話をちらつかせときゃ、何でも乗ってくると思ってねえか。
Do you think you can get me to do anything by dangling food in front of me? No, that's not what I meant.
ま、実際その報酬は悪くねえかもな。
To be honest, that actually might not be a bad reward. His smile was weak at the end of what he had to say, but Ignis did smile. A life-threatening journey to another world, considering that would happen tomorrow. By talking about it with Ignis under the soft light of the moon, the nervousness and unease of leaving wore off. She could just date them all, I guess. I guess this could be just a story where she ends up dating 5 guys. And I'm fine with that. Is that a route in this game? You can be honest with me. The morning after. For 2 days straight, Enchante would be closed for business. None of my regulars, or myself even, would be there. Everyone was gathering in front of the gate, ready to head into Bestia.
外はこんなに暖かいのに、今から向かうのは極寒の大地か。入った瞬間、温度差にびっくりしそうだね。
It's so warm outside right now, and we're heading to a frozen tundra. It'll be a big change in temperature.
今更なのですが、寒いとはどういう感覚なのでしょう。もちろん概念としてはわかるのですが。
I know it's a bit late for this, but what does it mean to feel cold? I of course have a grasp of the concept.
確かに我々は寒さそのものを脅威として感じたことはないな。
Indeed, we haven't ever felt that the cold itself was a threat. Do I have my character have a new outfit for this? Everyone was talking about the cold, yet they didn't have on clothes specifically made to protect against the cold. That went for me and Mr. Rindo too. Ignis told us we didn't need any layers and to just come in normal clothes, but listening to Monsieur talking, I began to regret not even bringing earmuffs.
ほら、人間どもはこれでも羽織っとけ。
Humans should keep these over them. From the front, Ignis suddenly and carelessly tossed something to Mr. Rindo and I. This is a blanket.
んな上等なもんじゃねえよ。他の魔獣の毛皮を使って作った布っきれだ。
Not that fancy. It's just the skin of a demon beast I used to make some clothes out of. Wait, did you just say it's skin you ripped off? It was strange to put it over me, imagining what its former owner might think of it. In contrast to me, Mr. Rindo wrapped the fur skin around his waist with no hesitation.
遠慮せずにもらっておきな。普通の人間が何の用意もな
話に踏み入れたら速攻で投資だからね。
Don't think about it and just take it. A normal human who's not prepared will freeze to death right when they step in. Got it. But why did you tie it around your waist? Don't you think it would be better to cover more of yourself
そ
up?
こは魔獣の不思議というか、身につけてるだけである程度の効果があるんだ。実際に確かめてみなよ。
That's the strange power of Demon Beast. Just putting it on your body in any way has an effect. Try it yourself. Following his instructions, I nervously put it on and then... Oh wow, it's so warm. I feel heat from my head to my toes.
冬場に欲しい一品だよね。これがあれば暖房いらずだ。
A nice item to have for wintry conditions. You don't need a heater with one of these. Engaged in our small talk, I line up behind Ignis while carrying Kororo. But before entering the gate... Kyo kyo!
何撫でろって
What, you want me to pet you? Kororo's tiny hand stretched towards Karia, who was seeing us off. After Kororo arrived at the cafe, he took a big liking to Karia. Maybe it was because Karia was an ice fairy that Kororo found comfort in, considering Kororo knew the intense cold of the deep sea. That was what Ignis and Kana suspected. At first, Karia seemed like he was bothered by Kororo's sudden appearance,
じゃあ
but
なコロロ
later Kororo.
お前がもうここに戻ってこないことを祈ってる無事に仲間と両親を見つけろよ
I hope you won't have to come back here again. For your own sake, go find your parents and get back to them. Cute. His kind touch as he pet Kororo showed just how he truly felt.
あんたも気をつけなよあんたが死んだら俺すごい困るんだから
You be careful too. If you die, it'll be a problem for me. Yeah, I'll be careful. Take care of things while I'm gone, Kirira. As we were seen off by a somewhat worried-looking Kirira.
行くぞ。
Let's go. Karia. Right. Grabbing onto part of Ignis's clothes, we go through the... What? He's not really wearing any clothes, my girl. You should hold his hand. Grabbing onto part of Ignis's clothes, we go through the gate that was thrown wide open. The boundary between worlds. Right when we passed through them, I was assaulted by the feeling of being cut. There was wind, freezing cold, as if there was there to deny entry to outsiders telling us to leave. I managed to open my eyes that I had closed on reflex. Before me was a world of snow and ice stretching out into the horizon. It's pretty. Oh, shoot. Beast World Bestia. This is the Demon World Bestia. In contrast to Medio, not a single ray of blissful sunlight touched the ground. The rocks and cliffs and what looked like trees at first glance were all a transparent blue after looking more carefully. They were all made of hardened ice. It was as if we were in the Antarctic, no, a world of even more ice than that. And with all of it was the bizarre sight of the gate standing there with no sign of frost anywhere on it. And then I could only say one thing. It's cold. My lungs shivered just by breathing in air. It was hard to believe that this demon beast fur coat was reducing the cold so much. Although most of the others weren't affected the way I was, that wasn't to say I was the only one feeling the cold.
相変わらずの世界だね。
Oh man, doesn't this place ever warm up?
あははは人間は年とともに寒さに弱くなるって言うからその影響だったりして
Humans are most sensitive to the cold when they're old. You're showing your age.
反論する気も起きないよ。ああ、こういう時ばかりはその丈夫な体が素直に羨ましいよ。
I don't even have the strength to argue. At times like these, I've got to say I'm jealous of the tough bodies you have.
メディオの冬よりもはるかに冷えるな。
It's much colder than Medio's winters.
慣れぬ感覚だが、体を動かしていれば特に問題はなさそうだな。
It's not something we can really get used to, but we should not have any issues so long as we keep moving our bodies. Canis, your armor is making a grinding sound. Is there snow stuck in your joints?
いかん。すまんが、かき出すのを手伝ってくれ。
Oh no, my apologies, Leah, but please help me dig it out. Right. I worked hard digging out the snow that was limiting Canis' movements with my fingers. After I just thought it was over next. Next to Canis, we began stretching himself, who began stretching himself as if determined not to have the same thing happen, sat Eel, who had frozen into a statue.
なるほど。たった今身をもって痛感しました。これが本当の寒いですか。
I see. Just now my body has begun to feel pain. So this is what true cold is. Eel, are you okay?
大丈夫です。カヌスの言う通り、しばらくすれば慣れるかと。
I'm all right. As Canis says, we'll get used to it soon. You don't really look all right. Even your wingtips are shivering. An opposite of the Enchante faithful.
Oh, cute, cute, cute.
Oh, cute, cute, cute. She's so happy, or he's so happy. I guess it really is from Bestia. Kododo was in great spirits after coming back here to his home. Kododo, you're bald everywhere. I hope you aren't cold. Exasperated, Ignis turned to the rest of us, crying at the coldness as soon as we arrived.
おい、お前ら、のんきにしてっと、あっという間に魔獣に群がられんぞ。
If you're just gonna sit around, demon beasts are gonna find us out here in no time.
おっと、そうだね。彼女の体調も心配だし、無駄な足止めは避けたいよね。
That's right. I'm concerned about Leah, so let's avoid any unnecessary downtime.
いる。俺を中心に認識の妨害をかけるから合わせてくれる。
Gil, I'm gonna put up some awareness protection around us. Can you help me?
はい。
Yes. Imagine wearing that in snow. Like, it's not... Monsieur snaps his fingers and Ill, still shaking, puts his hands together. So the fur's not like completely obliterating the coldness. They could have still dressed for cold weather and had the fur, I'm just saying. A deep purple aura surrounds us. Awareness protection, is that the same sort of thing you cast over Enchante?
似たようなもんだね。といっても、個人個人にかけると危ないから大雑把にしてある。
It's similar. It's risky to cast this on us individually, so I made it bigger. It's easier to handle.
まあ、鋭いやつには感づかれるだろうけど、知能のない魔獣ぐらいなら、目の前にいてもスルーできる感じだね。
Clever individuals will figure out what's happening, but mindless beasts would ignore us even if we were right in front of them.
それだけでも十分だよ。
Good, that'll do just fine.
では早速、目的地へと移動するとしよう。ここは風も強いからな。
Alright, let's head to our destination. The wind is strong here too.
それに、イルが限界だ。ここに留まったままでは、翼が凍りつくかもしれん。
And it seems Ill's at his limit. If we stay here, his wings will freeze over. With a shiver from his body, a large clump of snow drops from his wings onto the ground.
イグニス、あなたその体の炎もっと強くできませんか？
Ignis, those flames from your body, can you make them stronger?
今なら私、あなたに全力でハグできる気がします。
Right now, I feel like I could give you the biggest hug.
それを聞いて素直に応じると思うのかよ。
You're trying to sweet talk me or what? After that, Il began getting used to the cold. I'm sure walking close to Ignis was helping that. After his condition had gotten more stable, we began walking across a vast plain of snow surrounded by the others. We were headed towards the shore where Ignis found Kororo. Sea demons like Kororo lived mainly under the water, but would occasionally come up onto land. Ignis, of course, searched the area before, but we're headed back as a team, hoping one of us might find a hint of some kind. Like a boat. We had just been walking for a while, but there wasn't really any change to the scenery. Strangely, and probably because of the demon beast fur coat, I'd gotten used to the cold air that was still piercing my body. I was relaxed enough by now to really be able to pay attention to my surroundings, and then I noticed a shadow far in the distance. Is that demon beast over there the same as the one going crazy at the aquarium?
んああ、ありゃアルムムの怪個体だな。
Oh, that's a lesser version of a minotaur. A minotaur? A cute, cute, cute.
ああ、牛みてえな外見したうぜえ魔獣だ。本来は俺みてえに喋れんだが。
Yeah, they're annoying, but they look like bulls, and they normally will be able to talk, but
根血だったり、メスの血が少ねえと、あんな感じに知能がない状態で生まれちまうんだよ。
when certain ones mix, they lack certain genes, and they're born without intelligence. Oh, I see. So they're variations within the species. Does Ignis's species have other beasts that look a little different from him?
それと大抵の魔獣は闘争心が強えからな。間違っても近づくんじゃねえぞ。目があっただけでもアウトだ。
Also, most demon beasts are very aggressive. Do everything to stay away from them. If you lock eyes with one, you're done. Understood. I'll take that to heart. Hannes joins in, mumbling.
あの姿を見て思い出したのだが、昨日のアルムムとやらはなぜ人間界に現れたのだろうか。
I just remembered this after seeing this one, but how did the Minotaur from yesterday appear in the human world? That's right. I'd completely forgotten about the incident about the matter after the matter with
順
Kororo.
当に考えたらホールが原因でしかないと思うよ。一応登録紹介もしてみたんだけどね。
Considering all the possibilities, the only one that makes sense is a wormhole. I've requested intel on it for now. Mr. Rindo has registered this specimen as a new entry. It has not even been recorded anywhere else. Caused a
ベスティア
jump
じゃ
scare in
ホ
me.
ールなんざボコスコ景気よく空いてるし、そう珍しいことでもねえと思うぜ。
Thank you. Also, thank you. You look so cute today. Thank you. Wormholes pop up all over the place in Bestia, so it's not that far-fetched of an idea.
今回はたまたま人間界に繋がったってだけだろ。
This time it just happens to connect to the human world.
ですが、あの巨体が通れるホールとなると、相当な大きさなのでしょうね。
However, it must have been a big hole for that body to have been able to fit through it.
ホールばっかりはね。俺たちもうっかり落ちないよう気をつけないとね。
Yeah, speaking of those, we have to also make sure that we don't fall into one by accident. Ooh. An undisturbed demon beast is a calm one. We quickly passed through the area while the Minotaur didn't realize we were there. Although it was a dangerous world with these particular members that could cheat their way through anything, I encountered no harm. And while continuing on, taking the long way around any demon beast we came across. A gentle scent caught my attention. This is salt water. After passing through the shadow of a large mountain of ice, I don't know why that was 2 sentences, but all right, was a giant plain of ice that was broken up. And beyond that lay a vast, deep blue ocean with icebergs floating across it. could this be? Is this where you met Kororo, Ignis?
ああ、ここで一匹、親を求めて泣いてやがった。
Yeah, he was here alone crying for his parents.
周辺に荒れた形跡はなし。ここで何かって親とはぐれたとは考えにくいね。
No sign of any struggle in the area. It's unlikely anything happened here that caused him to get separated. It's also been a
現
couple
にコロロ
days.
に怯える様子はない。
Right, Kororo doesn't seem to be afraid either.
だとすると、はぐれた後にここにたどり着き、イグニスに保護された。
So after he got lost, he arrived here, then Ignis came and took him in.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょうか。
That is the likely turn of events.
ならちょっと厄介だね。
This could prove to be difficult. Monsieur taps his toes on the frozen ice.
ここには基盤となる大地がない。この氷床の下に広がるのはすべて彼らの領分である海だ。
There's no solid ground here. Everything beneath here is an ocean, their territory.
それなんだよ。つまりベスティアの全域がこいつらの生息域になっちまってる。
That's exactly the problem. Essentially, all of Bestia's their habitat. Cute. Looking at Kororo tilt his head, I summarized all of the information given to me so far. Sea demons spend a lot of their time swimming in the ocean here. They're small, but they're very vigilant. If that's the case...
たとえ近くにいても確実に見逃すだろう。奇跡的に発見したとしてもすぐに海へと逃げ込んでしまっては。
We will miss them. And if they are near, even if we miraculously find them, they will swim away further into the ocean.
そのおかげで弱い割に生存率が高えんだけどな。探す側としちゃ厄介な生態だぜ。
Because of all that, they're great at surviving considering how weak they are. It'll be a pain to try and find them though. I see. I can understand why Ignis had to give up and bring Kororo to Enchante. Monsieur began gathering our feedback one by one, showing some pause. However, that only lasted for a moment.
元から人海戦術ができるほどの人数じゃないんだし。
There's not enough of us to send out
に
in
物を
groups.
言わせていこうじゃない。
How about we let a few cheats take care of it? The one he turned to was the one who looked completely opposite to himself.
イル、そろそろ行ける？
Il, you about ready?
はい、大丈夫です。
Yes,
だ
I
いぶ
am.
体も温まりましたので。
My body has warmed up now. As he batted his wings to shake off some snow gathering on them, it came to me. Are you gonna try and locate the pack from the sky?
それも試しはしますが、本命ではありませんね。今回は私の砲術の一端を使おうかと。
We'll try that as well, but this is not our main intent. I will use a particular type of magic. Magic? Come to think of it, I remember Il using his powers to heal Mr. Rindo during the Kadia incident. It didn't help
細かく
much.
説明すると長くなっちゃうんだけど。
I'd explain it to you in detail, but that might take a little
俺
while.
とイルの使う力、それにイグニスやカヌスの力、実は全部それぞれ違うものなんだよね。
The powers that Il and I use and those that Ignis and Canis use, they're all different from one another. I see, from my perspective, it's all just feels like the same sort of magic.
魔力同様、科学では未だ解明されていない異世界にある未確認の元素たち。
Magic, it's basic. It's basic as a fundamental element in other worlds, yet to be understood by
人
science.
外の一部はその元素を利用して超常事象を引き起こすんだけどね。
Some non-humans use that fundamental element to cause all sorts of supernatural
イルが
phenomena.
使うのは理論と計算を重ね、天へ祈りを捧げることで行使する天使特有のご利益あふれる光の砲術。
Il's brand is kind of an angelic law that is a combination of logic and math, executed by praying to the heavens. It's very graceful.
対してミシェルが使用するのは、定義が存在しない個人の知識と魔力で術式を組み、万物に干渉する 魔法です。
Conversely, Monsieur's brand has no definitive, oh my gosh, divination, permeates all, and is a type where one's wisdom and abilities become techniques. The two nod at each other as the other explains the powers they employ. Almost a bit difficult to understand.
まあ、わかりやすく言うと、イルが使うのは緻密な計算に基づいた術で。
Well, to make it simple, what Il uses are techniques made from minute calculations. Lawful magic, a general term for special powers only used by angels and fallen angels by combining extremely precise theories from calculation, then offering it to prayer to heaven, various miracles can be induced.
ミシェルのは大雑把ななんかすごい力ですかね。
And what Monsieur uses is some kind of power that's really strong. I see. The explanation seemed very oversimplified, but it was direct and understandable for someone like me.
まあ、世界ごとに力の定義も違うし、呼び方や形がバラバラなわけだから、一朝一夕で理解なんてできないしさ。
Okay. This power is definitely defined differently between worlds and have many names. It's a lot to absorb in one day.
ああ、違うものなんだ。ぐらいの知識でいれば十分だと思うよ。
I think it's probably sufficient to know that they're all different powers.
今回私が用いるのは音を利用した探知の術式です。
What I'll be using this time is a seeking magic that utilizes sound. Seeking.
状況によるけど、今回の場合はちょっとした漁のようなものかな。
Though it depends on the situation, in this case, it's something similar to fishing.
漁とは
What do you mean?
ほら、この間テレビでさ、漁師特集ってやってたでしょ。魚群探知機を使って魚の群れをってやつ。
You saw it on TV the other day, right? That special on fishermen. Remember, they use equipment to detect fish?
海底に音波を放って、その反射で魚がいるかを確かめるかな。
They send sound waves to the ocean floor, then look at the returning waves to see if any fish are there. That's what he's doing.
ご名答。イルは器用でね。もともと万能型っていうか、手順を踏めば大体のことはできるんだ。
Exactly. Bill's pretty skilled. He's an all-purpose tool. He can do anything if he knows the right steps. Oh, wow.
そういや、カリアのやつを保護するときも似たようなことしてたらしいな。
That's right. He did the same kind of thing when we were looking for a Kadia too.
ええ。あの時とは少々内容は異なりますが、まあそれほど難しくはありません。
Right. The circumstances were different that time, so this won't be as difficult.
それでは行ってきます。ミシェル、サポートはお願いします。
Shall I begin, Monsieur? I require your assistance. Monsieur nods and ill-gracefully ascends up into the wintry sky of Bestia. Alright, I'm gonna BRB because you might have saw I just had food dropped off. I'm gonna eat that. So I'm not gonna end my stream, but I'm gonna take like a 15-minute break to eat. I'll BRB. Okay, I'm back. I ate all the fries. Alright. Monsieur nods and Il gracefully sends up into the wintry sky of Bestia. Flying at an incredible speed, he was far from us in no time. With that, Monsieur made a gesture as if he was knocking on the air. I just recrossed my legs and I just instantly just uncurled them because my knees started hurting. Wow, me. With that, Monsieur made a gesture as if he were knocking on air, and then, whoa! In front of him appeared a magic circle with several detailed emblems on it. That's what it looked like, at least.
テスト、テスト。こちらミシェル。いる。聞こえてる？
Testing, testing. This is Monsieur. Il, can you hear me?
少々聞き取りづらいですが、会話は可能です。
It's a little difficult to hear, but conversing will be possible.
しかし、相変わらずあなたの組むものは大雑把な上ごちゃごちゃです。合わせるこちらの身にもなってください。
Really though, everything you make is always so haphazard, so messy. Just know it. It's difficult to adjust to you.
まあまあ、もともと相入れぬ魔法と法術。つながるだけでも万々歳じゃない。
So make it a thing. Our magic is different. We should be happy we can connect them at all. I could hear Il's sigh from the magic circle. You talked to Il through the magic circle?
そう。まあ調整は全部イルに任せてるから、細かいことや理屈は知らないけどね。
Try to finish that because I have a new drink and I haven't touched it yet. Alright. Me and liquids. We have a thing. I like having them near me. The ones that are particularly unhealthy for me, but you know. What can you do when you just soda pop? And that is just drink more of it. Heave, heave, heave. Okay. Right. Well, I'll leave all the adjustments to Il, so I'm not sure about the details concerning how or why it works. I've thought about this before, but don't you think your own understanding of your powers is a little too small?
全くです。
I could not agree more. He's thousands of years old.
いいの、いいの。こういう力ってのは難しく考えないで、不思議だけど便利程度でいいのさ。
It's fine. What matters isn't that the powers are mysterious, but that they have have utility.
実際、音質の良さを考えたら、人間界の携帯電話の方がよっぽど魔法っぽいしね。
Besides, if you think about sound quality, the cell phone of a human world are much more magical and mysterious than this.
まあ誰でも使えるっていう点では確かにそうかもね。
Except, they just created this out of thin air, so it's unrelated. I guess that's true, seeing as though anyone can use them.
それでいる。そっちからは何か見える？
Alright, Il, can you see anything from
い
there?
え、全く。海の色が濃すぎるせいで、海中の様子はほとんど見えませんね。
No, nothing at all. The color of the sea is so dense, I can't see anything inside it.
なので、やはり砲術を用いるべきかと。私を中心にある程度広範囲に行います。
I think we'll need to use my magic. I'll deploy it in a wide range around me.
オッケー。俺からフォローすることは？
Gotcha. Anything I can do?
任せていただいてよいかと。とはいえ、どうにも私はベスティアと相性が良くないようで。
You can let me handle it. However, it seems I'm not very compatible with Bestia.
期待に添えるかはわかりませんが、ひとまずやってみます。
I may fall short of our expectations, but I'll certainly give it a try.
さてと、よく目を凝らしてごらん。多分初めてイルの天使らしい姿が見れると思うからさ。
Ooh, alright then, Leah. Look carefully. I think you'll be able to get a glimpse of Il being pretty angelic here. Okay. I take Monsieur's suggestion and fix my eyes on the sky I think is near Eel. And then...
何やら空の一点が。
a part of the sky, it's...
何か小さく光ってるね。
there's something shining, right? That's where Eel is? Although I couldn't tell exactly what he was doing because he was so far away, I could tell seeing the shining light. The strange noise in the way I couldn't hear all too well, but it was Eel's beautiful voice singing. It echoed across the land as if the dangerous ambience of Bestia was being painted over. In the next instant, a sphere of light that enclosed him began to expand outwards. It happened in just the blink of an eye, but I could feel it brush against my cheek like a brush of wind with a sweet warmth. And not a second later, my voice, oh my gosh, it's because I ate. Anytime I eat food, my voice just kind of like starts gargling. It's my fault. I was hungry. Oh, it doesn't taste good. And not a second later, the light gathered back towards him. After that, I heard Eel's sigh.
ダメです。海中からは何の反応もありませんね。
I couldn't find anything. There was no feedback from the sea.
周囲半径で10キロほどを対象に行いましたが、おそらくこの周辺にはいないかと。
I covered a radius of about 10 kilometers, but I suspect they're no longer nearby.
ありがとう、イル。まあ、そうそう簡単じゃないってことだね。一旦戻って大丈夫だよ。
I see. Thanks, Il. We'll guess it couldn't be been easy. You come back to us for now.
了解しました。では即時帰還します。
Understood. I'll return immediately. As Monsieur released the magic circle, I could see a light figure heading towards us. I didn't know what to say. Wow, I didn't know angels got so mystical looking when they use their magic.
俺らもなんだかんだで、あいつが真面目に天使やってるとこ見んの久しぶりだな。
It's been a while for us to see Il actually looking like a real angel.
戻ってくれば、いつものゆるゆるなイルだから、一気に現実に引き戻されると思うけどね。
Once he gets back, he'll be back to his same old super relaxed Il. He'll be pulled back to reality instantly. An hour later, we changed our locations many times. We kept our strategy using Il's abilities and Enchante for detection. One of the spells that Il often uses, sending waves of sounds and spirit energy into the surroundings to search for responses from targets. The more detailed the information he has about the target, the more accurate. We're unable to find the sea demons. Sea demons. How sad. After that, we continued our search using all sorts of different methods. But in the end, we couldn't find a single hint, not to mention any pack of sea demons.
一日で見つかるなんて気楽には考えてなかったけど。
I really didn't think it'd be so easy that we'd find them in a single day.
っていうか、終わりが見えない感じだね。
You've been doing this for 3 hours, guys. Calm down. But man, I feel like there's no end to this. It was unfortunate for poor Kokoro, but it was a reality we could do nothing about. As if reacting to everyone's dismay, Kororo jumped out of my arms, and while crawling all the way to the edge of the ice floor... Cute. Q. He must be calling to his parents. His cry was sad. It spread across the open ocean. There was no response. But coming back here, he must have remembered how sad he was. I even thought I saw a tear drop from Kororo's big round eyes. Kororo. Unable to know how to console him, all I could do was say his name. please. It doesn't even have to be his parents. Just let something call back to Kororo. Ooh, don't say that. Something? No. Just because you knock on the door doesn't mean something friendly will answer. And in response to my wish, someone save me! A pitiful scream tore through the sky to answer me. Wait, that most certainly did not sound like someone Kororo might know.
何事だ
What is that? A puzzled Canis looks across the horizon, vision hampered by the snow to find.
すんません許してくださいあんたんとこの縄張りに入ったのはわざとじゃないんす不可抗力っす
I'm sorry, forgive me. I didn't mean to enter your territory. I didn't mean it. It was nature's fault.
つうかあんた図体でかいくせになんでそんな足速いんすか
How is this giant body of yours so quick and agile? It was a young boy, probably a little older than Karia. He might be chased by more of the lesser minotaurs running away from them as fast. He was being chased by more of the lesser minotaurs running away from them as fast as he could right towards us.
もうダメ死ぬ追いつかれる
This is it. I'm dead. They're catching up to me.
どうかお助けイグニスの兄貴
Please save me, Ignis, my bro.
うるせえな。んな叫ばなくても聞こえてる。頭下げてろ。
Shut up, stop screaming. I can hear you. Get your head down. Flames flew through the air. In a flash, flames engulfed the minotaurs. Before I could even understand what had happened,
またてめえらか。毎日弱いもん相手にもうもう泣いてご苦労なこった。
here we are once again. You're all so annoying. I really wish you'd stop mooing at everyone weaker than you. Ignis flew over them, and with just a single kick, wrapped them in flames. The Minotaur's body sunk and fell right there where it stood.
たく、どこにでも湧く奴らだな。人間界の虫だって、冬場はもうちょいおとなしくしてんぞ。
They really did come out of nowhere. Even the bugs in the human worlds are less active in their winter. The younger boy, covering his head and crouching, looked up at Ignis and began to shake. Wait, did this person clearly shout out Ignis's name earlier? I need his name so I can turn him down. I'm so like, what? Bro, I'm so glad you're here.
うお、きっとね。鼻水垂らしながら寄るんじゃねえ、このバカ。
Oh God, gross! Your face is covered in snot. Stay away from you, dumbass. I was so scared. Some people said they saw you, so I followed you all the way here. I kept trying to find you and I couldn't, and after all that, I accidentally walked into the Minotaur's territory and almost got killed.
でも合流できたからには安心っす。イグニスの兄貴がいればどんな魔獣が襲ってこようと。
But I feel safe now that I met up with you. As long as my bro Ignis is here, no matter what demon beasts come our way. Your bro? My confusion unintentionally slipped out of my mouth. And my eyes met this boy with the wet face.
5本5本。
Ahem.
いやいきなりガンつけるたいい度胸じゃないっすか
Hey, you got a lot of nerve looking at me like that, eh? What?
あんたらがどこの魔獣かは知らないっすけど、俺に手を出したが最後。
I don't know what kind of demon beast you are, but if you attack me, just know it'll be the last thing you ever
ベスティア
do.
最強の魔獣、イグニスの兄貴が黙ってないっすからね。
The question marks got larger. My bro here, Ignis, he's the strongest demon beast in Bestia, and he's not just gonna sit around and let me get jumped. You hear?
見てくださいよ。連中兄貴に恐れをなして声も出せないみたいっす。
Look at these. Look at that. These idiots are so scared of you that they completely spleech us, bro.
今のうちにやっちまってください。俺は影から兄貴の戦いをサポートしますから。
Now knock them all out. I'll back you up from here, bro. Maybe it's rude to feel this way. I just met this person, yet there's some kind of pathetic aura around him. He's like a sad little animal. Just a sad little boy.
なんだ、魔獣じゃないなら早く言ってほしかったっす。失礼しちゃったっすね。へへ。
Oh, well then, if you aren't demon beast, you should have just said so. Sorry about that.
ねえねえ、ちょっとだけ右腕とかねじ切ってもいい？この子、なんか妙にイラッとする。
Say, do you mind if I tear off one of his limbs? His right arm, perhaps? This kid just pisses me off.
心底わかるけどよ。やめてくれ。こんなんでも古馴染みなんだよ。
I know exactly how you feel, but don't. He might be weird, but he's an old friend. An old friend?
はいはい、よくぞ聞いてくれました。
Yes, glad you asked.
俺こそはベスティアにおける最強最高優位が独尊最強無敵。
It is I, one of the strongest, best, absolute greatest of all time,
の
invincible.
魔獣、ビニトルであるイグニスの兄貴の第一の射程。
The Firewolf, I'm Ignis's right-hand man. Minotaur, a race of demon beasts inhabiting Bestia. The race name of Ignis, werewolves that control flames.
ドローミッセー。ちなみに種族はちょっとレアなティグリス。以後お見知りおきをお願いするっす。
They call me Dromo. I'm a rare type of werecat. Nice to meet you all. Dromo, a young tigress demon beast from Bestia, self-proclaimed little brother of Ignis. He's very loud and clownish. Tigress, a race of demon beasts inhabiting Bestia, it's said that their numbers are incredibly low. Okay.
何度となくイグニス自体を強調していくのだな。
He seems mostly focused on praising Ignis.
所感を述べるならば、騒がしいですね。
My first impression is that he's excitable.
完全に虎の意を狩る狐だね。意を借りている当人が虎っぽいのに、射程っていうのも絶対自称だよ。
He's like a cat who's trying to be a lion, though I think I'd prefer a cat right now. I bet no one sees him as Ignis's right-hand man. Our impressions were bad, but consistent. As if to confirm what we thought was correct, Ignis already looked completely exhausted. You wouldn't see him like this at Enchante. However, this boy named Dromi seemed to be a reliable source of information and figured out what Kororo was when Ignis found him.
それでドローミ君とやら改めて聞きたいんだけど。
It's okay then. Doromi was it? I'd like to ask again.
この子と同じパークスの群れの居所について君心当たりはないかい？
You don't have any clue as to where a pack of sea demons like this might be? Cute.
それについては残念ながら特に情報がないっすね。
Sorry to say, but I don't really know anything about that.
肝心な時にも使えねえな。ベスティア1の情報通なんて名乗ってやがるくせに。
Of course, on a day I actually need you, you're useless, and you claim to be the best source of information in Bestia.
にもってなんすか？俺はいつでも兄貴の役に立ってるっすよ。
Bro, what are you talking about? I always help you out, bro. It seemed like he just now remembered something.
でもパークスも結局は珍しいだけで戦う力を持たない魔獣っすよね。
But hey, sea demons are pretty uncommon, and they aren't really like the best fighters out there, right?
なら弱い者同士のつながりで他の弱小種族なら何かしら情報を持ってたりするんじゃないですか？
Maybe other weaker species like them might have some more information, yeah? Weaker
そうっす。
species?
そいつを見ればわかると思うっすけど、ベスティアの魔獣は全部が全部凶暴で強いわけじゃな
I'm
い。
sure you've noticed them when you see them. Not all the demon beasts of Bestia are strong or violent.
こういう辺境にはアルムムみたいな獰猛な種族に追いやられた弱っちい魔獣が暮らしてるんすよ。
Younger demon beasts chased out here to the fridges by more ferocious species like minotaurs live here.
んで、やっぱ同じ境遇同士傷の舐め合いっていうのもなんすけど、結
Maybe
構
these
協力しながら生
weaker
きてん
ones
すよ
have
ね。
banded together, like cooperating with each other, I
ち
guess.
ょうど俺も兄貴を探すためにその縄張りに滞在してたんす。よかったら事情を話して協力してもらうっすか？
I was just walking through an area some of them live in right now, bro. Want me to say what's up and get some help?
そうしてもらえるとありがたい。正直情報が少なすぎて途方に暮れていたところだ。
That would be helpful. Honestly, we have so little information that we're at a loss as to where to start.
できたら屋根のある場所も借りたいな。イルも少し休ませたいしね。
And if possible, it'd be very nice to find some place that has a roof. I'm sure you would like to rest too, Il.
そこまで衰弱はしていませんよ。確かに大型砲術を連発はしましたが。
I'm not particularly exhausted. I know I've used my magic a bit,
と
but
か言いつつ、さっきからまた寒そうにしてるじゃねえか。どう見ても燃料切れって顔してるぜ。
you know, man, you say that, but you're starting to look a little pale. You look like you're out of juice.
否定はしません。
I suppose I can't deny that. So that being the case, Doromi, can you show us the way?
うっす、お任せくださいっす。
No problem. Leave it to me. Following Doromi as he led the way, we came to a completely different place from before. In contrast to the wild terrain of the ice fields, this place was obviously maintained. There were structures randomly strewn about, made from ice and snow. Perhaps this is considered someone's territory in Bestia. It's maybe something like a village. A word used for village in Bestia. Each rare race has their own. Doromi, who had gone in to explain our situation, came running back towards us.
族長に話は通したっすよ。縄張りの中は好きに移動していいみたいっす。
I got through to the chief. It looks like you'll all be allowed to freely move about the territory. In this place he led us to were small, human-like demon beasts. They seem to have ears of rabbits. You better animate one of them. According to Ignis, they were still demon beasts, but apparently none of them can fight.
随分とあっさりだね。魔女って他の種族には警戒心と殺意がむき出しなんじゃないの？
That was easy. Aren't demon beasts always on their guard or trying to kill other species?
まあ普通はそうっすね。でもそこはほら、俺の華麗な弁舌によって。
Well, normally, yeah, but, well, you know, thanks to my skills as a smooth talker.
あ、そっか。君も弱小仲間として同情されたのか。
I see. They felt pity for you, the weaker species.
ちっけーわ、なんなのこいつ。初対面でものすごい失礼なんすけど。
What's with that attitude, my guy? How you gonna diss your new friend? Dromi was crying in a fuss as we were all gathered around him. I felt several shadows and stares trying to observe us while remaining hidden. I guess visitors from other worlds really do stand out in a bad way.
悪い。こっから俺は別行動だ。
Sorry, I'm gonna need to do this on my own. Huh? Ignis? Wondering what those footsteps were, I turned around to see Ignis walking away from our circle without even waiting for a response. He continued on, disappearing into the deeper part of the territory. Is he gonna ask for information alone? As I was watching him leave, he seemed like everyone decided what they'd do. It was a simple plan. Everyone would split up and gather witness information of the beast here. However, Kororo, he doesn't look too good.
先ほどの件で泣き疲れたのかもしれんな。
He might have tired himself out after crying so much earlier. Carrying him around might be too much for him.
ああ、だったら俺がそのちっこいのここで預かってるっすよ。
Oh, I can keep the little guy here for now if you want. Huh, but I couldn't ask somebody I just met to do something like that.
いやー、気にしなくていいっす。兄貴の連れってことは俺の身内みたいなもんっすよ。
Hey, don't worry about it. If you came here with my bro, you're practically family to me. I guess I'll take you up on that offer then. Can you look after him for just a bit?
お任せを。有益な情報が手に入ることを祈ってるっす。
Leave it to me. I hope you find some good information. Look at that little round boy.
やっぱこうしてみるとかわいい。
Ooh, well, you're a cute one, aren't you? Yeah!
って言ったー！いきなり噛まれた！牙が外見に反して凶悪！めっちゃギザギザしてる！
He bit me right away. His teeth are vicious. They're carving me alive. You do 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 do.
やめて指がちぎれる！兄貴たちには懐いてるのになんで俺にだけ凶暴なの？
You ripped my finger off. You play nice with bro and his friends. Why are you mean to me?
さーて、じゃあ俺たちは行こうか。それと、コロロは後で盛大に褒めてあげようね。
Alright then, should we get going? We'll have to bring a reward for Kororo when we get back to...
晴れやかだな、ミシェル。
You seem to be in high spirits, monsieur.
相当ドローミ君にイラッとしたんだろうね。
You must have been pretty pissed at Dromi over there, huh? I'm sorry, Dromi. Please do your best caring for Kororo. Alright, let's get to it then. I'm worried about Eel. I'll go with Canis' group to get information. I don't know, man. I really would like to go get information, but I'm a little worried about Eel. Before I try to find answers, I'm gonna go see how he's doing. Is he just playing on a game console? Ooh, look how cute! Eel, monsieur, I'm coming in. I walk quietly into the igloo where the chief apparently lives. And there, struck by the cold once again after spending all of his energy, the fallen angel succumbed to his condition and was lying down with his eyes closed.
ああ、イルの様子を見に来てくれたの。
Oh, Leah, you came to see how Il was doing? Yeah, it seemed like he was pushing through before. He still is looking pretty bad. You decided to hang out a little while and look after Il, monsieur?
まあね、イルの術を使うと決めたのは俺だし、消耗させた責任は取らないとね。
Yeah, it was my idea for him to use his power, so it's pretty much my responsibility.
と言っても、看病らしいことはしてないけど、ここらじゃ火を焚くのも禁止らしくてね。
That said, I haven't really done much to nurse him back to health. I'm not allowed to make a fire either. Alright, the whole village sits on ice. And, well, using a match is one thing, but I can only imagine the type of flames you'd use.
そうだな。まずこの辺り一帯が氷も含めて綺麗に干上がっちゃうかな。
Yeah, I'm sure the entire area, as icy as it is, would be scorched dry most likely. Right, being strong can be a problem at times, huh?
面目ないってね。こういう誰かを助けたいって時はちょっと不便だよね。
My apologies. It's inconvenient at times like these when I just want to be able to help. I looked around as we talked, trying to find at least a single blanket. Before I did, Il opened his closed eyes.
Master, Michel?
Nia, monsieur? Il, how are you
お
feeling?
となしくしていましたし、先ほどよりはマシかと。
I've been resting, so better than before, I think.
ごめん、ミル。今回は負担をかけすぎた。
Sorry, Il, I let you do too much of the work this
あ
time.
んまり辛いようなら、先にゲートからアンシャンテに。
If it's too rough, you should get back to the gate and head back to Enchante.
なんだか面白いです。寒さで倒れた天使なんてきっと展開では私が初めてです。
It's just a bit funny. I must be the first angel ever to collapse from the cold.
本当にアンシャンテの港いると毎日が新鮮な。
Being with everyone at Enchante every day brings just so many new experiences. Now he seemed sleepy and Il closed his eyes again. He still looked cold, but his face was much more relaxed. Now it must be my turn to laugh.
本人からすれば辛い寒さだろうに。それを面白いとはね。
I'm sure it was painfully cold to him, but to think that he thought of it as fun. Good night, Il. Thank you for working so hard. Rest up. I whispered to him and stroked his wings. Leaving the rest to Monsieur, I went to the group up with Canis and the others who were trying to drum up some information. We tried to talk to other demon beasts who seemed like they might be willing, but we didn't get a single bit of information about any packs of sea demons. But instead, there was something we noticed. The gaze of sincere interest. The gazes of insincere interest. Their eyes not only curious but afraid. But to be precise, it wasn't because of us, the ones they had never seen
ほ
before.
ら、あいつら、イグニスの。
Look, they're with the guys with Ignis. They're the guys with Ignis.
行きましょう。関わったら最後、どんな争いに巻き込まれることか。命がいくつあっても足りないわ。
Let's go. No telling what kind of fight we'll get dragged into if we talk to them. We'll definitely get killed. It was Ignis, it seems.
参ったね。あんな目で見られたんじゃ、やりづらいことこの上ない。
It's really hard to do this with all the looks they're giving us. This is new for me. Life. It's such a trivial thing here at Bestia. I know because of how often I've been told, but thinking more about it, why exactly was Bestia dangerous? I realized I never heard an exact reason for why it was that way. I thought it was because of dangerous demon beast and the severe environment, but... You're kidding me! A loud shout cut off my thoughts. The direction that came from was... deeper into the territory. That direction was... It was the way Ignis went. I'm gonna take a look. Everyone please keep asking around. I don't know why they would let her leave. I would imagine someone would go with her. Just after getting everyone's approval, which they shouldn't have given because that girl sounded like she was in distress and this town is dangerous. I ran off. In the deeper end of the territory, in the shadows of the snow cave was Ignis and a demon beast girl I didn't recognize. Unaware of my presence, the girl was shouting at Ignis, who was far taller than her.
なんであんたが今さらまた私の前に現れるのよ。
She's so cute! Oh my god! Why? Why are you showing up in front of me now after all this time?
早くこの縄張りから消えて。あんたを見てると
Hurry up and get out of our territory when I see you.
両親が目の前で殺されてるのに戦いもせず怯えていただけの惨めな自分を思い出しちゃうのよ。
My parents were killed before my eyes. All I can remember is that I couldn't fight. I was terrified. And it was pathetic.
それとも何？私のそんな苦しむ様をも面白がって眺めてるわけ？
Or what is it? You came here to enjoy the sight of me suffering like this?
ずいぶんな悪趣味ね。さすがは殺し合いが大好きな最強の魔獣様だわ。
You're despicable. How could I expect anything else from the bloodthirsty demon beast you are? Bloodthirsty? I muttered aloud without thinking. The young girl's long ears flickered as if she heard me. Look at her. I don't even know. I probably took that screenshot already. As if he was already knew I was here, Ignis unsurprised slowly looked towards me. The girl then leaves Ignis and starts walking towards me.
あんたが族長が話してた人間？
So you're the one? The human that the chief was talking about? Yeah.
私より弱そうだし、すっごい無防備。イグニスがすぐ近くにいるっていうのに。本当に何も知らないのね。
You're weaker than me. Totally defenseless. Ignis is so close to you too. You really don't know anything, don't you?
この際だから私が教えてあげる。このベスティアの本当の姿と、こいつの本性ってや
Well,
つ。
good timing because I'm telling you. I'll tell you what Bestia really is and who he really is. Who he is?
私の両親は殺されたわ。
Her tip of her ears are pink. Sorry, I'm easily distracted. My parents were
ベ
murdered.
スティアでも特に獰猛で残酷なアルムムという魔獣と、そこのイグニスにね。
By the most ferocious and vicious of demon beasts in Bestia, the Minotaurs, and Ignis, there.
高々と笑いながら全身を引き裂かれた。私の両親は殺された。
Laughing at the top of his lungs, he tore apart my parents. He killed them. What? Wait, but...
信じられない。まあ、ベスティア以外の世界出身なら、そういう風に考えちゃうのかもしれないわね。
You don't believe it? I figured someone who wasn't from Bestia might think this way.
けど、実際にこの世界はね。
But what really happens in this
強
world...
者が強さを証明するために殺し合い、同時に何も持たない弱者を虐げながらなぶり殺す。
Constant battle of strength among the most powerful. They make sport out of oppressing and slaughtering the weak who have nothing.
悪意に満ちた殺戮こそが正義の世界なのよ。
This world is one filled with malice where killing is just the way of things. Murder, slaughter, killing for sport. These frightening words would never even come to mind in my normal life. So far, I mean, purge could happen. The young girl pointed a smile towards me, as if she watched me swallowing my breath.
私の言いたいこと分かったでしょ。イグニスだって他の奴らと同じなのよ。
You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Ignis is just the same as any of them.
しかもあいつはベスティア最強の魔獣。
Not only that, but he's the strongest demon beast in all of Bestia. The girl glares at me as if to ask me if I knew what that meant. The hate in her heart drove her to answer.
それはつまり、この世界で一番他の魔獣を殺したやつってこと。
It means he's a murderer. And the one who's killed the most demon beast in this entire world. And he's only 25 years old, so applaud.
どれだけ無害なふりを装ったとしても、その中身は残虐なアルムムと同じ。
No matter how defenseless he might pretend to be, he's the same as a minotaur.
パークスの両親探しなんて縄張りに入り込むための嘘よ。きっと私たちをむごたらしく殺すつもりなんだわ。
Searching for a sea demon's parents is just a lie to get into our territory. I'm sure he's intended to kill us all in some horrible way. He wouldn't. The reason why he came to find Kokoro's parents, that wasn't a lie. Snow Bunny. Ignis has an insatiable appetite. Oh no. Wait, did he eat her parents? Not just kill? Those are two different crimes. The reason why he came to find Kororo's parents, that wasn't a lie. However, the part about him having something to do with her parents' death... Ignis?
ここは殺戮が正義とされる世界。そいつは否定しねえよ。
Killing is the way of this world, I won't deny that. My voice fully of pity. Couldn't even form a question, but he answered me. Ignis's reply seemed to hide his feelings.
それがこのベスティアっつう世界の仕組みでルールみてえなもんだ。
You could call it the law of the land. It runs through all of Bestia. Look at this man in the middle of the snow. Ignis's homelands. While Ignis hid this before, it is a cruel world where slaughter is righteous, with demon beasts killing each other on a daily basis to prove their strength, while the weak are tormented as unnecessary.
魔獣にとって殺すっつうのは人間が呼吸をするのと同じ本能に刷り込まれた当然の行為だからな。
Killing to a demon beast is like breathing air to humans. It's the most natural act we know, and it's etched into our instincts. You see, I had a feeling that I knew the reason why Ignis was hesitant to bring me to this world. Not knowing what to say to him, my gaze wandered, lost where to look. There was a savage roar that made the air around us tremble. That voice. The demon beast girl was terrified of what made that noise. She shook and held herself. Ignis. I reflectively ran after him as he quickly responded. Reaching the center of the territory we found wasn't the demon beast we were questioning earlier, but... Oh, hey! Hi, guys! Instead, a minotaur like the one that had been chasing Dromi. There was something was different about it. It was like a giant bull, muscular all over, that walked on two legs. It looked exactly like what I saw in Grandpa's book. A minotaur from Greek mythology? A monster with the head of a bull and the body of a man appearing in Greek mythology.
アルムムの上位個体だ。口汚ねえ連中だから耳を塞いでおくのを勧めとくぜ。
The greater form of the lesser minotaurs. They're a pretty crash bunch, so I recommend covering your ears. A race of demon beasts inhabiting Bestia. They are vast in numbers and are known as the most cruel of demon beasts, Arumam.
言うじゃねえかよ。イグニス。
Well said, Ignis.
まさかとは思ったが、お前がこんなちっぽけな魔獣とつるんでるとは。
I didn't think it was true, but here I find you hanging around these puny demon beasts.
噂ってのもバカになんねえもんだな。相変わらず甘ったるい野郎だぜ。
Guess rumors aren't anything to make light of, huh? Well, you're such a softie as always. Kyu Kodo? As I looked up, I see the minotaurs grabbing Kororo by the tail. Why is Kororo here? I gave him to Dromi to take care of.
ち、ドローミの野郎、ガキのおもり一つこなせねえのか。
Dromi, that idiot, can't even protect a baby, I guess.
つうか、今日はやけに牛どもの姿を見かけるとは思ったが。
Come to think of it, I did notice we were seeing a bunch of bulls today.
てめえら、俺の動向を掴んでやがったな。ドローミを襲ったのもそのせいか。
You guys, you knew where I was, didn't you? That's why you attacked Dromi too.
単純バカの牛肉風情にしちゃ頭を使うじゃねえか。その情報どっから流れた？いいえ。
I guess you're actually clever, but you're still a bunch of brainless sacks of beef. Where'd you get that information from? Spill it.
正直に白状したら、それこそバカってもんだろう。
Now that would be brainless of me to tell you.
さあ、このチビの命が惜しかったら、動くんじゃねえぞ。
Dromi, right? Dromi's
体の炎
double
を解
agent.
け。
If you care about this thing's life, don't lose a muscle. I'm warning you, and get rid of those flames. Already thirsty for blood, the Minotaur kept Ignis in check by using Kororo as a shield. Silence, Ignis obeys and returns to his usual form that he uses in the human world. Feeling good about the turn of events, he shows his sincerity, looking down at Ignis. Superiority. And notices me standing next to him.
なんだ見たこともねえ魔獣だな。こいつもイグニスの連れか
Never seen a demon beast like that before. Is that thing with you, Ignis?
ならちょうどいい。お前もこっちに来い。
Good timing then. You come over here too.
イグニスを痛めつけた後、お前もそいつの目の前でなぶり殺しにしてやるよ。
After I beat down Ignis, I'll torment you to death right in front of stupid beady eyes. He's threatening us, dangling Kororo in the air. At the same time, tons of minotaurs come out of hiding and are surrounding us all at once. My rough estimate would be there was almost 20 of them. Their glares of ill intent and twisted smiles sent a strong chill down my spine, especially since I didn't even realize they had mouths from this angle. This is what she was talking about, the demons. No Bestia's true nature. It's pointless trying to fight the terror of such an overwhelming presence, but still even.
行く必要はね。
Leah, you don't need to go. Ignis?
言ったろ。仕方ねえから守ってやるってな。
I told you if you really had to come here that I'd protect you.
大体な、人質なんざ、俺へのハンデにならねえんだよ。そんなもん。
And you. Don't think that you can shut me down by using some hostage, that sort of thing. Explain why the little seal guy didn't trust him. If he was a double agent.
意味がねえからな。
That doesn't matter to me at all.
No!
What? With a fearsome smile, Ignis charges in close to the Minotaur.
やっぱてめえらは単純牛肉野郎だ。炎さえなけりゃ、俺に勝てるってか。
You are all dumb chunks of meat. You really think I need flames to kick your ass? Gripping his hand into a tight fist. And piercing through the defense of its dense muscles, he digs in with an intense punch. Whoa. Along with hearing a gruesome crack, the Minotaur spills fluids from its guts. From the impact, Kororo was let go. Yeah. Its body flying in the air was easily caught single-handedly by Ignis.
お前が見とけ。ドローミみてえに目離すんじゃねえぞ。
Leah, you look after him. Don't be like Dromi. Really watch him. Right. Kororo was thrown to me firmly, and I pulled him into my arms. It was crude and violent, but the way he fought, the way Kororo didn't get a scratch on him, it helped me find my belief. You little.
どうしたよ。もうネタ切れか
What's up? Out of tricks already?
まだだ。
Not yet.
まだこっちには。
We still
数があ
have
る。今度はこの縄張りにいる魔獣たちを人質に取ろう。
the numbers. Are you planning on taking all the demon beasts here hostage or
く
something?
ったらねえな。んな古典的な手使ってっから。てめえらは雑魚のままなんだ。
This is so stupid. You're all still a bunch of nobodies because of stupid tricks like this.
ま、いいぜ。やってみろよ。俺より早く動けんならな。
No, it's fine. Give it a shot if you can keep up with me, that is. Ignis takes in a deep breath and then looks up into the ash-colored sky. It was like a song. Strong and intense, a noble howl, like some signal for a fight, a crimson flame. The crimson flame ran over his body and it begins to easily overpower the Minotaurs with wolf-like moves. And the next moment, one Minotaur began to yell, engulfed in flames. Immediately after, Ignis jumps to the two Minotaurs behind him. And into their faces and stomachs he sends punch after kick into them. He sends punch after kick, rendering them unconscious within seconds. As if trying to show it wouldn't be outdone, the wild flames rampaged up to a fierce speed, hitting one Minotaur after the next. This group that tried to run towards the territories. Demon beast. What? Okay, I have a pet peeve, and it's been happening over and over again in this. They don't finish a sentence, and in my brain, one enter should be a sentence. Hitting one Minotaur after the next in this group that tried to run towards the territories demon beast.
そらそら、どうした?その無駄に太い腕は見た目だけの飾りかよ。
Come on, what's the matter? Don't tell me these big hulking arms are just for show. The ones provoked by Ignis snorted and sent their thick arms flying towards him. However, Ignis stopped them dead on with his fist. Their fists and claws were obliterated and they couldn't do a thing about it. And after that, it was a whirlwind. Or more appropriately, a whirlwind of fire. Burning, chasing, hitting, and burning again. Wild movements expressing Ignis' strength and nature that couldn't be shown in one single movement. On a rampage engulfed in flames and without a scratch on him, he was like a werewolf on fire. The strongest demon beast of Bestia. Melting away the merciless, cold land around him, he stood at the top of the world with overwhelming power. I didn't even think a minute had passed. I realized that almost all of the Minotaurs that had attacked were passed out on the ground. The only one left now was the large Minotaur that had taken Kororo as a hostage. Still, even after all of that fighting, hardly any of the territory had been destroyed. And at some point, the local demon beasts had gathered around, shivering with fright, watching the battle. Among them was the little girl that was shouting at Ignis.
バカな。全員群れの中でも特に強力な奴らだったってのに。
No, all of them were the strongest in the pack.
てめえ、どんだけの化け物なんだ。
What kind of monster are you?
化け物か。
Bakemono.
てめえらが弱すぎるだけだろ。
Monster, you're just weak. The giant Minotaur had ran out of composure that he had arrived with. All that was left was absolute shock and terror of Ignis. Readying himself again, Ignis glares with eyes of fire at the large Minotaur.
てめえら確かそこそこ頑丈だったな。いつもならまあ顔面砕く程度で許してやってるけどよ。
Your kind are supposed to be tough. Normally I'd let you all off by just breaking your faces into pieces.
今回は例外だ。くだらねえ手を使われて、俺はだいぶ機嫌が悪いんだな。
But this time's an exception. I'm honestly pissed off at this stupidity you tried to pull.
めったにねえ大盤振る舞いだ。喜んでミディアムレアになりやがれ。牛野郎!
Get a special treat today. I hope you're ready to turn into a pile of medium rare steak, you stupid animal. A swarming pillar of fire rose from under the feet of the Minotaur. There was care in preserving the territory, and the pillar didn't expand outwards. It climbed straight towards the heavens. After a blast, the Minotaur howled in pain. When this was all over, a deafening silence rested over the area. Passing through the Minotaurs passed out on the ground, Dromi and the others ran straight towards us.
いやー、さすが兄貴、惚れ惚れしたっす。アルムムごとき楽勝っすね。
Yeah, that's my bro. You're amazing. Minotaurs are no problem for
ま
you.
だ随分派手にやったね。ステーキにしてはお粗末な感じだけど。
You really went all out, huh? I can't really say that steak looks very appetizing, though.
こんなクソまずいステーキ、誰が食うかよ。
No one would eat a piece of meat as disgusting as that one.
合流が遅れてすまなかった。縄張りの周辺からもアルムムが襲撃を仕掛けてきてな。
Sorry it took us so long. There was minotaurs attacking along the boundaries of the territory.
そのほとんどはカヌスたちが軽く追い散らしてくれたけどね。君たちも怪我がないようで何より。
Most of them were easily scattered away by Canis and the gang. I'm glad you guys aren't hurt. Oh yes, Ignis protected us.
あれ、もう終わっちゃった感じ？俺たち出遅れちゃったかな。
Huh, it's all over then? I guess you were late to the party.
とはいえ、ある程度の敵を無力化しつつでしたから、一応最短で駆けつけた計算になるかと。
That said, we made some great strides in weakening the enemy. I believe we came as quickly as we could. Monsieur, you're here and ill. Are you feeling okay now?
ええ、おかげさまで。万全とは言いませんが、通常行動や戦闘を含め邪魔にはなりません。
Yes, thank you. I'm not at my best, but it's nothing that would hinder normal activity or fighting.
つーか、ドローミ、てめえコロロ一匹も守れねえた。ど
Hey,
ういう
you.
了見だ、おい。
Doromi, you couldn't even protect little Kororo. What the hell happened, huh?
その件は許してほしいっす。だってコロロが思いっきり噛むし逃げる。
Cut me some slack on that. I mean, Kororo kept biting me and running off. Kororo barred his fangs at Doromi with a vicious little face I'd never seen before. Why isn't he friendly? Or rather, why does he hate Doromi?
それで、イグニス、俺たちが転がしたのも含めて、アルムムの処遇はどうする？
So Ignis, including the ones we took out, what do you want to do with these minotaurs?
俺たちはあくまで部外者だから、殺しはしなかったけど、最終的な判断は君に任せるよ。
We're outsiders, so we didn't go as far as killing them, but I'll leave the final decision to you. It might have been coincidence, but my eyes met with Ignis as he thought about it.
そのままほっときゃいい。どうせ丸一日は目を覚まさねえ。
Just leave them. They won't wake up for a while anyways.
ここの縄張り連中も移動の準備を始めてるだろうし、今夜にでも出発すりゃ逃げ切れんだろう。
I'm sure the members of this territory are already getting ready to leave. If they leave tonight, they'll have time to escape.
なんで？
Why? It's the demon beast girl who was arguing with Ignis earlier. She came running towards us, yelling at Ignis.
なんで殺さないのよ。こんな奴ら皆殺しにすればいい。
Why? Why aren't you killing them? You should just kill them all.
うぜえな。てめえの敵討ちを俺に押し付けんじゃねえよ。結局は強え魔獣を頼ってんじゃねえか。
Shut up. I don't want anything to do with your vengeance. That kind of energy will only draw out stronger beasts. Ignis struck a chord. The girl flinches.
なんなのよ。意味わかんない。
The hell? I don't get it.
あんたはこのベスティアで一番非情な魔獣なんじゃないの？
You're the most cold-hearted demon beast in all of Bestia, aren't you?
そんな奴がなんで殺さないの？なんでこんな無力な魔獣や人間を守るために戦ったのよ。
Why don't you just kill them? Why are you fighting to protect those weak demon beasts and this human? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
何でも何も。
No reason, really.
誰も殺さねえのが俺の心情だからだ。
I don't kill, it's my creed. What? What I understood earlier. Yes, it was Ignis's creed not to kill. I felt a relief deep within my soul to hear him say it itself. This girl seemed to find it completely unbelievable.
イグニスが殺さない魔獣。嘘よ。だってあんたは私の両親は。
Ignis? A demon beast who doesn't kill? Don't lie to me. My parents, you...
あれ、そこの娘っ子、前に兄貴がアルムムから助けたやつじゃないですか？
Isn't this the girl that you saved from Minotaurs a long time ago, bro?
あれ結構前のことだったし、弱小種族にしちゃ長生きしてるじゃないですか。
It's a pretty long time ago, considering her species so weak. It's crazy she's been alive for so long.
助けた。
Saved me?
私を。
あんた、両親が死んだ直後に気絶してたし、記憶がおかしくなってんじゃないですか？
Plot convenience, huh? Yeah, you got knocked out after your parents died. You probably don't remember very
あ
well.
んたの両親はアルムムに殺されて、んで、そこに居合わせた兄貴がそいつらを再起不能にぶっ飛ばした。
Your parents were killed by Minotaurs. My bro who just happened to be there totally knocked them all out.
それが本当のところっす。だから誤解っつうか、うぬぼれもいいとこっすよ。
That's the truth. This is all just a misunderstanding. You should be proud of him, you know?
そもそも最強である兄貴があんたらみたいな弱い魔獣相手にするはずがねえっすから。
And let's face it, my bro here is the strongest of them all. He wouldn't spend time killing weaklings like your kind anyway. The way that was all put could have definitely used a bit more tact.
驚いたな。それなら物腰や言動がどうにも悪ぶっているのはお国柄なだけで。
That's surprising. This could mean that all of his rude mannerisms and silly way of speaking is just for show.
イグニス、君は異例中の異例。不殺主義者でありながらベスティアのトップに立ってるんだね。
You're quite an exception to be seated at the top of Bestia while sticking to a creed of never killing anyone, probably because your own parents were killed. Mr. Rindo was surprised considering he knew about Ignis's position within Bestia's harsh society. Looking at everyone else's expression, it seemed they all had some understanding of Ignis's status except for his creed.
うるせえ。悪ぶってるってなんだリンド。ぶっ殺すぞ。
Shut up. Who the hell are you calling rude, Rindo? I'll kill you.
と言いつつ殺さないのが兄貴なんすよね。はあ、ほんとお優しいことで。
I mean, you say that, but killing really isn't your thing, is it, bro? You're one of the nice guys.
あいったー！死ぬっすこれ！
You're gonna kill me! Ignoring Doromi, Monsieur opens his mouth to share a few words.
命のやりとりこそが世界そのもの。そんなベスティアにおいて、君の最強はきっと許されないんだろうね。
A world built on trading lives here in Bestia. I'm sure some others can't stand that you're the strongest.
殺戮こそ正義な他の魔獣からすれば価値観を覆しかねない存在。それなら狙われてしかり。
From other demon beasts who understand that killing is the only way you invalidate them, it's no mystery why they go after you.
それを打ちのめせば打ちのめすほど、イグニスはさらに狙われていくわけか。暴力世界のスパイラルだね。
The more he beats them down, the more of a target Ignis becomes, spiraling further into a world of violence.
別にな大層な立場のつもりはねえけどな。俺はただ好きに喧嘩してるだけだ。
Whatever, it's not like I ever wanted to be the guy. I just fight because I wanna.
何よ。
What the hell? Ignis turns again to face the girl who was taken aback.
お前の親は残念だった。お前の復讐心も理解できる。
Sorry about your parents. I can understand you want revenge, however.
それでも俺は誰も殺され。そう決めてんだ。
I won't kill anyone. That's my decision.
バカみたい。そんな魔獣の話見たことも聞いたこともないわ。
I've never even heard of a demon beast like this before.
だったらなんでもっと早く
So why didn't you come sooner?
両親が殺される前に来てくれなかったのよ
Why didn't you get there before my parents were slaughtered? She fainted. The tearful girl collapsed to the ground. We getting a flashback? Ooh, it's a flashback, you know. After that, we helped the territory begin their move to show our gratitude. That said, it was a world made up of ice, so there wasn't much to carry in a move quite unlike the human world. Most of the work was just erasing any traces of anyone living there. Breaking down everything would make it so that more predator demon beast wouldn't be able to chase after them. Ignis and I, having finished our part, we took a break with Kororo near the edge of the territory.
正直に言うとよ。
I'll be honest. Huh?
こういうベスティアでの俺の立場ってのが話に上がった時点で避けられると思ってたぜ。
I thought you might not want to be around me once my position in Bestia came up.
けどお前、あんまそういうの気にしねえんだな。一応隣にいる俺は殺し殺されの世界のトップなんだぜ。
But you don't care about that, do you? I'm at the top of this kill or be killed world, you know that, right?
なんだよ、その微妙な顔。
What the hell's with that look? Well, be that as it may, you've kept true to your creed, which means you've never killed anyone, right? I just don't get how someone can hold any fear or hatred towards you for something you haven't even done.
まあそれはそうかもしれねえけどよ。
You know, I guess that might be true. Also, I don't know if this is going to come off to you as me being naive, but with Ignis, the Ignis I know, although he might be intimidating or rough around the edges, he cares about the people he's around. I mean, this is a guy who always cleans his plate back at Enchante too, one of my treasured guests. So I'm not scared of you, Ignis.
わかんねえだろ。俺が演技してるだけかもしんねえぞ。
You never know, this could all be an act, you know? Ignis acting. I don't think that's possible, Ignis.
なんでだよ。
And why the hell not? I mean, you're awkward and you're not a very good liar. You have a terrible poker face, remember?
根拠そこかよ。
That's your proof? Anyways, there's only one thing I can say. Bestia values and its violent inhabitants like those minotaurs are of course scary like everyone said. But I know now after coming here that not all of Bestia is like that. The demon beast here, or Kokoro for example, most of all. You, Ignis. One of Enchante's most treasured guests, I'm sure you won't change. The person who just throws open the gate curtly, places an order, then leaves without giving any thought about the food. Yeah, scary. Scary is not the right word for you.
そりゃ悪い。ゲートはもうちょっと気をつけて開く。
Well, sorry, I'll be more careful about that gate.
飯は、いや、文句がねえからこそ何も言わないっつうかだな。
And the food, well, I don't have any complaints about it, so that's why I don't say anything, I guess.
まったく、新米マスターのくせにずぶとくなりやがったよ。
Damn, you're so cocky considering you're still so new at being an owner and stuff. Ignis let out a sigh. His eyes were looking out into the distance. I wonder what they were focused on.
俺がこのベスティアで最強なのは間違いねえ。それと同時に異質な存在ってこともな。
There's no mistaking it. I really am the strongest in Bestia, but I'm also very different.
それでも俺にはここのトップに立ち続けて理由があんだ。
Despite that, there's a reason why I want to be seated at the top. The reason why, I'm sure he didn't intend on explaining. Although I'm curious, I thought it best not to pry about the matter for now.
けどよ、俺も結局アルムムと同じ魔獣なんだ。このクソみてえな世界の住人なんだ。
But you know, I'm a demon beast, same as those minotaurs. I'm a citizen of this crappy world.
いつか何かの拍子に本能のままに俺も誰かをぶっ殺しちまうかもしれねえ。
Someday, when the time comes, just following my instincts might bring me to killing someone too.
なあ、それでもお前は。
Hey Leah, if I ever did something like that, you... Yeah! Kororo, what's wrong? Kororo suddenly began to move, shuffling around in my arms. Do you listen here, mister? That's what she just said. He said, you want to go to Ignis? As if nodding in affirmation, Kororo rubs his cheeks against my arm. Although a bit confused at his sudden demand, I move Kororo towards Ignis to hand him over and then... That hurts! What? For some reason, headbutted him. It's pretty ruthless at that. Kororo gets a little horn on his head too. That one had to have hurt. Sure enough, even Ignis was rubbing at the spot he was practically stabbed in, but after jumping at him, Kororo seemed not to care at all, awkwardly climbing up to get onto Ignis's shoulder. Oh, he is pretty big. He's definitely bigger than I was picturing.
この突撃癖は治らねえな。一体何が気に入らねえんだ。
God, he's got a bad habit of attacking me no matter how many times I scold him. What the hell does he like about me? Aww. It's your six-pack, I'm assuming. Huh? He's done this before?
ああ、初対面の時、溝落ちに全力でな。
It is a cute CG. I think the seal creature is probably my favorite mascot so far. When we first met, full charge right in my gut. Did he stab you? Jesus. That must have hurt. While my face twisted, imagining how that felt, Dromi called us from afar after presumably having seen what happened.
そうそう兄貴、俺が調べた情報によると、その頭突き、攻撃とかいたずらじゃなくて、
Oh hey bro, forgot to tell you that headbutt isn't really an attack.
どうもパークスにとっての親愛を表す習性っぽいっすよ。親に甘える時とかと同じ行動らしいっす。
It's something their kind does when they're expressing affection. They do it when they want a little affection from their parents.
Huh?
Huh? Affection? Does that mean? It sounds so much like Komame. Kyokyo! For now, Kororo continued rubbing his head on Ignis, or rather, it still looked like he was headbutting him. See? I'm sure Kororo doesn't really understand this all, but he likes you.
は？そんなの知らねえよ。
Yeah, whatever. Kyokyo! He probably wasn't used to being liked by more defenseless species like Kororo, considering his status. That, or he didn't know what to do with this feeling he was having. Ignis turned red, not knowing how to handle the situation. Just then, looking at Ignis' state, Kororo's mouth then began to wiggle. Akira, gugururu. You. It's baby's first words. He did not say Leah. I'm surprised it didn't have to say master. Ignis. What?
は？お前喋れんのかよ。
You can freaking talk? It was a surprise that surmounted even those from knowing the truth behind Bestia or Ignis. Ignis Carbunculus. I just summoned a demon. The strongest demon beast in the Beast World Bestia. Despite being at the top of Bestia where slaughter is righteous, he insists on never killing. Wait, do seal demons have enough intelligence to mimic what other people say, like parrots or parakeets?
かもしんねえな。
Maybe they do, huh? All we could do is smile awkwardly at each other at this surprising revelation. Wait. It's parents. So this is mommy and daddy to him. I get it. But that smile didn't last long. The young demon girl from earlier seemed to have found a herd of demon beasts after sneaking out from the
借りを
territory.
返しただけよ。あんたみたいな甘いやつ、いつか痛い目に遭えばいいんだわ。
I'm just returning the favor. Everyone's as naive as you will get hurt someday. Along with her goodbye, she told us about what she saw. Rushing to the spot, she described what we found. Gruesome remains of blood. And then,
直視するな。
Leah, avert your eyes. Canis steps in front of me to block my vision. It's too late, though. Demon beasts larger than Kororo that were defenseless and had no ability to fight. So many of these sea demons. Blood was splattered everywhere. Some lay on the ice and others, their lifeless bodies floating in the water. A countless number of them all dead.
狩られたか。
They were hunted. The lone assertion told the entire story of what happened to Kororo's family and friends.
海に隠れる間もなくってところかな。
Seems they weren't able to hide in the water either. Monsieur closes his eyes and Ills puts his hands together, offering a prayer. In my arms was a clueless face. It seems like Kyororo didn't understand a single part of the reality we walked into, or maybe he didn't understand they were fellow demons. They were unrecognizable. Kororo's parents may have been among them, but ones he was desperate to find, having been crying the whole time we tried to do so. But if they were here, now it's... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Kororo. Oh no, my character's crying now. I wish we could have just reunited you with your family. Tears fall from my eyes. They streamed as I hugged this helpless child who was just looking for his parents. It was all I could do. We knew this was a possibility. Oh, now we're on Eel's little story. And he has a biscuit. This was his final message to me.
お待たせしました、ソウアン。私に用があると聞きましたが、何かしらの手伝いでしょうか。
I apologize for the wait, Soan. You said you wanted to see me. Is there something I can help you with?
おう、来たか。ああ、いや何、ちょっとした世間話さ。だがな、その前に。
Ah, there you are. Well, you know, just something to chat about. Although before that...
いるよ。俺はさっき大事な話があるからすぐに降りてこい。
Yul, I
そう
told
言
you...
ったはずだよな。
I told you earlier to come down as soon as possible because I had something important to tell you, didn't I?
はい。なので可能な限り早く。
Yes, and I came as soon as I could.
ゲームを区切りの良いところまで進めてから来ました。セーブデータの保存もバッチリです。
Sometimes I don't even properly save and secure my data, so you know what? That's impressive. I came at a convenient point after a convenient point arrived as I was progressing through my game. My data is properly saved and secure.
たく、世間様じゃそういうのはすぐって言わねえんだ。
Oh god, as soon as possible would have been sooner than that for some people, you know.
俺、時計見てみろ。俺が声かけてから1時間も経ってるじゃないか。
Just look at the clock. It's been over an hour since I called you down here.
なるほど。時間概念に関しては今後修正していくとしましょう。
see. I shall correct my concept of time moving
は
forward.
あ、相変わらずゆるっとしやがって。
Carefree as always,
ま
aren't
あい
you?
い。とりあえず座れ。お前に話があるんだ。
Well, whatever. You can just take a seat. There's something we need to talk about. I sat as asked. Placed there already was my usual float, my favorite beverage on the menu. Based on my experience, I believe I'm being invited to drink. Without hesitation, I reach out for it. The familiar, relaxing sensation of sweet I have learned of after arriving at Enchante. I could feel the circuits in my brain recovering after exhausting them from my Atomi games, or so I felt. Soan continued staring at me as I continued sipping away. I wonder what was so concerning, as this surely wasn't a usual sight for him. I tilt my head and, as if waiting for the response, Soran opens his
なあ、
mouth.
いる。お前は
So, Il, do
こ
you?
の店、アンシャンテのことは好きか？
Do you like this shop, Enchante?
何を当たり前のことを。好きに決まっているでしょう。
But it is obvious. Of course I like it. It felt like my common sense was in question. Soan surely already knew the answer.
この場所とあなたは私に笑顔を与えてくれましたから、嫌いになれという方が無理難題かと。
It is because of this place and you. This has returned my smile to me. It is important for me not to like it. It is impossible for me not to like it.
そうか。
I see.
ミシェルのやつは納得してねえようだが、俺はお前がいいならそれで構わねえ。
Monsieur isn't convinced yet, but if this is fine with you, then I don't really care.
だが、お前もなんだかんだでここに来て長い。
But you've been coming here for a while now.
いつまでも与えられる側に甘えてないで、そろそろ与える側に立てるようになれ。
You've got to learn to give, you know. You can't always be on the receiving end.
笑顔をもらった。そう思うなら、お前も誰かに笑顔をくれてやれるようにならなきゃな。
You were given your smile, you said. If that's how you feel, then you gotta be able to give someone else a smile too. Yet another question. What could he mean? I do understand the words he speaks. However, I had no idea as to what he was trying to communicate to me.
わかんねえか。けど意味がわかんねえならそれでいい。今はジジイの寝言とでも思ってろ。
I guess you don't get it. It's fine if you don't yet. Just think of it as an old man's rambling.
ただ、どうか忘れてくれるな。
But don't forget it.
これが俺からお前に教えられる最後のことだからよ。
The last thing I'll be able to teach you.
その言葉の詳細な意図は理解できていませんが、
I don't understand the intent behind what you're saying,
今
but
のあなたの言葉をしっかり記憶しておけばいいのですね。
I just remember precisely what you're saying at this moment, yes? That would be fairly simple. I was truly perplexed about his intent. I was truly perplexed about his intent in asking his question. He said I don't need to understand. If so, I have no need to think further of it. Satisfied with my decision, I returned to my work, mixing the black of the coffee and the white of the ice cream together. A few days later, after I came to understand when he would pass on, he chased me off back to the heavenly world to Callum. At the time, I can make a guess that what he said was intended to be his last wishes for me. However, why did he ask that of me? What does it mean to give one a smile? To whom? And how? And most of all, why? If what he bestowed to me was a request at all, it was perhaps too abstract for me to truly understand. If he would have given me methods to apply, I could use my own judgment after all. However, If I were to ask such a thing,
バカ野郎が。まずは自分で考えてみろ。
you idiot. Just trying to think of yourself first. And the like. He still scolds me even in my daydreams. It was a comfortable day today. The weather was so sunny that it would be too hot to wear layers. The garden was graced by sunlight. I turned the nozzle of the watering hose to its quaint shower mode. In the corner, enjoying the wading pool, I splashed Kororo with arcs of water as he splashed in the water with glee. Does it feel good, Kororo? A smiling face so long as he's happy. Still, the reason as to why he's here, well, he doesn't understand reasons at his age. It's been 3 days since we returned from Bestia on our trip to find his parents, knowing that his friends and family met a gruesome fate. It was decided that Kokoro would come to live here at Enchante. Sea demons and demon beasts that live in the ocean, they live just fine on land too. He spent most of his time around me or Karia, and we let him freshen up on occasion by giving him showers like this. I'm really no good. Ever since then, every time I had a moment to myself or recall that sight, I imagine if I would have been there sooner. I ask myself what if so very often. But thinking about it wouldn't change what happened already, so there's no point. Cute. And yet I still can't help but think, as presumptuous as it may seem, that I could have been able to do something for this poor innocent little creature. It's almost opening time. Let's get you nice and dry, alright, Kororo? Cute! Drenched, I wrapped Kororo in a blanket and went up to my room on the 3rd floor. I ran into a certain someone as I rounded the 2nd floor.
マスター、ちょうどよかった。今あなたを訪ねようとしていたのです。
Leah, what good timing. I was about to come call for you. Oh, good morning, Il. You seem all better now. I'm glad you didn't end up catching a cold. Not used to the cold in Bestia, Il seemed to have almost succumbed to it. He was back to his usual tranquil self now. As far as I could tell, it didn't seem like he was sick at all.
元より天使は風邪などひきませんよ。あれはどちらかというと環境的な問題です。
Angels can't get sick in the first place. It was more of an issue with the environment. The environment? Il nods in affirmation.
私たち天使は霊力という天界特有のエネルギーによって肉体や体力を維持しています。
We angels maintain our bodies and form via a particular energy unique to the heavens. It's known as the spirit energy. Spirit energy, energy that fills heavenly world calm. Besides being used for magic, it also maintains the body of angels.
もちろんそれは人間界や他の世界には存在しないもの。ですから、
Of course, it's not something that doesn't exist in the human world nor others as
普段
such.
は周囲の代用できるエネルギーを探し、この姿や力を保っているのです。多少燃費は悪くなりますが。
I'm usually searching for and borrowing the energies of things I can instead to maintain myself, although it is never as effective. Oh, right. Now I understand. In Bestia, there was only sea and ice. There wasn't any other energy you could use in its place, so you were drained, right?
それがなければ、私も従前の力を発揮できません。
Yes, and without it, I am wholly unable to experience the totality of my strength. He must have remembered how cold it was, nodding as he rubbed his arms. Sorry, I got us off track. You had something to ask me.
はい。実はこれについてあなたに助言をいただきたく。
Yes, I was hoping for your advice on a matter. As Il spoke, he shoved his console towards me so that I could see the screen. Is this quite literally 100% just a Switch? All the buttons are right? Yeah, all the buttons are right. This is totally with permission, right? It even has the little indents on like the black joysticks in the same spot. How funny. I assume a lot of the art in this one is taking a real picture and then just like drawing on top of it, like the background. On it was an Atomi game. Oddly enough, that's what I'm playing on right now, so. A strong, sturdy-looking man was staring this way from across the screen right into the protagonist. Huh, I haven't seen this character before. Did you start a new game?
はい。昨日届いたばかりの新作です。
Yes, a new release just came in yesterday.
それでなのですが、今映っている選択肢の中でどれを選べば良いと思いますか?
And so here's the matter at hand. Which do you think I should choose out of the choices displayed right now? A real Atomi game player wouldn't ask somebody. They would just pick one after saving, and then if they didn't like the response they got, they would just start over again, i.e. me. You know, I couldn't decide. You're much better at this sort of. As I was speaking, I looked closer at the screen. Whoa, there are 30 choices? I guess that would make anyone indecisive. I'm not entirely sure what's happening in this game, but will there be a separate response for each of these? If so, this game's gonna be a handful.
難解でしょ?
What game is
ただで
this?
さえ人は千差万別だというのに、その心を読み解くなど。
A difficult decision, yes? The characters are already nuanced. To try and read their hearts
こうなれ
too.
ば、秘技総当たりで正解の選択肢を探し進めるしかないのでしょうか。
Perhaps there was only one way through. Perhaps there's only one way through it, is to use some sort of secret technique or employ brute force into finding the right answer. Or check Atomi Kitten, because Atomi Kitten usually has all the answers. Secret technique. Brute force. A technique that Il named for playing Atomi games. It means checking each and every choice to find the correct one to raise characters' affection levels. Repeating saves and loads over and over is a bit troublesome, but I'll do it anyways. Oh god. That's hilarious. I think that's possible, but if you're here, you may as well try to guess the right answer. Il and I cross our arms deep in thought. We also check the backlog to the story. We work together to choose an answer. It's been about a month since Il and I have started talking about games in this way. I play a few myself, but I'm nowhere near the type of dedicated player he is. I've only known of these games that Il enjoys through him, and I haven't had any experience with them, but seriously, is that true? So the original story for the live action drama was this Atomi game? Wait, what?
そうです。しかも原作はマルチエンディングなので、ドラマ版とは違う結末が待っているのです。
That's right. The original story has multiple endings, so the conclusions vary from the drama.
例えば、とあるルートでは死ぬはずの、ネタバレを語るわけにはいきません。
For example, after this one character dies, but I can't spoil the story for you.
あとはぜひ、あなたがプレイする気になったらのお楽しみということで。
If you're curious, I encourage you to play and enjoy the game for yourself. And so it all happened after the response to a certain Atomi game Il was gushing about. Upon his request, we would sometimes play together and talk about our thoughts on his games. It seemed he wanted someone to have discourse with and didn't do all the talking himself or push his thoughts onto me. It was nice that there was things I liked in these stories too, so it wasn't even a pain to have these discussions with him. In fact, once I am able to handle managing Enchante a bit better, I'll probably try playing some more Atomi games. That's how much Il has influenced me.
私はこの欠点を指摘するという選択肢が正解かと思うのですが。
I think this one that says point out his flaws is the right answer. I can see how that makes sense, but maybe hold his hand is a better answer for this situation. He's worried about looking tough, right? I think it might be better to let him know directly that you're not afraid of him.
あ、なるほど。
I see.
言葉ではなく行動で好意を提示するという手段ですか。その対応方法は実に参考になります。
To not use your words but signify your affection through action. That strategy is truly helpful advice. And then you make that choice and there's no affection bar gauge and you restart. I'm just glad if it helps. Let me know what happens if you get to a good ending.
はい、それはもちろん。
But of course.
マスター、今日のあなたはなんだか。
Leah, today you seem a bit...
いえ、なんでも。相談に乗っていただきありがとうございます。ではまた後ほど1階で。
No, it's nothing. Thank you for discussing this with me. I'll see you downstairs later. I wonder what that was about. Oh, cute, cute. For a moment there, he looked puzzled as he stared at my face. Well, for now, we just have to focus on getting you all nice and dry, Kororo. Oh, cute. Oh, cute. As I was carefully drying Kororo's body with a hairdryer, Kororo began to snore softly, falling asleep after tiring himself out from playing. Smiling as I watched him, I started to head down to the cafe, careful not to wake him. It seemed like all the regulars had gathered aside from Mr. Rindo. However, this time, we seemed to have an extra guest in the mix.
いやー、兄貴が人間界に出入りしてることは知ってたっすけど。
Whoa, I knew you were always hanging out in the human world, bro.
まさかこんな場所に通ってたなんて。他の魔獣にも襲われないし、快適っすね。
Who would have guessed it was like this? No attacks, no demon base, it's so chill.
そうかよ。んじゃあ今すぐてめえにとってトラウマの場所にしてやろうか。
Is it really chill? Let me change it for you. You could use a little trauma.
なんでいきなり俺の顔面使うんすか？
Why are you grabbing my face?
うるせえ、このストーカー野郎が。
Shut the hell up, you stalker.
ストーカー？なんすかそれ？褒め言葉的な。
What's that? Is that a compliment or...
あ、こめかみから不穏な音が。待って兄貴、砕ける俺の顔面が冗談抜きで砕けるっす。
There's a real sound in my temple. Wait, bro. I'm getting crushed. Knock chill. No joke. My skull's like being crushed. So what's happening here?
見ての通り、イグニスの自称射程くんがアンシャンテに来店しちゃってさ。
Well, it's just as you see here. Ignis's little right-hand man has made his way to Enchante.
我らの後を尾行し、アンシャンテのゲートへたどり着くとは、全く気がつかなかったぞ。
He followed us right into the gate leading to Enchante. We hadn't the slightest clue it was happening at all.
こいつ、逃げ足と気配の消し方だけは超一流だからな。くそ、俺としたことが油断してたぜ。
The only thing this garbage is good for is running away or crashing a party. Damn, I can't believe I let my guard down.
まあ、 伊達に兄貴の射程は名乗ってないっすからね。
Well, I don't call myself my bro's right hand for nothing, you know. Dromi, who just managed to not have his face crushed, turned his attention towards me.
喫茶店ってのはよくわかんないっすけど。
Miss Leah, right? I don't know what a cafe is.
要は物々交換をすりゃ俺もここに出入りしていいんすよね。
But basically, if you're just selling stuff, it's chill if I chill here, right? Oh, sure. If you want to come as a customer, you're more than welcome to visit us.
お、やった!
Oh, yeah! Dromi aggressively poses for the group. All the members met his pose with annoyance, except for the one who had a smile.
なるほど。つまり新たな常連がこのアンシャンテに加わるということですね。
I see, so this means that a new regular will join the group of us here at Enchante.
では私が先達としてここでのマナーを享受して差し上げます。よろしくお願いしますね。ドローミス。
I'll take the initiative and teach you the proper way of the culture here. I hope we get along well, Brother Dromi.
うっしって名前違うっすよ
Yeah, wait, that's not my name.
俺の名前と口癖くっついちゃってるじゃないっすかドローミっすよ俺の名前は
You're not getting it, bro. That's not how you say my name. My name is just Doromi, bro.
ドローミス。合っていますよね。
Brother Doromi, that's what you're saying, isn't it?
あ、もどかしい兄貴の方から説明してやってほしいっす
This is getting old fast, bro. Explain it to him.
嫌なこった。第一よろしくもさせねえよ。てめえにはベスティアでの仕事がある。
Hell no. First of all, we aren't going to get along here. We've got work to do in Bestia. Huh? For an instant, Ignis looked towards me and furrowed his brow a bit.
てめえはベスティアに戻って、アルムムたちの動きを探ってこい。それと。
You need to get back to Bestia and get an update on whatever the Minotaurs are up to, and...
てめえら、俺の動向単純。俺の情報が流れてんのが気に食わねえ。どこの雑魚だか知らねえが、出所をつかんで持ってこい。
I don't like how info about me is spreading around. I don't know what punk is behind it, but find out who it is and bring him to me.
兄貴のお役には立ちたいっすけど、俺もちょっとはここでのんびりしたいっす。
Bro, I want to help you out, but I kind of want to just hang loose and like chill for a bit longer.
その情報さえ真面目に探すなら、いくらでも出入りを許してやる。その代わり、サボるようなら。
Dude, if you find this out for me, I'll honestly let you come here all you want, but if you slack off on this...
サボるようなら
If I slack off on it...
てめえの腕と足を曲がっちゃいけねえ方向に曲げる。
I'm gonna bend the crap out of your legs and arms in a way that they're not supposed to go.
了解したっす
Roger, sir! With an exasperated salute, a panicked Doromi ran towards the room with the gate. Doromi's really quite a lively person, huh?
ポジティブだな、てめえも。ありゃどう考えてもうるせえやつだろうが。
That's a really nice way of putting it. A normal person would find him annoying. Right, as Ignis sighs, Enchante's front door opened.
いや、マスター。ちょっと遅いけど朝食を取りに来たよ。
Hey Leah, I know I'm late, but I'd love breakfast. Welcome, Mr. Rindo. Sure, what would you like?
そうだな。それじゃあ。
Let's see. Oh, I know.
サラダとトーストのモーニングセットにホットケーキ。それからセットとは別口でベーグルサンドをお願いしようかな。
I'll take a salad, the morning toast set, and some pancake. Oh, and a bagel sandwich on the side, please. That's a lot of food, Mr. Rindo. Are you sure you can eat it all?
実は昨日夕飯を抜いちゃってね。お腹空いてるからこれぐらいは余裕でいけるよ。多分。
I skipped dinner yesterday. I'm starved enough to handle at least that. Probably.
なあ、 こっちもいい？日替わりコーヒーにアメリカン、エスプレッソとカフェモカを1杯ずつ。
Leah, can you get mine too? A coffee, an Americano, an espresso, and a cafe mocha. Just one each, please. Espresso, a type of coffee extracted from dark roast beans using high pressure. Its a characteristic is that it is far richer than a normal coffee, and has a special small cup is used for it. It also is a lot of caffeine. Cafe mocha, coffee made with mixing espresso with chocolate syrup and milk, and it's sweeter than most other forms. This coffee is often seen as sweets.
辛口カレーとナポリタン、ハヤシライスにエビフライセット、あと分厚いステーキが食いて。
Curry, spicy, and a Napolitan. Hayashi rice and shrimp rice set. Hit me with a thick steak too.
我はシーザーサラダと果実のスムージーをお願いしたい。ゆで卵もつけてもらえるだろうか。
I'd like to order a Caesar salad and a fruit smoothie. Can you add a boiled egg to that too? Wait a minute. I can't write these all down fast enough.
みんなそんなに空腹なのですか？
You all seem so hungry.
ではマスター、追加で恐縮ですが、私もパンケーキをお願いできますか？
Leah, when you have a moment, I'd like to order pancakes as well. Sure. Double checking the orders, I run my pen across my notes. Okay, I'll get started on these. It's a lot. It might take us some time.
ありがとう。ゆっくり待たせてもらうから大丈夫だよ。よろ
I'll
しく
be
ね。
waiting, so don't rush. I'm happy about the cells, but I'm so busy right at the morning's barely started. I hustled back to the kitchen to start prepping everything.
行ったか？
Is she gone?
問題ないだろう。あの量の注文ならしばらくは料理に集中してこちらの会話も聞こえないはずだ。
I'm sure with that many orders, she'll be so focused on cooking that she will not pay mind to our discussion.
さてと。それで、人外諸君。
Alright then, my non-human friends.
例の、ベスティアでの一件。コロロの仲間たちが狩られたであろう現場を見てしまった彼女だったけど。
The Bestia incident. She saw all of Kokoro's kins, friends, and family hunted down in cold
君た
blood.
ちから見て、今の彼女の様子は？
As far as you can tell, how is she doing?
悪い意味で変化なし。表面上はいつも通りだね。俺たちに心配させたくないっていうか。
No particular change, and that's not good. She's the same as usual on the surface, as if trying not to make us
自
worry.
分自身で落ち込むことを良しとしてない感じかな。
Feels like she doesn't think it'll be very good if she gets depressed.
おそらく彼女としては自分が望んでついていったゆえの結果。だからこそそれを嘆くのは筋違いだと。
I suspect she does not feel at ease grieving about it, as she attempted to help too by joining us.
そう、自分を律しているように見える。
I see it as her punishing herself.
そっか。真面目な彼女らしいね。
I see. She's really earnest, isn't she?
イグニス、お前が気に病む必要はない。反対を押し切り彼女を連れて行くと決めたのは我々の方だ。
Ignis, do not feel dismayed by this. We are the ones who sided against you and agreed to take her with us.
別に気に病んでなんかねえよ。
Whatever. I'm not sad about
た
it.
だ、なんつうか、あいつが妙におとなしくて調子が狂うっつうか。
It's just, she's too calm about it. It's getting to me.
それを気に病んでるって言うんじゃない？
Doesn't that mean you're sad about it?
とりあえず時間が経てば言えることかもしれないけど、俺たちからもできるフォローを。
Sorry, there was so much on that screen. I thought he was going to talk a minute longer. With time, she'll likely recover from it, but we should try and support her too.
質問をよろしいでしょうか？
May I ask a question?
先ほどから何の話をしているのです？
What are all of you talking about?
は？
Huh?
いや、何のも何も。
Clearly.
先日のベスティアでの件、 それを目撃したことに落ち込んでいる彼女について話しているのだが。
About the incident in Bestia, we are discussing how she witnessed the events there and is depressed by them. I swear this is still the same chapter. Technically, the last chapter kind of did the same thing where parts of it kind of rolled into the next one. I'm sure Eel's gonna swoop in soon and take us away. I don't know. I found out last time because I was checking photos. I'm already missing one of Canis. So I don't know what I did wrong. But I'm missing a Canis picture already. About the incident in Bestia. Depressed? For what reason?
パークスの群れが殺されちまったからに決まってんだろうが。
I don't know. Maybe it had something to do with the bloodbath we saw. Eel is so innocent.
確かにあの件は悲劇には変わりないでしょう。しかし、
That incident was a great tragedy I've seen indeed. Rest their souls, however.
それはパークスにとってでしょう。彼女には何も関係がないではないですか。関連性が理解できません。
This poor innocent being, he has no concept. The tragedy belongs to the sea demons, yes? It has nothing to do with her own life. I can't understand how the two are related.
コロロがいるであろう。その親が死んだかもしれぬのだ。彼女が嘆くのは当然ではないか。
So there's Kororo, right? Her parents may have died. It is natural she would be saddened, yes?
なぜです？彼女とコロロの親に何のつながりが？みんな何をそのように懸念しているのです？
Poor Eel, what the hell? He plays Atomi games. He has to understand romance and like sadness. Come on. These games are all laced in depression. I can't think of a single Atomi game that didn't have a chapter that was depression. If he doesn't understand depression, that's kind of weird. And why is that? What sort of relationship does she have with Kokoro's parents that would make you all so worried?
それに、マスターは今朝も笑顔を見せていました。落ち込んでいるというのは気のせいでは？
Furthermore, Leah has smiled at all of us this morning. Perhaps her depression is in your minds.
そりゃ強がってるだけだろ。なんでわからねえんだよ。
She's just putting on an act. Why don't you get it?
強がる。
An act?
いる。例えばだけどさ、今朝の彼女のその笑顔とかに何か違和感を覚えたことは？
For example, Eel, did you sense anything strange about her this morning or that smile?
違和感ですか？
Anything strange.
あ、なるほど。
I see. That's just her normal
言葉
pose.
ではなく行動で好意を提示するという手段ですか。その対応方法は実に参考になります。はい、それは、マスター、今日、いえ、
何か思い当たることがあるのだな。
You've thought of something, yes?
そういえば、私と話しているとき、マスターの声が弱々しく感じました。それに笑顔もどこかいびつで。
When I was speaking with her earlier, her voice seemed a bit weak and her smile was a bit off somehow.
もしや、あれが落ち込んでいる状態？
It reminds me of Mathis. They both have a lack of common sense. Dude, his lack is a... Mathis has an excuse, right? Mathis is actually just a year old. He was just a little baby. And he was kept in a room by himself like forever. Was that her depression though? That's the best line so far. Oh my god.
正解にたどり着くまでが長えよ。
Look who finally showed up to class.
これこそいるって感じもするけどね。
That's our eel, I guess.
なるほど。理論構築、概念補強、完了しました。つまり、 皆彼女を励ましたい。
He just matrix download like what depression is. I see. I've completed constructing the logic. So, you all want to cheer her up.
そのような解釈で良いでしょうか。
Is that the current situation?
まあ、そうだね。
Yep, that's about it.
できれば彼女に悟られないように自然にっていうのが理想だけど。
Naturally without telling her if possible, that would be ideal.
であれば、それは簡単なことです。
If that's the case, the matter is simple.
なんと何か妙案があるのか。
What's this? You have a secret plan?
あ？箱入りてめえ、適当ふかしてんじゃねえだろうな。
I will wait for you to read Ill's route and we will return to this. Oh no. Oh, that's concerning. Have I messed something up? Did chat even show up on this? Have I broken chat? Am I frozen? Am I frozen? I was frozen. That was weird. And you know what? I did say this earlier that I was worried that my chat was not working correctly. And that was because when I first signed on, the thing that I have my chat go through didn't pop up with a welcome to the chat like it usually does, so maybe I did break it. Alas. Why does that say Twitter? I'm so confused. What is that? I guess I'm gonna have to go through my things and double check what's going on with that. Anyways. You want me to wait? I'm scared. I'm scared about Eel's storyline now. I also still am. I feel like my favorite so far is Canis, and Ignis. Those are my two favorites so far in this game. Just in terms of like pure affection towards her, like they're so affectionate and sweet towards her. Even though it's the voice actor for Sukuna doing the older guy, his route still confuses me. I'm still confused by him. Eel, I'm still not completely there. Chat hasn't been showing up this whole stream. I kept glancing, going like, God, I must be replying really late to you, but I just realized it hasn't been working. When I first signed on, it didn't act like it was working, but I always thought maybe my stream was broken and not the chat. I didn't think about checking the chat. I'll just have to check my settings and see what's wrong with it. It's okay. I know you're there. Let me actually see if I go to cam, because chat pops up in here too. Yeah, so it's just down right now. I'll modify it later. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Eel's still kind of question mark, question mark, question mark. And then, I don't know, the Lion Demon King guy, like, he's hiding something. He's hiding something. And I don't know what it is yet. And maybe it'll become more apparent as we continue through the routes, but he's got a secret. I know that much. There's a secret there. He's hiding something. All right, you aren't just spouting more crap right now. Are you shut in?
いいえ、任せてください。該当事項を一度に解決する素晴らしき方法があります。
No, please leave it to me. I shall resolve the issue all at once. I have a wonderful method to do it.
それは
That is.
マスターをデートに誘いましょう。
To ask Leah out on a date.
よし、ミシェル。翻訳お願い。
Alright then, Monsieur, translate please.
いやーごめん。これはむしろ俺も翻訳してほしい。
No, wait, sorry. I'm the one who needs a translation here.
そのイルデートとはつまり合いびきのことか。
Eel, by date, are you referring to a clandestine rendiversus? What the heck? Rendivarius. I don't know what that one is. Screenshot it.
そうです。男女が二人きりで甘くとろける時を過ごすあのデートです。
Yes, precisely. A man and a woman together, spending a wonderful time together. That is the kind of date.
それのどこが解決策なんだっつうの。
How the hell is that supposed to help?
必要なのは彼女からその懸念となる記憶、その印象を少しでも和らげること。
What we need to do is soften the impact of the memory she's troubled over.
凄惨な光景を見たのであれば、それを上書き、もしくは中和するだけの穏やかな時間、記憶を提供すればよいのです。
If she has seen a gruesome sight, then all we need to do is offer her a nice sequence of events that may overwrite or neutralize it.
それに今回の出来事は異世界関連、つまりアンシャンテからひとときでも物理的に距離を取ることも大切かと。
And this incident concerns alternate worlds. It is important for her to be physically aware away from Enchante for a short time.
何もすべてを彼女に忘れさせろと横暴なことを言っているのではありません。軽減するための一手段です。
I don't mean to say something so imprudent as to ask her to forget what has happened, but I offer this idea to lighten the impact.
確かに聞いてみれば悪い案ではない。
You have a point. It's actually a good plan, I think.
むちゃくちゃなこと言ってるような気がするけど、不思議と正しい気がしてくるね。
It's honestly the craziest suggestion you could have ever made, but at the same time, it's hard for me to say you're wrong.
さすがは天の使い。理論立てたそれっぽい説得が上手だね。
That's our servant of heaven, always using logic to win his battles.
仮にそうだとしてもよ、別にデートっつうか、二人きりである必要なくねえか。
Alright, if that's what you think she needs, you really think we need someone to be alone with her, let alone go out on a date?
楽しませるってだけなら、あいつの性格上、カリアとかも含めて全員で。
If what she needs is a good time, then we should just get a group, hell, even Kadia, and we can all hit the town and...
いいえ、イグニス。男女で二人きり。そのシチュエーションこそが大切なのです。
No, Ignis. A boy and a girl, alone, together. That situation itself is most important.
普段とは異なる優しさや、ふと垣間見える意外性にときめき、癒される。
Being doted upon, your heart melting from catching glimpses of behaviors that are so surreptitious and extraordinary. I'm sorry, why are you doing this to me, Eel?
デートイベントとは、そういった各種をこなし、自然と笑顔になっていくものなのですから。
A date even achieves all those goals, giving the gift of smiles to those involved.
おい、こいつ確実にゲームと現実を混ぜてんぞ。
This nerd is definitely mixing up his stupid games with reality right now.
けど、彼女に気分転換が必要なのは事実だしね。
Maybe, but it's undeniable that Leah needs something to pick up her mood. She's gone on a date with Rindo once before anyone.
物理的に少し距離を取るっていうのは俺も賛成。ありなんじゃないかな。
Perhaps. I do agree with her needing a break. Physically speaking, that's fair.
我にできることがあるのか少々不安が残るが誠心誠意を尽くすとしよう。
I am unsure if I can truly help, but I shall offer my earnest efforts.
たけどまあ、ベスティアが原因っちゃ原因だしな。
Yeesh, but I suppose Bestia is the root of all of this.
それであいつの空気が変わるってんなら、やってやるよ。
If there's any chance that this could brighten her mood, then I'm all for it.
では皆賛成ということで決まりですね。
Alright, now that everyone is agreed, we can consider it settled.
今後、おのおのでタイミングを見計らい、彼女をデートに誘ってください。
After we're done here, I humbly request everyone would ask her out on a date.
もし自信がない場合は、アンシャンテの中で最多乙女ゲームプレイヤーである。
If you aren't confident in how to ask, then I, the veteran Otomi expert of Enchante, imagine thinking that I, playing Otomi games, has Riz. Like, that's not... I need to share you the link to a Reddit post of someone doing a challenge posting Connus blushing's expressions. Some him shirtless. When does he take his shirt off? Does he got a six-pack too? I mean, I imagine with arms like that, he's got something going on. I'm just curious if in his route, if you eventually see a face, like, I don't need it. I'm just curious if it happens.
つまり、女性の心を誰よりも理解している私が、共に最高のデートプランを検討いたしましょう。
In other words, the one who understands the heart of a woman shall aid you in realizing the most perfect date plan.
その女心指摘されるまで全然察してなかったのはどこのドイツだ。
Aren't you the idiot who couldn't figure out the heart of a woman a minute ago? Oh my gosh. The guests sound pretty lively. I wonder what they're talking about. I would imagine she would be making parts of their food at once. The day after the one with so many orders. It was the day off for Enchante. That beginning sounded like the Friends episode, like the one where the day after. I will share you the link when we get Canis's route. It will make more sense. I'm just saying, he's like my favorite so far. He's sweet, he's considerate, he understands that people don't like him, but he's not trying to force people into liking him. Oh, what a gem. It's the day off for Enchante. Kororo was rolling across the bed while I tried to decide what to do on this peaceful day. It'd be funny if this had 30 choices after they just said, like, the other thing had 30 choices. He's a knight? I know. He is truly a knight. He embodies it well. Practice pouring coffee, tend to the garden, play with Kororo. What would I actually do on my day off if I was this person and I wasn't thinking that this would probably get me the Demon King? This might be somewhere along the lines of Ignis, and this would be Candace. Why can't I say his name right now? I just forgot it. Just told me he's shirtless and I lost my brain. That's what I think these routes would lead to. Of all days, it doesn't seem like I need to do any shopping. What should I do? Let's go to the garden. It's nice out today. Thinking that it was peaceful weather to tend to the plants, I went out to the garden. Oh, as I went to go get the hose ready, someone was already had it in their hands. Leah? Yeah, it's me. I came out here pretty regularly. I don't know why he's so surprised. The master of the garden, that's Canis. Surprised by my presence for some reason, he accidentally points the hose at his face, losing his composure, and as a result... a stream of water blasts right into where his face should be. Canis, are you okay? I hurried to the faucet to shut off the water. I thought it best to hurry back to the cafe to get him some towels. Should I replay this with all the different choices? Like, what?
すまない。我としたことがうっかりと。
Apologies, Leah. I'm not usually so careless. It's okay. I'm sorry for surprising you. Canis takes the towel I brought and wipes away around his neck. Of course, he doesn't have a physical face, so at least that part was dry. And so after the commotion began to settle, I finally realized something. Oh, you've already done tending to the garden, aren't you? I thought I'd try to help Canis today now that I had the chance, but it looks like he already completed the work. I stare at the flowers so pretty and think of another way to pass the time.
あ、その、マスター。
Leah? Kana suddenly grips my shoulders.
あなたさえ、あなたさえ良ければ、なのだが。
If you don't mind, well.
今日一日、我とデート、行動を共にしてもらえぬか。
Oh my goodness, this is painfully. That's cute. It's just cute, really. Would you care to go on to accompany for the day today? Huh? Well, sure. I don't really have plans. It's not a date, though. He didn't call it a date. And so, upon Kanas's invitation, we went into town. We're shopping out here often, so it wasn't unfamiliar for us, and yet I couldn't help but watch Kanas walking in front of me. He looked so awkward. He was stiff, walking like some kind of guard. I think he's nervous about something. Kanas, is something the matter? Is everything okay with Kiriya? Karia?
いや、そうではない。
No, that's not it. He's so embarrassed.
今回はごくごく私的な用事で、あなたを誘ったのだ。
Today I have requested your company for personal matters. You can see how he feels by the different colors of his head flames. Yeah, he's so blushy right now. Personal matters. What do you mean?
それは、その。
That's, well, yes, it's.
そうだ。裏庭の花壇にだな。新たな花の苗を植えようと思っているのだが。
Right, the flower beds in the garden. I was considering planting new seedlings.
どのような花を選べばよいか、あなたの意見が聞きたくてな。
See, the problem is, there's no. I don't think this has. You know, I'm not saying I like to know if I'm on the right track, but usually there's like a meter. And there's no meter in this game, so I don't even know what options I'm picking, if anybody like has affection levels in this. I just wanted to get your opinion on what flowers to choose. Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad to help you if you'll have me. Nodding happily, Kana sighs in relief. Taking his lead, we arrived at a flower shop, greeting its customers with a vivid assortment of flowers. Oh wow, it's so pretty. Do you always buy your flower seeds and seedlings from the shop?
うん。こちらの店主殿ともガーデニングについてよく語り合っている。
Indeed, I discuss gardening very often with the lord of this shop. Peering into the store, Kanis finds the one who was most obviously the owner, as they were taking care of a group of customers.
がしかし、多忙のようだ。
However, they seem busy.
ひとまずはここで花を見繕ってみるとしよう。
We can just look at the flowers for now. Leah, you'll have to walk in blind and see which love interest will be your first. I know, and I hate that. I like knowing what I'm doing. Okay, got it. To be fair, I'm usually blind the first route. I did it with Paradigm Paradox, and that's why I ended up with the bad guys accidentally. Not realizing that I would have a completely different view of the game because I went with the bad guys first. And then her friend's dead and all the good guy routes, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. As soon as I began to peruse the flowers, I was engrossed with how many there were. What my eyes stopped on in particular was, oh wow, these small white flowers, they look like snowflakes, so cute. Bebe's breath.
イベリスという花だ。
Those flowers are called Ilbris.
英名ではキャンディータフトと呼ばれているらしい。
They're also called Candy Tuft. Candy? That makes it sound so sweet.
ソーアンドロに尋ねてみたところ、本当に歌詞が由来の名前だそうだぞ。
Lord Soran seems to believe that the name came because it resembles candy.
その姿が砂糖菓子に酷似していることから、そのような名が付けられたそうだ。
It's like I feel it. I feel a sneeze. It's just not sneezing. In particular, the name comes from its resemblance to sugar candies, if I recall. Oh, wow. They don't look so grand like roses do, but because of their sweet name and their look, I couldn't help but be charmed by them.
マスター、その花が気に入ったのか？
Leah, do you like those flowers? He's giving off beast energy, you know what I mean? He's gonna plant flowers for me, like, oh, lush. It would look so beautiful to see a bunch of these blossoming together.
そうか。では、それを購入するとしよう。
I see. Then please allow me to purchase them. Huh? You're going to buy them? Just like that? I just liked how they looked. You should be the one who makes the final decision.
ああ、たった今選んだ。我もその花を美しいと思う。
Yes, and that's what I have just done. I think these flowers are beautiful as well.
それに。
And you look beautiful by them.
歌詞の名を持つ花だ。甘味も提供するアンシャンテにはまさにぴったりではないか。
The flowers share its name with candy if it's not fitting for a place like Enchante that happens to represent sweetness itself. I guess so, yeah. I giggle, that's this quirky side of Canis. Hey, Canis, is it alright for you? Can I help you grow these flowers?
無論だ。他でもない。あなたが選んだ花なのだから。
You chose these flowers after all. After that, once we got settled back at the shop, Canis and I took the Iberus seedlings we had just purchased and quickly planted them in the rear garden. I hope they blossom beautifully. That is not a date. After the sun gone down completely. Phew. Yeah! Hugging Kyokoro. After he gave me a welcome back squeal, I sat on my bed. I was surprised to go out on a whim like that, but it was really fun. It might be nice to go out like this from time to time and forget about work. Yeah. But the frequency of these outings. After that day, whenever I had time, each of the regulars, other than Il, invited me to go out with them every day. So that being the case, it feels like more than just a coincidence. Kadia, have you heard anything from them?
俺が知るわけないじゃん。
Of course not. Drinking some iced coffee, Kadira replies to my question curtly. Right after heading out for groceries, I ran into Kadira on his way home from school. I invited him in to ask about the situation, but got no closer to an answer. Kudu!
あ、こら、こぼれるからやめろ。お前にコーヒーは飲めないぞ。
Hey, stop it. You're gonna spill it. You can't drink coffee. Kokodo, I thought they did it wrong earlier. There was 2 Ks. It said Kokodo, and I was like, whoa, I've been saying his name wrong. Kokodo seemed to have taken a liking to Kadira and was even sitting in his lap. Is there CG of that? I bet it's cute. No? Fine. About the incident of Kododo's family. After returning from Bestia, I told Kadia what happened, leaving out some of the details, of course.
そっか。コロロの家族、見つからなかったんだ。
So you never found Kododo's family?
ごめん。俺が後押ししたせいで、危ない目にあったんだよね。
I'm sorry, the only reason you were in danger was because I was pushing you to go. No, it's okay. It's just would have been irresponsible to keep Kododo here without even trying. Kododo looks up in worry at Kadira while he was closing his eyes.
ねえ、コロロ、ちょっと貸して。
Let me see Kododo for a second. It looks like his horn has a crack in it, right? That's not just me. I hand over Kododo's small body to Kadira.
お前懐いてくれてるの。俺のそばが心地いいんだろ。
You like being around me because it's cold. Huh.
ベスティア、寒いんだってな。だから、親近感を覚えてんの？
I hear Bestia's pretty cold. Does being around me feel familiar to you? Cute. Kororo tilts his head, but Karida just took it as a yes.
さ、
Alright then.
俺がお前の親代わりになるよ。
I'll become your foster parent until you find your real ones. Karia.
マスター、コロロのこと、忙しい時は俺に任せてくれない？
Leah, would you be okay with leaving Kororo with me whenever you're busy?
俺はまだ中学生だし、正直この店に貢献できることなんてほとんどないって悩んでたけどさ。
This is how we write him out, like Komame. How Komame didn't show up for half of the story. I'm still in middle school, and honestly, there's not much I can do around here that's even worrying me a bit.
やっと自分にできることを見つけた。
But I finally found something I can do. Are you sure?
俺、少しだけどわかるんだ。こいつの気持ち。
I understand how this little guy feels, at least a little bit.
自分の居場所はここにあるのに、周りだって優しくしてくれてるのに、時々どうしようもなく寂しくなる。
Even though he has a place here and everyone really is nice, sometimes you just can't help but feel lonely.
本当の故郷に戻りたくなるような、そんな気持ち。
You just feel like you want to go back to where you really came from. I see.
だから、約束する。コロロに寂しい思いだけはさせない。させたくない。
So I'm gonna make a promise. Kororo won't feel lonely around me. I don't want him to be.
俺がこのアンシャンテで故郷の空気を感じて心が安らぐみたいに。
Kororo, hi Sleazy. Good evening. Just how it makes me more at ease, feeling energy of my home world here in
コロロ
Enchante.
にとって安らげる場所に俺がなれたら嬉しいって思うから。
Kororo looks edible. Wait a second, I missed that. That's fair. Honestly, very round, like an actual snowball to candy. I think it would make me happy if I can make this a space where Kororo can find rest. He's a clever kid, so I'm sure he figures the real details behind what happened. So whenever I need to prioritize work or go out, Karia would look after Kororo. Karia and Kororo. I hope they're both able to make each other feel a little more at ease.
コーヒー、ごちそうさま。
Thanks for the coffee.
買い出しに出るとこだったんでしょ。コロロと一緒に見送るよ。
You're about to go shopping, right? Kororo and I will see you out. Yeah. Thanks. All right, I'll get going now. After Kadia finished his coffee, we go down the stairs that lead to the cafe.
ああ、それで本題はなんだっけ？やたらデートに誘われるって話だっけ？
Oh yeah, so going back to that conversation, you were getting asked out on dates, yeah? What? Dates?
いや、デートでしょ。男と女が二人きりで出かけるなら。
Yes, those were dates. A guy, a girl, alone, together, a date. Wait. No way. None of them meant like... As I was denying it, trying to laugh it off.
皆の報告を聞いた上で、彼女の経過観察を行った限り、
After hearing from everyone's reports and conducting further observations
デ
on
ート
her,
計画は成功のようですね。この調子でマスターをより本来の状態に近くなるよう励ましましょう。
the dating plan was a success. Let us all continue to cheer up Leah and get her closer to her normal self.
今ので大体察したけど、様子ちょっと伺ってみる。
I'm sure that was enough evidence, but you want to take a look? Yeah. I mentioned I was going out, so I don't think they knew I came back up here. If we tried hiding, they'd be able to hear our footsteps. All we could do was stay where we stood. The five were in a circle around a big table. Il was leading the discussion.
では、 次の作戦に移りましょう。今度は彼女に何か贈り物などを。
Now then, let's move on to the next phase. This time presents can be given to her to...
ちょっと待った。
次の作戦もいいけど、まだあと一人。
Wait a minute. Sure, we can advance, but someone...
君はまだ彼女をデートに誘ってないよね。
Il, you haven't invited Leah out on a date yet, have you?
俺らにあんだけ偉そうに語っておいて、まさか自分だけやらねえとか言わねえだろうな。
After talking all high and mighty down on us like that, you're not about to be the only dude here who won't do it, okay? Il blinked in confusion.
なぜ私までデートを行う必要が？
Why is there a need for me to go on a date?
我としては、そこで心から不思議そうに首をかしげることの方がよほど解せぬのだが。
It is far more difficult to understand why you are the one sitting here utterly perplexed at this question.
そこはもう、イルだからとしか言いようがないね。
All we can say is that's just Il.
イル？僕たちは君の百戦錬磨な恋愛ゲーム経験に一目置いてるんだよ。
So, okay, Il, we acknowledge your rich and valuable experience in romance.
ここは一つお手本として理想的なデートというものを僕たちに見せてほしいな、なんて。
So for reference, we're hoping you would show us what the ideal date looks like.
言われてみれば、私一人何もしないというのも不平等な話ですね。
Now that you mention it, it is unfair for me not to participate. Wait, does this mean next time I'm free, Il's going to be the one to ask me out? The one who put an end to my guesses was oddly enough Monsieur.
いや、別にいいんじゃない？彼女の気分を晴らすって意味では結構な数はこなしたはずだし。
Well, it's alright if you don't, yes? In terms of cheering her up, we've done a lot of things for her to achieve that.
イルは、ほら、今回はプロデュース役ってことで、無理に彼自身がデートをしなくてもさ。
And you know, Il can be the producer this time around. He doesn't have to force himself to go out. Everyone other than Il seems surprised at Monsieur's comment.
ミシェル、らしくないね。君、こういうのはむしろ積極的に押すタイプなのに。
That's not like you, is it, Monsieur? I thought that you'd have been the one to push for what we're getting at here.
それは...
Well, Monsieur's smile seems to stiffen slightly as Rindo's calling him out, as if understanding why the flames around Conus' neck began to change colors.
ミシェル、イルが外出することにやはり反対なのか？
Monsieur, are you still opposed to Il going outside?
それはこいつは一人で放っておくと何するかわかんねえし、あいつと二人で出かけんのも初めてだろうけどよ。
You never know what he'll do if you let him out. Also, it'll be the first time she's been alone with him.
そこまで過保護に見ることはねえんじゃねえか。実際、俺よりずっと年上なんだしよ。
Do you really need to be that protective of the guy? I mean, he's way older than me, you know.
みんなの意見もわかるんだけど、それでも心配は心配っていうか。
I understand what you're all saying. I'm still worried, though.
イグニス・リンドーは私がデートを行うべきだと考え、対してミシェルは反対。
Ignis and Rindo believe I should go out on this date while Monsieur opposes.
では、カヌス、あなたの意見はどうです？
Canis, what is your opinion?
我は、そうだな。特に反対する理由はない。むしろ、すべきだと思うが。
I have no reason to be against it. In fact, I feel you should. The moment you heard Canis' opinion, Il, who was up until then unsure of how to proceed, gave an answer.
3対1で賛成が多数。よってその判断が最善ということですね。では私も彼女をデートに誘いましょう。
3 over 1 in favor of me going, therefore I shall favor that decision. As such, I shall invite her on a date. Monsieur had a worried look on his face at Il's declaration. Yeah, Il isn't used to going outside, and I hear he got lost a lot. I feel like it's pretty reasonable to be worried about him.
じゃあ一応こっそりついてって様子見るとか。
Alright then, I should at least follow you in secret to see how you're doing.
だからそれが過保護っつうんだよ。
Oh, come on, stop being so overprotective. I feel he might be over-exaggerating, but from the way Ignis is talking, it's like Monsieur's being overprotective of Il and not necessarily of me.
ミシェル、本来は君たち反則級の人外が外に出るのは僕も反対なんだけど。
Monsieur, normally I'd be against letting non-humans of unreasonable strength outside.
けどイルは世間を知らなさすぎるからこそ何をしでかすかわからない。
We can't know if Il will get into trouble. He knows so little of the outside
そういう
world.
風にも考えられないかな。
Couldn't you think of it like that?
それは一理あるね。
Well, you have a
なら
point.
こういう機会はむしろ活用すべきだと思うんだ。彼の社会経験としてさ。
Well, I feel like we should make use of this opportunity like this and give him some experience being out in society.
彼をずっとフォローしてくれたソワンさんはもういないんだ。自立、独り立ち。必要なことだろ。
Soan isn't here anymore, you know? He's not here to clean up after him. And he needs to learn some independence, right?
いる。
This does not sound like someone I should date.
多数決ではなく、お前自身の意見はどうなのだ。
Il, we ask you again, not your verdict from our vote, but if your own personal opinion. For your own personal opinion.
私の意見ですか？
My own opinion.
そうだ。落ち込んでいる彼女に対して何をしてやりたいのか。
Indeed. What you would want to do for Leah who is feeling down.
我々はまだ一言もお前の口から聞いていない。
None of us have heard a word of that yet.
私の意見。
My own opinion. Il often just follows the suggestion that Monsieur makes for him. But this time was different. After a long, silent pause, he timidly addresses Monsieur.
ミシェル、確かにデート自体は多数決で実行を決定しましたが、
Monsieur, I've decided to go out on a date based on the vote.
私もマスターを笑顔にしたい。うまく言い表せませんが、今の彼女にはいつもの柔らかな雰囲気がありません。
However, I also wish to make Leah smile. I'm unsure how to phrase this, but certainly she doesn't have her normal gentle aura. Il continues to deliberate.
彼女のためにできることがあるのなら、たとえ不慣れなことであろうと挑戦してみようと思うのです。
If there's something I can do for her, even if it might not be used, even if I might not be used to that, I would like to challenge myself to do so. Il, I guess everyone's invitations really were meant for me. I must have made everyone feel concerned about me for being so disheartened. Everyone made time for me in earnest to help me feel better. I really feel happy for their concern. Monsieur's eyes laid wide open for a moment at what Il said, and then, whether by coincidence or what otherwise, he looked towards the others who were hiding in sighs. Whether by coincidence or otherwise, he looks towards where we were hiding in sighs with a nod in his head.
はいはい、わかりました。こうさんです。確かに心配しすぎってのも良くないよね。
Am I petty? Because I feel like I would have been like, I don't want to go on a date with you because you think it's going to make me feel better. I don't know. It feels manipulative. Alright, I got it. I give up. You're right. I shouldn't be so worried.
好きな場所でデートを楽しんでおいで、いる。ただし彼女を気遣うのを忘れないこと。
Go ahead and enjoy your date whenever you like to, Il. Just don't forget to care for her.
はい、それはもちろん。
Yes, but of course.
ミシェルと同じことを繰り返すようでなんだけどさ、
I know I'm just gonna repeat what Monsieur said,
次の
but
デートも楽しんできなよ。あの犬が珍しく真面目な顔して考えてくれたんだからさ。
you should just try and enjoy the next date. Il's looking uncharacteristically serious, trying to think of what to do. Right. I'm a little disappointed I didn't go on all the other dates. I feel like it should have shown me some snippets. Give me some fluff. I love fluff. And so even after making my decision in front of Monsieur and the others earlier at noon,
非常に困りました。
this is quite troubling.
自分が参加することを想定していなかったがゆえに、肝心のデートスポットが決まりませんね。
Considering I'd not foreseen myself as a participant, I can't quite seem to decide on an actual date spot, can I? Even after having seen all sorts of opinions and scenes as an Otomi protagonist, I never knew I would be the one going out on a date. But this is no time to lose myself. I must find a spot that Leah will enjoy by her next day off. However, the others have already taken her to all the spots nearby I can think of. I search on my phone for other candidate locations.
遊園地は遠いですね。移動だけで彼女を疲労させては意味がありません。
The amusement park's a bit far. There'd be no point in going if I tire out simply from traveling. To not forget to care for her, considering Monsieur's caution, this opinion must be it must be denied. This option must be denied.
先日行こうとした水族館ならば雰囲気も良かったのですが、予定通りリニューアル工事中ですし。
The aquarium we had gone to a few days ago had a nice ambiance to it, but it's still under construction as scheduled. After careful consideration, I've
こ
got
うな
it.
れば、マスターに直接行きたい場所を尋ねてみましょう。
If this is the case, I shall ask Leah directly where she would like to go. She surely would not be disappointed. A fine plan if I do say so myself. This is where I go, I'm fine. Of course, however, I must try to conduct my research discreetly as to not let her know that it is for a date. Also, if you don't call it a date, it's not a date, guys. A guy and a girl can hang out. I've done it many a time.
というわけでマスター、断じて特に意味はない何気ない世間話なのですが。
And so Leah, absolutely, completely, just a conversation that has no particular meaning at all.
最近興味を抱いたり、行ってみたいと思っている場所はありませんか？
Is there any place you've been wanting to go? Does anywhere interest you lately? That's what Il asked me after he walked down from the second floor as I was cleaning up the dishes. His question was painfully obvious. I should just pretend I don't know anything and answer him, right? A place I've been wanting to go. Although being asked that now, no place in particular comes to mind. And especially recently, I've been taken all sorts of places by everyone else. Just then, my message tone went off. Sorry, Il, wait just a moment. After I turned him away for a moment, I checked my phone, and on it, it was a banner and a message it contained. This is it. So about where I want to go that you asked me just
ど
now.
こか思い浮かびましたか？
Did you come up with something? Yeah, that raffle you asked me to participate in? Entry tickets to the Otomi game event I won. Let's go here.
はい。
Huh? She won a raffle to an Otomi event? Wait a second. Are there Otomi events in Japan? I want to go. What the heck? Although I ended up being the one inviting him out, it all ended up just fine. Look, I got tickets to a Tome event for you. On my next free day, we were seen off by the seemingly worried group of Monsieur and the others. It was early morning. Il and I left Enchante.
過去に私が起こした行動の各種からミシェルの杞憂はもちろん理解できるのですが。
I do, of course, understand why Miss Sear is so anxious considering my behavior in the
ああ
past.
何度も念を押されてしまうと私の知能そのものを疑われているような感覚に陥りますね。
It does feel as if my intelligence itself is being questioned and worried about so very much. Ah, he was fussing over us a bunch when we left, wasn't he? Making sure everything was in his wallet and that he went out to and he knew how to contact an emergency. He was like a parent or an older brother who couldn't help but be worried over Eel. It felt a bit strange, considering angels and demons are always portrayed as being mortal enemies. We made a lot of transfers on the train. I was even worried at one point that Eel would be swept away by the crowd. We didn't have any major issues though, and we got to our destination safely. Oh. That one. That's the Snowbound Love. I don't recognize. Automate Presents 2019. I don't recognize anything else. I'm leaning very close to try. Oh wait, I see a Code Realize. There's Code Realize again. That's about it, honestly, for things I recognize. Sadly, I have not played all the Otome games. Close to the shore of the city, was this a rather large space reserved for holding outdoor events? Lined through the space today were brightly colored signs and stands, and along with them several lovely posters and panels of charming characters. The moment we step foot into this world, Eel cries for joy as he begins to blush. Wow, there's so many more people here than I imagined. It was my first time at one of Eel's events, so this was all a new sight to me. Otome game event, fan event held for those who love Otome games with illustrations, displays, sales and exclusive goods, and even stage events. It can be a truly dreamlike festival for fans. It seemed like Eel hadn't gone to many of these themselves either. The reason was the people passing us by, apart from staff, were basically all girls. Grandpa, it would have been hard for him to come here. Likely reacting from the sight of everything, Eel's excitement seemed to continue to grow.
見てください、マスター。あそこに。
Look, Leah, over there.
私の大好きな作品の新規書き下ろしパネルが。写真を撮ってきてもよいでしょうか。
A new custom-drawn panel from my absolute favorite title. May I go take a picture? Sure, go ahead. I'll be here, so take your time. As soon as I gave the okay, he rushed over to the panel quickly with his phone in hand. I assumed he'd just grab a quick pic, but he was taking several from all angles. As if he were a professional photographer, Eel takes photos from every direction. He really does get excited about Otome games, doesn't he? As I smile, thinking to myself. Suddenly, stopping his rapid photography, Eel comes back to me.
申し訳ありません、マスター。あなたを置いていくなど、つい興奮してしまい。
I'm so sorry, Leah. I didn't mean to leave you alone. I was just so excited. Huh? No, it's fine. This event means so much to you. You like collecting the merch, right? Eel, want to check out what they're selling?
いえ、それはまた別の機会で。少々お待ちいただけますか？
Another time? When are we coming back? Isn't this a one-day event? No, we can do that another time. Can you wait just a moment? Okay, of course, yeah. Eel turns away and takes out his phone.
どうしたものでしょう。私もあらゆる乙女ゲームをクリアしてきた身では。
I finished all sorts of Otome games in the past.
このようなデートのシチュエーション、今までプレイした記録の中には一つもありません。
But I have not a single recollection of playing through a date situation like this.
これでは私の趣味に付き合わせているようなもの。 普通女性の好みに合わせて場所を選ぶものでは？
At this rate, I'm just making her join me for one of my hobbies. One would normally modify these plans, right?
今更悔いても仕方ありませんね。せめてこの会場内で好ましい反応がありそうなものを。
There's no use regretting things now. For now, I must find something she might like within this venue. He's talking to himself quite a bit.
お待たせしました、マスター。まず最初にコラボアクセサリーを見に行きましょう。
Sorry for keeping you waiting, Leah. Let's go look through the collaboration accessories. What sort of accessories might there be with these Atomi games? While I was thinking about it, we came to a space for a particular store in one corner of the venue. After seeing the beautiful necklaces there wavering on display, I had my answer. Wow, they're so pretty. These are really good for a game?
はい。最近は有名なブランドとコラボし、ネックレスや指輪などを販売する作品も数多いのです。
Yes, these days titles often collaborate with known brands on new merchandise. Collab, short for collaboration. This word can refer to co-productions, joint ventures, and other jointly undertaking works. In recent years, more and more companies have collabed with games and animes to promote themselves. This can take countless forms, from accessories to wallets and more.
愛する作品への思いを直接その身につけることを可能とする、実に素晴らしい商品展開かと。
It makes it possible for the fans to connect with feelings experienced towards these games. A marvelous business venture, I must say. And they're really fashionable. These colors would go well with anything. I'm beginning to see how games and animes contribute so much to the global economy. There were more than just necklaces, but rings and earrings and even fragrances. Gazing at each and every one of them, Il and I enjoyed our time browsing the items. Oh, they made the mascot character into a ring for this one. It's a bold design, but it's cute. It was getting more fun as I looked. I could feel the love towards the items, and everything was so nicely detailed.
マスター、気に入ったものがあれば私から。
Nia, is anything interesting you I could?
すみません。
Gamer girl. Excuse me.
ちょっといいですか？日本語って喋れます？
Do you have a moment? Can you speak Japanese? We turned around to see two girls shyly calling out to Il. Their gazes they pointed at Il felt somewhat intense.
私ですか？ええ。会話に必要な最低限の言語は取得していますが。
Me? Yes, I understand the very minimum necessary for conversation. Excited they are able to communicate with him, the girls let out a high-pitched squeal.
すごくクオリティが高いコスプレですね。それ、何のゲームのキャラですか？
Your cosplay is such good quality. What game is that from?
すごく綺麗なお顔だし、もしかして今日のステージイベントで登壇されるプロのレイヤーさん？
And your face is so pretty. Are you a pro player who's going up on the stage today? I know the term cosplay, but what's a layer?
確かキャラクターに扮する行為を楽しむ人々を指す言葉だったかと。
I believe it refers to people who enjoy dressing up as characters. Oh yeah, I did see several people in the venue like that. Wait, I shouldn't be asking to be taught new things right now. Oh, as I got back to my senses, it was too late. All of a sudden, several girls gathered and fully surrounded us. Oh no, caught up in the day, I totally forgot. Slightly differently from Canis, Il's looks are capable of getting people's attention. The usual magic that makes people avoid us must be weaker here, so far from Enchante. Now he was surrounded on all sides by girls gathered around him in excitement. I'm sorry, he actually isn't cosplaying, and is just...
よかったら 撮影させてもらってもいいですか？
If it's okay, can I take a picture?
私もできれば一緒に写ってもらえると。
With me too, if that's okay. I tried to explain things to them, but their voices were so loud that they couldn't hear me. And at the center of this
この
misunderstanding,
ようなケースは初めてのことですね。
this is the first time I've been in this situation now, isn't it?
ミシェルたちは不在なのでした。となると、
Is Sheer and the rest aren't here? If
マス
so,
ター、少しよろしいですか？
Leah,
この
do you
ような
have
ト
a
ラブルに
moment?
はどう対処するのが最適？
How should I deal with this? With the first request, the girls close in on Il like sharks for blood. Completely ignoring my existence, I was pushed by the rushing girls, and as I lost my balance about to fall to the ground,
お
from what I saw through the crowd, Il, I saw for certain the moment his relaxed, calm face was painted in shock.
マスター
Leah?
大丈夫ですか？怪我は
Leah? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Thank you, I'm okay. Thanks for helping me up.
そうですか。
I see. Il sighs in deep relief. He must have slipped through the ring of girls and saved me in a single moment. After he helps me back on my feet, he turns to the girls around him. After a long silence with a serious face, his first bows elegantly, and next he speaks so everyone around could hear.
私のこの姿はコスプレではなく、本来のあり方そのものです。
My appearance isn't for cosplay. This is how I normally
故
look.
郷からやってきてまだ日も浅く、この国に溶け込める衣服を用意する時間がありませんでした。
Little time has passed when I left home. I hadn't had any time to prepare clothes that would fit in with this country.
その結果、皆様に多大なる誤解とご迷惑を与えてしまったこと、心から謝罪いたします。
And as a result, I've caused those of you around me confusion and trouble. I sincerely
で
apologize.
すがどうか、この人を巻き込むような騒ぎは起こさないでいただきたいのです。
So please, I wish that no one would cause a fuss that would cause trouble for this person here. Perhaps influenced by his dialect aura and gentle negotiation, the common motion amongst the girls had quickly and completely vanished.
そうなんですか。
Really?
ごめんなさい。勝手に勘違いしちゃって。
I'm sorry we had the wrong impression. The girl that called out to him first bowed their
い
heads.
いえ、理解していただけたのなら良いのです。
It's okay as long as you
このま
understand.
まお互い、この素晴らしいイベントを楽しみましょう。
Let's enjoy this wonderful event together.
はい。
Okay.
行きましょう、マスター。少なくとも今ここにいた方々は同じようなことはしないでしょう。
Let's go, Leah. I'm sure everyone who was just here at the very least won't do the same thing again. Right. Though I felt plenty of stares on our backs, Il and I were able to run in. Il and I was able to run into the crowds. Somebody noticed us in the crowd, I see. Weaving our way through, we managed to make it to the food court. On the way, even the area here was filled with layers. Il was able to get by without getting a terrible amount of attention. Finally able to relax, we stopped to rest and have our lunch. The drink was a pretty strange color, and bracing myself for a crazy taste, it was actually really good. As I was guessing if the taste and the color were from some sort of syrup.
マスター、あれから体に異変は？無理をしているのでは？
Leah, have you felt anything strange with your body after earlier? Are you pushing yourself? Il kept asking me how I was doing. He must have been surprised to see my fall earlier. No, I'm alright. I didn't twist my ankle or anything. Actually, that was pretty amazing how you dealt with the things right after that. How were you able to deal with that? If it were the usual Il, he'd have been swept off by the momentum.
あれはあの場で考えつ
And
い
he'd
た
probably still be over there having a photo shoot. Oh well, I was able to improvise on the spot.
異国のものと思われているのならば、 それを理由とすることで深く追求されないのではと。
I imagined I wouldn't be questioned much if I were thought of as someone from another country. I see. Well, if someone like that happens again, we can just say that next time.
ええ、そうですね。ではこのドリンクを飲み終えたら次は
Once we're done with our drinks, we should
調べ直しますので、もう一度待っていただいても、物販以外で他に何か。
I'll take a look and see what we can do. Could you wait a moment? Something other than shopping. As if saying sales of goods, as it says, this means selling product in the anime and game industry. This mainly refers to limited goods directly sold at an event venue. Depending on the goods, the lines can be insanely long. Be sure to secure plenty of hydration before lining up. He finally stopped hiding the fact that he was conducting research. I chose this event thinking it might make him happy, but I'm actually making him fuss over me. Eel, where do you want to go? I'm happy you're thinking about me, but where is it that you want to go?
私がですか?
Me? Yeah, I'm sure there are things you'd like to see or places you'd like to go, right? But you look like you're enduring this and you'd feel bad. You'd feel bad to ask me to tag along. Am I wrong? I'm happy you're so considerate, but not every day you enter a raffle, right? You're gonna regret it if you can't enjoy this to its
イベント
fullest.
当選の機会が貴重というのは指摘の通りですが、
The value of the opportunity of winning a raffle, it is exactly as you
しか
say.
し私の目的を優先しては肝心のあなたに有意義な時間の提供が
However, the main objective is to present you with a wonderful time. And you have. It's my first time coming to an event like this, but it's so lively. It's fun just seeing everything. And I can study the drinks here too.
本当ですか?
Really? Of course, I wouldn't lie about something like this. And it was embarrassing, but I needed to be honest. Before, when we were going to the aquarium, I felt that. Just seeing the face you made when you were so giddy and happy helped me relax. So you enjoying something sort of makes me feel better.
顔ですか?
My
私
face? Yeah.
それは気のせいでは? 私に表情だけで他者を癒す能力はありませんので。
Are you sure about that? I have no powers I can heal with just the expression of my face. Our conversation wasn't connecting. That's not what I meant, but I'm talking about our feelings. When the characters in your Otome game smile, it makes you happy, right? It's like that.
確かにそう言われてみれば実感があるような気も。
You're right. When you mention it like that, I do feel like I've experienced myself.
わ
So
かりまし
then,
た、マスター。あなたが癒されるというのなら、私自身もこのイベントを全力で楽しみます。
I understand, Leah. If it will make you feel better, I shall enjoy this event to the fullest as well. Immediately, Il grins as if that gentle face really did have some sort of healing powers. And just like when we went to the aquarium, his eyes suddenly sparkle and...
では早速ですが、限定のランダムグッズ、その販売列に並びましょう。
Then let's go. We can line up for the store with the limited random
目
goods.
指すは全物販店のグッズ制覇。
Our mission is to get all the goods. Just make sure we stop when it's too much to carry, okay? That's why you bring a backpack. She's never been to a convention before. After that, with such a lively expression on his face, Il took me around to all sorts of shops and art exposition corners around the venue. There were even some cute mascot goods that I brought to decorate my room with. In the end, Il and I went all in and enjoyed everything the event had to offer.
素晴らしい。マスター、あなたにはランダムグッズを引き当てる才能があります。
Wonderful, Leah, you really have a knack for picking the right things. Il smiles from ear to ear. He practically sings his praise. praises to me as he carries tons of bags in both
缶
his
バッジの
arms.
総数と一度に買える量から確率を計算するに、事後通販でも揃わない覚悟を決めていたのですが、
I was really ready to not get everything, thinking of the total amount of badges we can buy at once, even thinking to resell them later.
まさか一度の会計で全てのキャラクターを引き当ててしまうとは。
But to think that you would get all the characters in a single purchase. I'm surprised too, though I think it's more luck than skill. I like that fortune to come into use when winning prizes at a raffle in town. I was thinking, we came to a bench at the edge of the venue and put down our things for a minute. Il, what do you want to do next? Do you have other shopping you would like to do?
いえ、目当てのものは一通り買えましたし、
No, I bought everything I had my eyes
あとは
on.
1時間後のステージイベントを観覧するだけなので、しばらくここで休憩をしましょう。
All that's left is to watch the stage event that's set to happen in an hour, so let's rest here for a bit. Okay, I wonder if they're going to do it in that big open space there. It's close to where we are right now. It may be a 3-minute walk. It seems like the tickets I won also gave us admission to watch the show, so there wasn't any point in lining up now.
マスター、狭い空間とはいえ、長く歩きましたし、喉が渇いているのでは？
Leah, this place may be small, but we walked around for a while. Perhaps you're thirsty?
希望を言っていただければ、私が何か買ってきましょう。
If there's anything you'd like, please allow me to get it. Huh? Are you sure? Okay then. Yes, please. Anything cold is fine. I'll leave the flavor to you, Il, and I'll keep an eye on our stuff.
冷たい。お任せ。なるほど、承知しました。
Cold in my
それでは
choice.
少々お
I
待ちを。
understand. Then please wait a moment. He just comes back with ice. After acknowledging me, Il walks off towards a shop selling drinks. I sit down on the bench watching him. He'll be fine, right? Even Il should be able to buy some drinks on his own. Where is he? The crowd seemed to split in two, girls whispering among themselves. Watching him walk between the crowds was like watching Moses part the Red Sea. Moses, a saintly figure who appears in the Old Testament, he is particularly known for parting the sea with a miracle. He didn't technically do that. I guess I get why Monsieur worries so much about Il. Still, he was able to handle the fuss from the morning all on his own. I trust him. He told me he'd be able to buy them. As I was nodding to myself.
困ります。本イベントはチケット入場制ですので、無許可で入られては。
Stop right there, please. This event is for people with tickets only, so you can't enter
う
without.
っせえな。金は払ったんだから問題ねえだろ。
Shut the hell up, we paid. What's the deal?
おー、マジで女の子しかいないでやんの。
Oh, hell yeah, this place is buzzing with chicks.
しかも割と可愛い子ばっか。最近のオタクってバカにできねえな。
They're all super cute too. Can't really knock otakus anymore, huh? Something's going on. I look down the road to see a few young men ignoring the staff, trying to stop them and walking this way. They don't really look like they belong here. Actually, they look sort of excited. I was just thinking a voice called to me from beside me. Ah, you're the girl from earlier?
はい。あの時はお連れの人に迷惑をかけてしまって。
Ah, yes, sorry for causing your friend trouble earlier. Oh no, it's totally fine. Is there something you need? He went to get something.
いえ、そうじゃなくてですね。
No, that's not
あ
it.
の男性たち、こっちに歩いてきてるんで、絡まれる前に逃げた方がいいですよ。
You should get away before those guys walking over here see
た
you.
まにいるんです。女性向けのイベントやショップにナンパ目的で近づいてくる人。
This happens sometimes. Guys like that come to events like this to hit on all the girls. I see. Thank you for warning. I have to wait for my friend, but I'll make sure I don't stand out, so you go on ahead and leave first.
はい、わかりました。気をつけてくださいね。あの手の人、本当に強引なんで。
Okay, got it. Please be careful, okay? Guys like that can be really aggressive. I'm glad she knows that I'm not the Otome fan, apparently. The two girls bow their heads and leave in a hurry, carrying their shopping bags, not even thinking of being hit on. The way these guys looked was actually threatening and just plain scary. Maybe I should hide in the shadows somewhere and not stay out in the open a bunch, as I was collecting Il's items so I could get
お
away.
姉さん一人よかったらここから出て俺たちとカフェとか行かない？
Hey baby, you need a friend? How about we get out of here and you can go to a cafe with us? No. Huh? They were really fast. Perhaps because the girls around me ran away so quickly. It seemed like they targeted me and came straight to my bench. Before I realized it, I was surrounded, left with little room to walk away. Excuse me, I'm here with a friend.
じゃあその子も一緒に遊べばいいじゃん。
She can come play with us too, yeah?
その間も仲良くだべってよよ。スマホ持ってるよね。連絡先交換しよう。
Let's just chat for a while. Hey, cool phone, let's swap digits. Wait, please stop. I embraced my phone, guarding it before it was almost ripped away by force. What do I do? These guys are super pushy.
怖がられてやんの。
He's scared of you.
ごめんね、こいつ考えなしのバカだからさ。
I'm sorry, alright? The moron has no
お詫び
manners.
になんでもおごるよ。お友達には連絡だけ入れといてさ。早く行こう。
I'll buy you something to make up for it. Just message your friend and let's go, okay? As one of the men reached out to try and grab my arm.
何をしているのですか？
What are you doing? With a waft of silver hair and white fabric. Ew.
お待たせしました。思ったより列の進みが遅く、時間がかかってしまいました。
I'm sorry to make you wait. The line went slower than I thought, so it took a bit of
こちら
time.
は何でもタピオカというものが入っているとか、もちもちとした愉快な食感が楽しめるとのことです。
This is a drink called tapioca. You can enjoy a pleasant, squishy sensation as you drink it. Right, thanks. But now's not the time for drinks. The men looked menacingly at Il, who was cheerily handing me a
なん
drink.
だこいつ。どこの国のやつ？
Who's this fool? Where are you from, homie?
おーい、日本語通じます？邪魔しないでほしいんですけど。
Hello? You speak Japanese? Can you get the hell out of the way? Why is this happening at an otaku Otome event? They must not have seen Il as a threat since he was such a thin frame. The men were laughing at him, but despite how they were looking at him, he didn't seem to find it unpleasant at all.
随分と親しげに語りかけてきますが、彼らは知り合いなのですか？
They're speaking as if they're quite friendly to you. Do you know them from somewhere? No, I think they're trying to pick me up. This is a bit embarrassing having to explain that I'm being hit on.
おお、これがナンパ。なるほど、本物の。
Oh, so this is what being picked up is like. I see. So that's a real thing. Unfaltering, Il's gaze suspiciously at the men, and with those overly honest eyes and face, he begins to question them quizzically.
女性との出会いを探すのは結構ですが、選択する場所を間違えているのでは？
Searching for a woman is permissible, but have you mistaken where to look?
あ？
Huh?
ここは乙女ゲームのイベント会場。
This is a venue for an Otome game event.
ここに集う女性たちの目的は、愛するキャラクターたちの生きる世界を目で、同じ心を持つ同士と交流を深めること。
The objective of the women here is to have exchanges about their love of the characters and the world they live in.
つまりあなたたち、実在する異性と恋愛関係になることは、意識の隅にすら置いていません。
In other words, they have no intent here of holding romantic relationship with members of the opposite sex.
互いに求めている対象や行動方針が異なるというのに、なぜ求愛に応じてくれると思うのです？
Considering your objectives don't align with theirs, how can you expect positive responses to your advances?
それとも、それを承知で実行するほどに日常的な出会いに恵まれていない、もしくは単純な知能不足でしょうか？
Or is it that you understand that but are so desperate that you resort to this? Or is it that you simply lack intelligence?
はあ？なんだ？
What the?
てめえ。
Ooh, this is rated T. You can't say that word in this game. Excuse you. That is not appropriate for a T-rated video game. That was rough. Eel's words ruthlessly stabbed into the men's hearts. His obliviousness and lack of ill intent made it worse.
それに何よりも
And above all,
彼女は私とデート中なのです。邪魔をしないでいただきたい。
she's currently on a date with me. I wish for you all not to interrupt it. Huh? All I could do was stand there in a daze, not because he changed his appearance, but because Eel, who laughs off most things, that Eel, he was clearly keeping these men in check.
なんだよこいついきなり変な格好しやがって
What the hell? He's in some weird getup now.
あ、コスプレとかいうやつじゃね男が天使とか気色悪い
Is that a cosplay crap? A guy dressing as an angel?
オ
Gross.
タク野郎はお呼びじゃねえんだよ引っ込んでろ
We don't want an otaku guy. Get out of here.
ということですか。
So you
であれば
refuse.
仕方ありませんね。
That leaves me no choice. Ooh, it's a new pose. Look at that. He's smiting people now. Bill gently raises his hand towards the men who refuse to back
であらで
down.
申し訳ありませんが、物理的に彼女から距離を取っていただくことにしましょう。
This may be a bit rough, but I shall have you give some space to these women now. As Eel talks in a troubled manner, his light starts to shine. Oh. The men's bodies were instantly bound by the chain of light that appeared. Immediately after, Eel simply turned his gaze towards the stage where the events happening later would be taking place. The bodies of the men floated in the air and were flung towards the center of the stage where guests were already gathering. Their bodies crashed into the ground, and I could tell from here that they fainted from the pain as the chains disappeared. Wow. Eel can use his magic like this too.
はあ、ようやく静かになりました。確かに乙女ゲームにはナンパイベントもつきものですが。
Phew, it's finally gotten quiet. Some Otome games have storylines where protagonists get hit on like
い
these.
ざこうして実際に遭遇してみると、やはり不快になるものなのですね。
But to actually encounter it like this is very unpleasant.
その相手があなたならばなおさら。大事はありませんか？
Even more so if you're the one involved. Are you hurt at all? Did those men hurt you? No, I'm fine. Thanks for saving me, Il.
いえ、あなたが無事ならそれでいいのです。
Oh no, I was... Just as long as you're okay. Il's wings flapped energetically, expressing his joy and relief. They were just like the tail of a dog, so full of energy and innocence, right in a crowd of people. Oh, at a time like these, I'm sure Monsieur would sigh and say this.
やれやれ。やっちゃったね。
Oh man, you've gone and done it now. Exactly. Wait, huh? Just now, that was a little too clear, just to be a voice in my head. Huh, what's this, fog?
そうでした。ついこの姿になりましたが、人前だということを失念していました。
Oh, right. I had to turn into this form, but I forgot we were in front of people.
マスター、この場は任せるとしましょう。
Leah, let's leave this area to him.
我々がここに留まっていては、この霧による記憶の改ざんがうまくいきません。
If we stay here, the fog won't be able to reconstruct everyone's memories as well.
今のうちに会場から距離を取るべきかと。
I suggest we leave the venue while we can. Huh, but... Il, you were looking forward to the event on the stage.
やはりあなたはいい人です。その心遣いだけで十分です。
You truly are a good person. Just hearing how you feel is
と
enough.
いうことで、
Alright. Is he gonna carry me?
一気に飛びますので、しっかり捕まっていてください。
I'm about to fly. Can you please hold on tightly to me? Fly? The moment I had that thought, the feeling of the ground beneath vanished. The sight of the setting sun and the color of the orange sky filled my view. Oh, that was not how I pictured him holding her. At first, my eyes were simply taken away by the beauty, but then the cold breeze that swept my face brought me back to my senses. Terrified, I turned my look down and see we're flying. The event venue we were just inside earlier was now the size of a small bean, feeling the warmth of the one I held on to, flapping his 3 sets of wings at once. He glides gracefully above the city. Did that thing just flash like it changed? But it looks the same. Ew, this is a bit too scary for me.
おっと、暴れないでください。あなたに負担をかけないように風圧や重力を制御していますが。
Whoops, please don't move around. I've limited the air pressure and gravity so they aren't a burden on you, but...
私、あまり腕力には自信がないので、うっかり落としてしまうやもしれません。
I'm not too confident of my strength. I might drop you on accident. What?
冗談ですよ。間違ってもあなたを落としたりなどしません。
I'm just kidding. I will not drop you even as a mistake. Please don't joke about that.
それよりも、見てください。ここから見える風景を。
More importantly, please look, the view from up here. Wondering what he was talking about, I timidly look over at where Eel was pointing. Wow, it was twilight, the time leading right up to the night. Red and blue colors swirled up in the sky, light reflecting on the sea and the skyline. The scene was absolutely beautiful.
私は飛ぶこと自体珍しくもありませんが、この付近はこんなにも輝いた景色なのですね。
Yes, it's not unusual for me to fly, but this area makes for a dazzling view.
人間界の都会はあまり美しくないと聞き及んでいましたが。
I had heard human cities weren't very beautiful, but...
決してそんなことはありませんでしたね。
But that is surely not the case, is it?
人の営みと光が共存する世界。ここは天界に劣らぬほど。
The labors of man and light live together. This world is somehow triumphs over the beauty of the heavenly world. Yeah, the terror from being so high disappeared. Oh, what a cute little date they went on. The two of us simply stayed in the air, taken by the view until the sun had set. Observations complete, now beginning return to home. Il fado de riz. How far you've fallen. Ooh, ooh, he's got a secret angel following him. Ooh, this is beautiful. The place we ended up was on a large observation deck over the shoreline. No one was allowed up here. In other words, on top of a tower where falling from a gusty wind would certainly be the end of me. Winds must have been usually strong here, but we had good timing. It wasn't too bad. Of course, it was still very high up, so it's not like I wasn't scared. However...
大丈夫です。100万回落ちたとしても、100万回キャッチしてみせますから。
Even if you fall a million times, I shall simply catch you a million times. And so Il speaks in complete confidence, easing my fear. Il and I continue watching this special view from this spot.
気がつけばもう夜でしたか。外出していると時間の経過がいつもより早く感じられますね。
Oh, it's already nighttime. The passage of time seems to go by more quickly when you're outside. Yeah, even more so if you're having fun.
なるほど。そういう捉え方もあるのですか。ですが。
That's another way to look at it. However, what's wrong, Il?
いえ、本日のデートを改めて振り返ってみたのですが、少々疑問が浮かびまして。
I was thinking back to today's date, and I have a
乙
question.
女ゲームのキャラクターたちはもっとスマートかつ甘く主人公をエスコートしていました。
The characters in otome games are usually smarter and sweeter, and they escort the protagonist
それ
around.
らと比較すると、今回のデートはその形式にあまり添えなかったと思うのです。
Compared to that, I feel that our date today doesn't quite fit within those bounds. Why is that? As he mumbled quizzically, all I could do is awkwardly smile back. We ran into a lot of things today. And still, I had a lot of fun. The view from the sky was pretty too. Thank you, Il. I've been so down and you cheered me up. You're the one who got everyone else to take me out too, right?
気づいていたのですか？
You knew about that? Yeah, I didn't know how to bring it up, sorry.
それは想定外でした。あくまで自然に励ますというのが今回のデートのテーマだったのですが。
That is unexpected. The idea behind these dates was to cheer you up in a natural way.
しかし、これから起こることはさすがにあなたも予想していないかと。
However, I suspect even you wouldn't imagine what's about to happen right now.
デートの仕上げとして私なりのプレゼントを用意したのです。受け取っていただけますか？
As a finishing touch for our date, I've prepared a gift for you. Will you please accept it? A gift? Il looked around, and after making sure no one else was in the general vicinity, even though we're in an area where no one's allowed, he clasped his hands as if to offer a
展
prayer.
開領域設定確保。
Deployment area secured.
誤差なしと判断。術式合成を開始。
No errors confirmed. Commencing magical synthesis.
求めるは光。
Oh, wow. I seek the light.
我が歌に応じ、この落ちた魂に奇跡を与えることを許したまえ。
Hear my song and please grant these fallen souls a miracle. His prayer was mechanical but strong, with effort put into each and every word. I'm going to give Il credit for being very pretty, but
私
dumb.
を信じて。
Leah, your hand. Please trust me. What? Il pulls my hand and my body is thrown into the night sky with him. And there in the air, 1, 2 steps, my feet step forward. What? It looked like I was walking on water. Each time my feet stepped down into the air, a ring of light expanded where my foot falls. I finally realized it was Il's magic as he smiled at me while I was in awe. Wow, 2 CG so close. His entrancing area pulled me in. What? As it echoed through the sky above the city, faint particles of lights appeared out of nowhere and floated on by. It was like an off-season Christmas light. A beautiful city of light surrounded us. The glimmering lights went beyond. Where's their merchandise that they got at the convention? The glimmering light went beyond the observation deck and continued into the sky. At first was Il's clear, beautiful singing. And next, in a single moment, my heart was taken by the light that seemed to bless us. It was so beautiful. That was all I could think. This world, which I found no other word to describe, kept expanding in front of
どうで
me.
しょう？私はあなたに笑顔を送ることができたでしょうか？
So was I able to give you a smile? A smile?
以前、ソーアンが亡くなる直前、彼に言われたのです。
In the past, before Soran left us, he told me something.
いつかお前も笑顔を与えられる側に甘んじず、与える側に立てるようになれ。と。
To stop staying on the side that always just receives smiles and to move to the side that gives them.
当時は誰に、何のためにと疑問に思っていましたが。
At the time, I had questioned to who and why I would do
今
so.
なら彼が何を言いたかったのか、わずかながら理解できる気がします。
But I feel I'm beginning to understand what it was he was trying to say. Eel looks this way, and as if reacting to him, the falling light started pouring towards
マス
me.
ター、ここ数日のあなたは笑顔ではいても何かが違いました。
Yeah, these past few days, although you seemed to be smiling, something felt different.
言われずとも理解しています。あれは無理をして作っていた表情だったのだと。
You don't need to tell me. I understand the fact that you were pushing yourself to make such happy face. I couldn't hide the fact that I was about to start crying thinking back on the
皆から
past.
聞きました。あなたは死んだパークスの群れを思い、落ち込んでいる。
I heard from everyone else you felt so much for the pack of sea demons that died and were
で
discouraged.
すがあなたはそれを表面化させることを良しとしなかった。
However, you didn't allow for that to appear on the
それはある
surface.
意味では評価されることなのでしょう。
In some ways, that may merit praise. However, Ill's singing lips reputed those
あの
efforts.
悲劇を忘れる必要はありません。あなたが気に病んでいる以上は仕方ないというつもりもありません。
I don't intend to tell you that you have to forget that tragedy to feel such pain is okay.
ただその上で顔を上げ、いつもの笑顔で笑ってください。
But the pain passes. Remember to lift your head and find a reason to smile again.
私はあなたの自然な笑顔が好きなのです。
I happen to like your natural smile. Damn, is he just quoting the Tomy
そ
games?
れを取り戻すためならどのようなこともしてみせます。それこそ世界を敵に回すことさえも。
In order to get that back, I shall do anything, even make the world my enemy. I see. I don't need to force myself to forget. What happened, happened. I don't need to separate myself from it. While embracing the grief, it's still okay to smile. Okay. Thanks, Il. The light gradually melted away and we softly land on the spot we left. There's no way I'd ever forget the tragedy I saw on Bestia even. But while still carrying that, as the owner of Enchante, I'll make an effort to be present. Yeah, I won't stay depressed forever. I always have to try and do my best. Nodding to myself, I look at Il. So that Aria, was it from earlier, was such a pretty song, the lyrics too. Did you write that, Il?
いえ、あれは先日発売された乙女ゲームの主題歌ですね。五感が素晴らしく、砲術に用いてみました。
Oh no, it's the theme song for an Otomi game that just came out. The lyrics feel so splendid, I tried to make it into magic. Exasperated, I could have slipped then and there. But every part about you is so ill. I was able to give him another smile.
はあ、なんとか無事に終わったね。あとはこっちに戻ってくるだけかな。
Looks like everything went okay. All that's left is for them to come home.
ミシェル、いくら心配だからって覗き見はどうかと思うよ。
Monsieur, I know that you're worried about them, but I think spying on them is a bit much, isn't it?
つか、ため息つきたいのはこっちだぜ。朝っぱらから尾行なんぞに付き合わせやがって。
Hell, we're the ones who should be sighing, making us come along with you to tell them first thing in the morning.
いや、だってやっぱり心配だったからさ。
I mean, I was just so worried.
心配が過ぎるのは確かだが、我としては良いものを見れたように思うぞ。
I do agree that you are too worried, but it seems to me everything came out alright.
基本は流されるまま、受け身で生きていたイルが。
Normally always going with the flow, you'll always lived going along with things.
自主的に誰かのために行動し、トラブルにも助言なしで対処するのは初めて見た。
It's the first time I've seen him acting for another's sake on his own and dealing with trouble without asking for help.
まあね。例のイベント会場では最後にちょっと過保護な魔王様が手助けしたけどさ。
Yawning. Alright. Well, yeah, although the overprotective demon did help out at the end of the event venue.
あれは過保護っていうか、ファインプレーの類じゃないかな。
Don't you think that wasn't being so much overprotective as it was a fine play?
ま、それは抜きにしても、確かに予想外の行動だったよな。どういう気まぐれを起こしたんだ、あいつ。
Even without all that, he really did act unexpectedly. What do you think got into him?
思うに、イルにも庇護欲というものが生まれたのではないだろうか。
I suspect that Il has grown a desire to protect.
庇護欲?
A desire to protect?
彼女が来る前のここでの生活を思い出してほしい。
Yes, I'd like you all to remember who lives here before Leah arrived.
イルはその性格と雰囲気により、どうしても我らから常に庇護される立場になっていた。
Considering his personality and how he appeared, he was always in the position of being
しか
protected.
しそこにごく普通の非力な人間である彼女が現れ、さらには今回のデートにて。
However, she is a completely normal and powerless human. A completely normal and powerless human appears. Thank you. And during this date, fuck you, Canis.
マスター
Leah?
大丈夫ですか？怪我は？
Are you okay? Are you hurt? Thanks, I'm okay. Thanks for helping.
彼女があの程度のことで危険な目に遭うか弱き存在だということに気づいた。
He realized that she was a being weak enough to be injured by a dangerous small as that, in other words.
ああ、なんとなくわかったわ。
Yeah, I think I get it.
あいつは箱入りにとっちゃ守るべき位置に当てはまる初めての存在になったわけな。
That Shudden has never met anyone like Leah who needs protecting. Oh, that's so mean.
今までは我々が率先して彼女を守っていたために実感が薄かったのだろ
う。Big stretch. Big stretch. Okay. Perhaps he hasn't felt it as strongly as the rest of us were the ones who always took the initiative to protect her.
どっちにしろ鈍いな。
Took him long enough to finally get it.
同感。けど彼にとっては結構な進歩と言えるんじゃないかな。
Agreed, although I'm sure we can all say it's some pretty big progress for him.
ってことで、いいことずくめだってのに、なんでこの魔王はため息ついてんだ？
Alright, so if this sounds like a nice thing, what's the demon lord over here sighing about?
いわばこれはヒナの巣立ちのようなもの。
Is it something similar to a young chick leaving in their
ミ
nest?
シェルの寂しさも理解はできるが、ここは素直にイルの成長を喜ぶべきだろう。
I understand how lonely you feel, Monsieur, but I think we should be happy for Il's growth. Il Fado del Rio. I can't do it. Re, a sheltered fallen angel who is ignorant of the world due to being a shut-in and Monsieur and others' overprotection. However, meeting the heroine made him change his way of thinking a little. He has a beautiful singing voice.
いや、それもあるんだけどさ、へこんでる理由は他にもあって。
No, well that's part of it, but there's other reasons I feel a bit down.
イルの成長の機会を見誤ってた自分に微妙に自己嫌悪してるっていうか、ね。
I feel a bit upset at myself for not seeing this as a chance for Il to grow, you know?
なにその反応？俺、なんか変なこと言ってる？
Huh? What's with that reaction? Am I saying something weird right now?
ミシェル、ブラコンも大概にしないと嫌われちゃうよ。
Monsieur, you should turn your bro con in check. He'll turn against you otherwise, okay?
ブラコン
Bro con? Short for brother complex. This means having strong affection for a male sibling, while Monsieur and Il aren't actually brothers. Monsieur treats Il like his little brother and cares for him greatly. To anyone watching, he is a full-on brocon. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna break here. It's been almost 7.5 hours. It's time. It's time. We'll continue tomorrow morning. Hopefully. Ooh. I'm easily falling in love with things. I was trying to screenshot that, by the way, and I didn't do it. Oh, this looks cool. Moving. Hit the wrong button. I didn't mean to do that. I just meant to see. Yeah, we're gonna definitely learn what route we're gonna end up on, because I have no clue what these choices are leading me towards. But yeah, we did 2 chapters. Well, technically 3, actually, because we finished the end of the CI agent's... That's not his name. Rindo. We finished the rest of his route. It's not even his route. That's not even a route. It's just a story. We went through his story. We got to Ignis's story. Went through all of Ignis's story. And then we went through all of Il's story. And now we're going to be going to Monsieur's story. So we're going to see how that route goes tomorrow. Hopefully I'll start on time tomorrow, because I was not getting up. I put 10 o'clock because that's usually later. I usually try to start earlier than that. And I was like, 10 seems like a good time. Look at me. 11:40. But hey, we stuck it out. We did so long. It's almost 7 p.m. now, so we did a really good long stream. Thank you so much for joining me. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can see my newer stuff on Twitch. I stream a couple times a week, and if you're watching this on Twitch and you'd like to see my older videos, all of my your text changed colors again, and it threw me off. Bye, Jay. Hopefully Asia will join us on the next one. I know she was behind, so she just might not be watching live right now, because I still have that question. I need to figure out what that game is. But if you're watching this on Twitch and you want to see my older stuff, you can check me out on YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you want to see my more recent stuff, you can check me out on Twitch. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you have a lovely time. Let me know what routes you're enjoying so far. Thank you. Bye. Bye.